normally stationed at Kuat, the Imperial shipyards?
What's up, MetaNerdz? We'll be pulling from every canon and legend source out there to do a complete breakdown of the Tantive IV/Sundered Heart, a CR-70 Corvette. The CR-70, manufactured by Corellian Engineering Corporation, is a venerable class of starship within the CR series line, renowned for its balance of speed, durability, and versatility in various galactic conflicts. Designed as a Corvette, this model initially retailed for 2.9 million credits, though the price dropped to around 1 million for used models, reflecting its widespread adoption and subsequent availability in the second-hand market. Its design philosophy hinged on modularity, allowing for various configurations tailored to specific mission profiles, from diplomatic envoys to light escort duties. This flexibility made the CR-70 a popular choice amongst various factions, from private security firms to smaller planetary governments, who appreciated that balance of cost, performance, and CEC's reputation for reliability. The length of 120 meters and width of approximately 49 meters place it in a size class that strikes an optimal balance between larger capital ships and smaller transports, making it twice the length of the Gazanti and about 4 X-Wings across. This size allows the CR-70 to house adequate crew, equipment, and armaments, while remaining nimble enough for complex maneuvers in both space and atmospheric conditions. Its relatively compact frame also enables it to dock at a wider range of spaceports and facilities, which is often a crucial factor most people overlook. Its max atmospheric speed of 950 km per hour, or 590 miles per hour, is impressive for a ship of this class. Only 100 km per hour slower than an X-Wing, a bit slower than a Venator, and markedly quicker than the Arquitans. This high speed makes it particularly effective in atmospheric conditions, be it for rapid deployment of personnel, evading enemy fire, or engaging and returning fire. The ship's shielding system is of course key to its defense, where these shields not only withstood enemy fire, but also protected you from harsh space conditions, be it solar flares, asteroids, or debris fields, providing essential protection for both the crew and ship's vital systems. This is particularly important since stock it came without any weapons, but at least with the shielding it could survive in hostile environments long enough to either escape or receive support. This lack of weaponry points to that millennium of relative peace before the outbreak of the Clone Wars, where the Republic had no standing military. However, the modular design of this ship allowed for aftermarket weapons to be installed, catering to the needs of those requiring more combat-ready vessels, which we'll look at in a bit when we turn to the history. Navigation was handled by a standard navicomputer, a staple in all interstellar travel, providing the necessary calculations for precise hyperspace jumps. The inclusion of 2 high-capacity escape pods, cleverly disguised as cannon turrets, is a testament to the ship's design ingenuity. These pods provided a means of emergency evacuation for the crew, ensuring their safety in dire situations. This feature also underscores the importance placed on crew survivability in the overall design philosophy of the CR-70. And speaking of the crew, it required a minimum of 18 crew members for standard operations, but could accommodate up to 150. This flexibility in crew capacity made the ship adaptable to various roles, from a lightly manned cargo transport to a fully staffed military command vessel. And same idea with the passengers. The capacity of up to 600, again depending on the configuration, made it suitable for large-scale troop transports, evacuation missions, or as a civilian passenger liner, adaptable to the needs of any mission or operator. With a cargo capacity of 5,000 tons, the CR-70 was more than capable of handling substantial logistical tasks, be it transporting supplies, equipment, or vehicles. This capacity, combined with its speed and range, made it an excellent choice for critical supply runs, especially in blockaded or remote areas. The provision of consumables for an entire year is another feature that highlights the CR-70's capabilities for extended missions without needing to be resupplied. This autonomy was crucial for long-range recon missions, deep space exploration, or when operating in enemy territory where resupply was not feasible. And though it's unclear what those provisions were, it's unlikely that this meant 3 square meals for 600 plus people for an entire year. More likely it's a lot of shared bags of Orga root spiced Ewok jerky. The inclusion of other systems like a ventral docking ring and boarding ramp provided additional operation flexibility. The docking ramp allowed for the attachment of secondary vessels or modules, while the boarding ramp facilitated easy access for both cargo and personnel, just adding to its overall utility. And it would be via this Kenobi could stow his spoil of war and rivalry when he took Grievous's Belbullab 22. The introduction of the Vanguard C20 retrofit suite represented a significant development in the evolution of Corellian corvettes. This suite, offered at a cost of 50,000 credits, was designed to bring the older CR-70 corvettes in line with the newer CR-90 model, both in terms of technological advancements and combat capabilities. This upgrade was a strategic move by the Corellian Engineering Corporation to maintain the relevance and effectiveness of their earlier models in the rapidly advancing technological landscape during this time of war. The use of CR-90 corvettes by the Galactic Republic, especially in the lead up to the Clone Wars, highlights their importance in galactic affairs. With the CR-70 being an older design, it was generally less equipped for combat compared to the 90. However, the Vanguard C20 retrofit suite addressed the disparity. Essentially, this modification transformed the CR-70 into a vessel similar to the CR-90 in functionality and performance. The installation of the Vanguard C20 retrofit suite was a complex process, requiring trained professionals and taking approximately 2 to 3 weeks. It involved significant alteration to the ship's structure and systems. For instance, it extended the ship's length to 150 meters and increased its maximum acceleration to 3,400 G, significantly enhancing its speed and maneuverability. The addition of an energy flux device for countermeasures and a secondary boarding ramp near the engine block were notable improvements. The retrofit also included the installation of 4 large covers over the engine area. These covers served a dual purpose. They likely improved the efficacy of the shield generator, being lined with a series of shield projectors, and also provided an additional layer of physical armor. In the event that the shielding was breached, these covers could absorb and dissipate incoming fire before it reached the main body of the vessel or engine array, thereby enhancing the ship's survivability in combat. In terms of armament, the upgraded CR-70 corvette now featured 2 Tamanbak H9 turbolasers and 4 laser cannons, marking a significant step up in its offensive capabilities. The standard crew requirements increased to 46, reflecting the additional complexity and operational needs of these upgraded systems. As CEC shifted to producing the CR-90 corvette as its standard model, owners of the C-70 were cut a deal and given the option to get this aftermarket modification suite. This strategy helped with brand loyalty and helped to continue the use and relevance of the CR-70 in various roles, making it a practical military option. The effectiveness of these upgraded CR-70s was demonstrated in Zero ABY when several of these modified ships were used by the Alliance to restore the Republic during the Battle of Orochar. Their participation in such a crucial engagement illustrates the enhanced capabilities and reliability even deep into the Civil War era, proving to be versatile and formidable vessels for over half a century. The CR-70 corvette Sundered Heart, under the command of Senator Bail Organa, played a crucial and storied role during the turbulent times of the Clone Wars and subsequent rise of the Galactic Empire. The ship's history is intertwined with some of the most pivotal elements and figures of the era, and became to symbolize far more than just a transport vessel. During the Clone Wars, Senator Organa frequently used what was at this time still called the Tantive IV to travel between Coruscant and his homeworld of Alderaan. And following the devastating attacks on the Jedi Temple by the 501st Legion, Senator Organa departed Coruscant, and he embarked on a daring and noble mission to rescue as many survivors of the Purge as possible. Utilizing a stolen Jedi homing beacon, he successfully contacted and rescued 2 of the last surviving members of the Jedi Council, Jedi Master Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had narrowly escaped the Order 66 attacks on Kashyyyk and Utapau. The Tantive III, or Sundered Heart's next significant mission, involved returning to Coruscant. There, Yoda and Kenobi sought to alter a Jedi beacon at the Jedi Temple, turning off the beacon that was calling them home and preventing them from falling into the Empire's clutches. Concurrently, Senator Organa attended the Grand Convocation Chamber, where he witnessed the declaration of a new order by Emperor Palpatine. What followed was a battle unlike anything seen since the Old Republic era, with Organa rescuing Yoda following his failed duel with Darth Sidious in the Senate Chamber. The ship's role in galactic history continued as it traveled to Naboo with the body of Padme Amidala, who had tragically passed away on Polis Massa after giving birth to her twins, Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa. It was aboard the Sundered Heart that the future of these twins was determined. Leia would be adopted by the House of Organa on Alderaan, and Luke by the Lars family on Tatooine. This period also marked significant developments for other key figures. Yoda, having encountered the Force ghosts of Qui-Gon Jinn, resolved to train Kenobi in the ways of communicating with Force spirits during their respective exiles. And to ensure the safety and secrecy of the twins' locations, Organa ordered that Captain Ramus Antilles wipe C-3PO's memory. All of that happened on this ship, and was followed by R2 and C-3PO being assigned to the Sundered Heart.
Okay, we have to cause as much destruction as we can, and be quick about it. 3PO?
Yes, sir.
Have R2 monitor Imperial comm channels and scan for any chatter about our mission.
The ship's storied history continued with significant modifications and notable missions under the command of Captain Ramus Antilles, at some point undergoing that substantial upgrade with the Vanguard C20 retrofit, but they also installed a more powerful engine bank. Captain Antilles came to command of the Sundered Heart after remarkable circumstances. He received the ship as a gift, an acknowledgement of his bravery and resourcefulness in running aid and medical supplies past several Imperial blockades. This act of valor underlined the increasingly perilous environment in which the Rebel Alliance operated and the critical role of skilled and daring individuals in the struggle. Under Captain Antilles, the Sundered Heart was in the Battle of Kuat, an exceptionally daring and strategically significant operation. It helped destroy 6 Imperial shipyards orbiting Kuat, and was instrumental in paving the way for the operation to steal the X-Wing prototypes. These prototypes would prove to be one of the most useful assets captured by the Rebel Alliance, especially at this time, providing them a much-needed edge in starfighter tech. Furthermore, the Sundered Heart relied on some of that versatility when it came to the rescue of INCOM scientists who were being transported to the spice mines of Kessel. This rescue operation not only saved valuable lives, but also protected critical technical expertise from falling into the hands of the Empire. It would be particularly useful for maintaining their new X-Wing squadrons, with these fighters being designed by INCOM. The ship's combat prowess was further displayed in the Battle of Atziri, marking another chapter in its legacy of resistance. However, during Operation Skyhook, Captain Antilles was piloting the Tantive IV, a CR-90 corvette, as he was operating from an official position within the greater Rebel Alliance. So he didn't just use the ship that was gifted to him, but the Rebel military's newer model. The Tantive IV would get the Death Star 1 plans away from Scarif, only to be quickly intercepted in what would be dubbed the Battle of Tatooine. Tragically, this battle resulted in the capture of the Tantive IV and the death of Captain Ramus Antilles at the hands of Vader. So that's it for the breakdown. As for behind the scenes fact, the Tantive III, also known as the Sundered Heart, holds a unique place in Star Wars canon, especially in its identification and representation across various media. For one, you're probably going to see people in the comments saying it's pronounced Tantive, which does seem to be technically correct, but it's just silly. Initially, it appeared in the 2005 film Revenge of the Sith, and there was a widespread assumption that this was the Tantive IV, what we see open in A New Hope. Then Leland Chi, who holds the role of Keeper of the Holocron Continuity Database at Lucasfilm, later clarified that the ship seen in Revenge of the Sith was not the Tantive IV, and they gave it the name the Sundered Heart. This clarification was drawn from what is now called Star Wars Legends, the original canon, and then it got the name Tantive III solidified in the 2016 edition of the reference book Star Wars Complete Locations, and still kept his old Sundered Heart name in the Star Wars Helmet Collection. The Sundered Heart's first appearance in the Star Wars universe was a hero unit for the Rebel Alliance in the 2006 video game Star Wars Empire at War. It was in 2010 that Leland Chi confirmed a retcon that established Senator Bail Organa's ship from Revenge of the Sith to be the Sundered Heart, and also appeared in the Star Wars Dark Times comic series. If you want to learn more, you can read Starships of the Galaxy Saga Edition, the Clone Wars Campaign Guide, or Blueprints Rebel Edition. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. Subscribe to see more, and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, the pirates have laser cannons, so you should too. And the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerds? We'll be pulling from every source available to break down the Lancer-class frigate, the ship that could have saved the Empire, but just ended up proving how inept they were. The Lancer-class frigate, manufactured by the renowned Kuat Drive Yards, is an exemplary model of starship design, tailored specifically for anti-starfighter warfare. With a cost of 4,760,000 credits, it's a significant investment, equal to much larger ships, but you'll see how its capabilities and features justify the expense. Measuring 250 meters in length, 57 meters in width, and 60 meters in height, it's a sizable vessel designed to operate as a part of larger fleets or as an independent platform for starfighter defense. Its size allows it to accommodate a considerable amount of tech, weaponry, and crew, giving it a formidable presence in any engagement. Its propulsion system allows for a maximum acceleration of 4 megalight per second, reaching a top speed of around 20 megalight. While this speed may not compare to the swifter T-65 X-Wing or TIE fighters, which can reach 100 megalight per hour, the Lancer is not primarily designed for speed. Its role is more focused on providing anti-starfighter support and is meant to stay with the larger and slower capital ships. And if you're wondering how top speed in space makes any sense, don't think about it too much. Just chalk it up to resistance from colliding into midichlorians, floating their way through space on their way to the next hero to provide plot armor. It's equipped with a hyperdrive, and some models have a Class 1, while others are fitted with a Class 2, along with a backup Class 15. This variation allows for flexibility in deployment, having fleets that are all in the same class of hyperdrive, that way they can more quickly respond to emerging threats, pairing Class 1s with other larger Class 1 capital ships. Its shielding is rated at 576 SBD, or shield barrier density, providing robust protection against enemy fire. Its hull is equally sturdy, rated at 304 RUs, or resistance units, ensuring the vessel can withstand significant damage even after that shield goes down. It comes with a standard navigation computer, essential for precise calculations required for hyperspace jumps and in-system maneuvers. But its most notable feature is its armament. 20 point defense AG-2G quad laser cannons. That's 80 individual point defense cannons in total, and they're all strategically distributed across the hull. 5 quads each at the 4 port, starboard, and aft sections. Some of these cannons are capable of retracting into the main hull and reducing the frigate's profile in combat or when traveling. point defense cannons are crucial for defending against starfighter assaults and incoming missiles, making the Lancer class an essential asset in protecting larger capital ships and convoys. The Lancer also houses a complement of 2 shuttles, enhancing its operational flexibility, whether for deploying troops, conducting reconnaissance missions, or shuttling cargo and VIPs. The crew requirements were substantial, with a standard crew of 810, including 40 gunners. However, the ship can operate with a minimum crew of 375, demonstrating the efficiencies of its systems and that it relies on some automation, something you'd think you'd see a lot more of in the galaxy far, far away. Additionally, it carries 40 troops as passengers, which does allow it to carry out its own very limited scope of operations. Though I can't stress this enough, and you'll see that the imps seem to forget this too, it was designed to be embedded in larger fleets. The cargo capacity of 300 metric tons, a weight equal to 368 dewbacks, we get the funny stat that it provides consumables lasting from 1 week to 6 months. I guess that just depends on their discipline, as that's a 24x difference, but if we assume 6 months of Jawa jerky supplies, you can see that it's well equipped for extended deployments, capable of sustaining its crew and operations for considerable periods without resupply. And if the larger fleet that it was escorting was out for longer than this, then it could use those shuttles to ferry supplies from the larger ships like ISDs. With that focus on point defense, removing the threat of starfighters, it played one of the most vital roles in fleet compositions. The combo of firepower, respectable shields, and operational flexibility made it a valuable asset in any galactic conflict, proving again why Kuat has been king since the time of the Old Republic, producing high-quality, specialized starships for diverse needs. The surest pick for your stock portfolio, and the only ones that ever win these galactic wars. But taking a look at this schematic, we can look at the bow to see the dual decks, with the top one being the computer and sensor control bridge, while the main bridge with pilots, gunners, and the ship's commanders is located below. Right behind the bridge, we see the main deflector shield projector, a smart location for maximal strength around your nerve center, and even your docking port, which is located right above. This is a really unique spot to put a port. It might look normal-ish for many ships, but could be a very odd sight with others, having a ship sticking right out of its head, as it were. While the internal hangar bay is down below. And here you can see the retracted cannon, and moving over the dorsal side we hit the sensors, with these larger dishes mirrored on the top and bottom being the targeting computer array. This device is not described, perhaps it's some top secret Kuat creation, but it's not in all models, and thus could be a part of those with a much faster Class 1 hyperdrive system, either in the unit itself or a radiator to shed heat. Or it could just be another form of sensor array, making sure they get the max use out of their anti-starfighter weaponry, with tracking multiple nimble fighters requiring a lot more data and calculation than just heavy turbolaser cannons on capital ships slugging it out. Now these large bulbous ovals are not shield projectors, but power storage capacitor bays, showing the enormous energy generated for all those weapons, respectable hyperdrive, and this massive quad assembly of ion thrusters. With this unit here being the overload chamber to help control and vent any dangerous fluctuations, especially when the system was under attack. With these energy storing systems being hit by ion weaponry, and the downstream effects of this damage, while still trying to generate energy and return fire, navigate through the space battle and dense asteroid fields or debris clouds. The earliest iteration of the Lancer class was first deployed a few months after the conclusion of the Clone Wars. During this period, Imperial starship strategy predominantly focused on ship-to-ship combat, hunting down CIS warlord holdovers that might have an odd requisite or munificent, but since Vader shut things down on Mustafar, the threat of droid fighters was essentially removed, and they weren't worried about the threat posed by smaller, more agile starfighters, just making sure they took out these old capital ships. This oversight became particularly evident as the Rebel Alliance pilots began exploiting the weakness of larger star destroyers, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as trench run disease.
It's risky, but flying fast and close to the star destroyer's hull should get us to the other side safely. Hold. Now, fire all boost thrusters.
This is one of the most useful tactics in the Rebels' strategy, flipping the Tarkin doctrine on its head, not being afraid of the much larger ships, but using their bulk against them. Pilots executing the TRD would fly close to the surface of a large ship, using its hull trenches to shield themselves from enemy fire. These trenches, designed for structural purposes rather than combat, provided unintended cover for the nimble fighters. By hugging the ship's surface, very few guns could actually fire at them, and those that could were all heavy turbolaser cannons, which were primarily designed for ship-to-ship combat. Big, massive bolts, but would never be accurate enough or fire fast enough to hit these fast-moving targets like snub fighters. The effectiveness of this approach was enhanced when starfighters were armed with heavy ordnance like proton torpedoes and concussion missiles. They could perform surgical strikes, hitting a key area, and maybe if it didn't take out the entire ship, it at least immobilized it and took it out of the fight for months, if not longer, while the rebels carried on with their main objective. Of course, the most successful application of the TRD was during the Battle of Yavin, and the Imperial Navy's response involved two key strategies: the acceleration of production and deployment of the TIE Interceptor, which was faster and more agile than its predecessors, and the development of the Lancer-class frigate. It was specifically designed as an escort ship to counter screens of starfighters, with hopes of shutting down this TRD tactic. Though the fast-moving rebel opportunists did find ways to still use it, most notably in the assault on the Fondor shipyards.
Stay toward the middle of those structures and keep low. Most of their guns can't hit you there.
And of course again during the Battle of Endor. By targeting sites that were under construction, or the enormous Executor-class ships, they still applied the TRD to deadly effect. Commander Wedge Antilles, reflecting on the first Battle of Borleas, noted that while the actual success rate of snub fighters destroying an ISD was relatively low, the psychological impact of the Death Star's destruction had instilled a deep-seated fear of this tactic among the Imperial commanders. Rogue Squadron got so good at this tactic that they were able to maneuver around the defenses of the Lasankia, a super star destroyer, using their advanced targeting systems to guide heavy salvos of torpedoes and missiles into the enemy ship. This tactic usually involved a triangular three-ship formation, with the two rear fighters protecting the lead fighter, which was the one equipped with the most potent weaponry. This formation allowed the lead fighter to focus on targeting, while the others provided cover by absorbing incoming fire, and hopefully firing back and taking out the enemy. It was Admiral Andres that proposed the use of Lancer-class frigates to counter enemy fighters, showing that it was the missing piece that would allow the more dominant Star Destroyers to focus on larger ship-to-ship engagements. And while the Imperial Navy Command approved this strategy, it was often considered to be the most effective creation of the Imperial military. Still, they were literally overshadowed by the grand projects like Super Star Destroyers and exotic planet killers. If you thought the Imps couldn't get any dumber, of course, the Lancer-class design sacrificed capital-grade weaponry and shielding. It was supposed to be embedded in a fleet, but this meant that it was vulnerable to other capital ships. Again, their slow speed was because they were escorting the ISDs, capital ships that could be packed full of TIE interceptors, and so without them, there was no way to pursue the faster starfighters. When the Empire sent the Lancer class out on its own, the rebel pilots could just avoid it. With high construction cost and substantial crew requirements, the Imperial Starfleet deemed the Lancer class too expensive for widespread fleet integration. And so many of the ones that were produced were relegated to roles in planetary defense, rear guard operations, and anti-piracy patrols, particularly in the Outer Rim territories. You could imagine how this would have driven Grand Admiral Thrawn insane. As petty moffs and regional bureaucrats were sending Lancer-class frigates on wild goose chases hunting down local pirates, putting them on offense, and while those used on defense to guard operations like spaceports or some planet-side bases could be easily taken out by the growing number of capital ships in the Rebel Alliance. As Alderaan made sure that ships kept being stolen by rebels, with amazing Corellian designs falling into their hands, not to mention all the Mon Cala capital ships. All the rebels had to do was locate a Lancer, either through local intel or even having starfighters just observe them at a distance, being smart enough not to engage, just report back to one of their capital ships, who could pop out of hyperspace right on top of the thing, harmlessly absorb all the point defense laser cannon fire, as there was absolutely no risk of point defense cannons overwhelming something like Mon Cala capital ship shield generators, and so in a few salvos the Lancer was blown into space debris. The strategic value of Lancer-class frigates was not fully realized until the rise of Grand Admiral Thrawn in 9 ABY. Even then, he used them in a unique way, knowing how to push them into a more offensive role, leading quick, raiding missions against key New Republic worlds, but only because he knew that the New Republic was using starfighter-based defenses. So it was like the reverse of what the rebels were successfully doing to the Empire. If you knew that a cloud of X-Wings was all that was protecting some outpost, now the Lancer could be the one to pop out of hyperspace right on top of them, blow the X-Wings to bits, or scare them off while the shuttles go down and carry out the objective, while being smart enough to quickly retreat through hyperspace before the New Republic capital ships could respond. As the Empire waned and the New Republic gained ascendancy, defeating the remaining Imperial warlords, several of the Lancers fell into the hands of the New Republic Defense Fleet and were integrated into planetary defense fleets, though most were set to be decommissioned. Even then, it did influence the development of the New Republic's Ranger-class gunship, making sure they had a ship specialized for an anti-starfighter role. One of the most notable uses during this era was in Morith Duel's defense of Kessel, utilizing 2 Lancer-class frigates, and during the Yuzon Vong War, the NR recommissioned many of their Lancers, finding these anti-starfighter capabilities invaluable against the Yuzon Vong's Coral skippers. As you can see throughout its long service history, it really evolves from an underutilized asset to a key component at various times when used correctly under leaders from the Imperial era, Imperial Remnant, and New Republic forces. And approximately 3 decades after the Battle of Endor, it found new life and purpose within the First Order. In this period of Cold War, as Leia was monitoring the rise of something in the unknown regions, Commander Poe Dameron made a significant discovery of 2 Lancer-class frigates being under the control of this mysterious new military force. Rising from the ashes of the Galactic Empire, they leveraged existing military assets, and hoping not to repeat the failures over Yavin and Endor, they wanted to make sure they had anti-starfighter capabilities. And when Poe discovered these, it was not just a frightening revelation for the Resistance as a whole, but very personal for him as a fighter pilot. Though of course those midichlorians did find their heroes and adorn them in the proper plot armor, making sure to negate the effect of these Lancers. As for behind the scenes facts, there are a lot of design similarities with the Carrack and Dreadnaught, but all 3 of these ships come from different manufacturers, so this might point at some degree of corporate espionage or just flat out imitation. The Lancer, produced by Kuat Drive Yards, for the anti-starfighter role, were the Carrack-class light cruiser, designed by Demorian Manufacturing Corporation, and the Dreadnaught-class heavy cruiser from Rendili Star Drive play a more standard capital ship role. It would be a very silly-looking fleet, but really these 3 would be paired excellently, each having unique roles and characteristics. We get the story of Poe finding them in the 2015 novel Before the Awakening, written by Greg Rucka, and this is how it comes back into the new canon. All the more detailed original canon or Legends history was first mentioned in the Star Wars Rules Companion and made its first appearance in the novel Dark Force Rising. The schematics and technical details fleshed out in the Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels, as well as the Age of Rebellion core rulebook. You can also check out Starships of the Galaxy and the Imperial sourcebook to learn more. Make sure you head over to Fractal Sponge. It's where you get a lot of these magnificent renders. I'm sure a lot of you guys have already been there, but I had to make sure to mention it. There's truly a ton of amazing things on there. If you made it this far, please hit that like button and check out these videos. I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, no ship's stat is stronger than the plot, and the Force will be with you, always.
Now that I am a Jedi,
I can do that.
What's up, MetaNerdz? In this breakdown, we'll pull from every resource available from Canon and Legends to fully understand the Clawdites, a remarkable humanoid species native to Zolan, who stand out for their unique shape-shifting abilities, earning them their more commonly used name, Changelings. Zolan, their homeworld, is situated at grid coordinate P16 in the galaxy's mid-rim, near the Corellian Run. The planet's environment is characterized as warm and arid, providing a challenging but constantly refining habitat for its indigenous species. The most significant event in the evolutionary history of the Clawdites was a spike in solar activity that bathed Zolan in harsh radiation. This was the event that led to their distinct ability to alter their skin color and body shape, and this adaptation is akin to the abilities of the Monzu, which is a predatory species also found on Zolan. Such an evolutionary response indicates a high level of adaptability among Zolan's native species, with many of them evolving unique survival mechanisms to cope with their planet's changing conditions, but we'll look more at this pivotal event in a bit. And also look at Zam Wesell, who was born on Zolan and became one of the most notorious members of the species. And we'll have to understand the Mabari, the ancient order of warrior knights native to this world. Clawdites in their natural state resemble reptilian humanoids, a form they inherited from their repto-mammal ancestors. It's one of the most unique classifications out there, but is seen in the Tauntauns, Rancors, Verks, and Faline. They typically stand between 1.6 to 1.8 meters tall, with skin colors ranging from green to yellow, and eye colors that include shades of yellow, gold, or blue. They live around 70 standard years, which is shorter than most humans, and may be due to the increased stress of their unique genetically altered biology. Physically, they are characterized by sunken cheeks, narrow noses, and small mouths, with a distinctive line running down their foreheads and noses. Their eyes are large with slit-like pupils, and their skin is rough to the touch, echoing the appearance of the Zolanders, their genetic predecessors. Of course, what sets them apart is that extraordinary shape-shifting ability, and though influenced by the environment, the way we see it today actually emerged due to genetic manipulation. They can alter the color and texture of both their skin and eyes in order to mimic the appearance of other humanoid species, easily pulling off humans or Weequays, although they cannot change their body mass. What's really interesting is that they can form or manipulate their hair and even mimic clothing or jewelry as long as these items are directly in contact with their skin. Since all of this is essentially a manipulation of their skin's texture. It's freaky to think about, but you're not really looking at clothing. It's a complex 3D growth out of her body. Think about like if some aliens met humans and didn't know that hair or nails grew out of your body, they would think it's just some cosmetic attachment. The Clawdite is able to mimic and grow these shapes and textures insanely fast, and it's all just different forms, colors, and textures of their skin. Though what was more often used was a holographic disguise, be a lot less painful, and other times that they could plan ahead or were maintaining a persona for a long time, they would just change their body and wear clothing on top. Clawdite shapeshifting abilities develop with age, a skill that manifests in infancy and is used to communicate needs to their parents, like a human infant might cry, while their ability to transform grows more sophisticated with maturity. However, unlike many other shapeshifting species like the Nagal or Neti, Clawdites experience physical discomfort during each transformation. As they age in practice, they can push through this discomfort to achieve more dramatic changes in appearance, though they still struggle with the fine coordination needed to precisely mimic a specific individual. So these scenes where a Clawdite is rapidly changing, they're actually going through excruciating pain, the peak of years of physical and mental training. Some exceptional Clawdites like Zam Wessel have shown their ability to change their body structure or mass, which was previously thought impossible. It's hypothesized that she used the manipulation of water within her body, medical devices that could somehow regulate body water content, but no Clawdites have subjected themselves to scientific study, likely due to fear of persecution or misuse of their abilities. At the core of their shapeshifting lies the control of their chromatophores, allowing them to change skin color, and the manipulation of their lymphatic system, enabling them to grow or shrink body parts. These transformations are superficial, as they cannot replicate internal organs precisely. And while the galaxy at large might not understand their trick, Clawdite sources show us that they use automated saline pumps to adjust their body fluid levels, thus enabling more significant changes even if there still is a max size they can get to. Despite their remarkable abilities, Clawdites cannot maintain transformations under certain conditions, such as when distracted, injured, or upon death, where they will revert to their true form. Additionally, wearing heavy armor can impede the shapeshifting process, reflecting the physical limitations of just how hard this was to pull off. Clawdite society, shaped by their unique shape-shifting, has developed a distinct culture centered around solitude and cautious interactions. Their innate ability to alter their appearance has fostered an environment of inherent mistrust within their communities. As you can imagine, that distrust is not unfounded, as the potential for a Clawdite to either disappear with shared resources or for an imposter to assume the identity of a known individual is always a constant concern. To mitigate these challenges, their society developed sophisticated methods of identity verification. Physical appearance is not relied upon. Instead, they focus on conversational cues and personality traits to recognize people. Their record-keeping and organizational systems are all designed with openness and redundancy, allowing for constant validation of individuals' actions and roles. You can imagine them developing some sort of blockchain tech, and would likely be amazing conversationalists as they evolve to not be able to use visual cues to judge people, just vibes. Despite these measures, ensuring personal responsibility and accountability within the Clawdite community has remained a complex issue up until modern times, and their view of the wider galaxy is pragmatic and often marked with harsh realism. They generally maintain a suspicious and mistrustful attitude towards others. Not all Clawdites utilize their shape-shifting powers, but since they would all suffer this physical discomfort, they have complex practices of meditation and concentration techniques that are all used to push through and focus, and they even have some specialized oils that maintain the integrity of their skin, which can suffer from cracking or tearing when put through the insane strains of these complex transformations. While in their natural form, Clawdites are virtually indistinguishable from their Zolander relatives, though of course genetic testing can reveal the difference. Physical similarity plays a role in the dynamics between these two groups, especially in the context of the Mabari, the ancient warrior order from Zolan. The Mabari are predominantly composed of Zolanders, and has historically been cautious in admitting Clawdites, citing all the same problems Clawdites have with themselves, knowing the trust issues that are brought when you have a shapeshifter in your midst. Clawdites in the Mabari were closely watched, and those who left the order were often pressured to leave Zolan entirely. Mabari armor weave, worn by all members of the order, provides significant protection against energy-based weapons, but was less effective against kinetic attacks. And a complete set would include helmet, chestplate, gloves, belt, pants, boots, and a metal kama-style skirt, available in all sorts of colors, and was similar in design to the armored robes of Jiao She and Zaysen Shah. And on Zolan, the Clawdites faced significant prejudice from the Zolanders, who were deeply religious and held strong convictions about the Clawdites' nature, considering them to be impure and sinful, unnatural abominations, views that all led to widespread discrimination. As a result, Clawdites were relegated to living in slums all across the planet, confined to these areas by the Zolanders, hoping to prevent the spread of shapeshifters into the society at large. This systematic subjugation lasted for centuries, and beside that genetic manipulation itself, would have the second most profound impact on their society and culture. It wasn't until 4 years after the Battle of Yavin, following the rise of a new government, that Clawdites began to see a change in their circumstances. They seized this opportunity to educate their youth, holding classes to teach Clawdite children greater control and efficacy in using their shape-shifting abilities, marking a significant step towards empowerment and self-determination within their community. Given their unique abilities, many Clawdites who left Zolan pursued careers in militaristic professions as spies, assassins, and bounty hunters. These roles often aligned with their natural talents and offered them a chance to demonstrate loyalty, and they saw it as a positive contribution to the galaxy. Many Clawdites were motivated by a desire to protect the liberties of other species, empathizing with their struggles due to the discrimination they faced on their home planet. In their interactions with others, most Clawdites chose to maintain a single, preferred guise for all public dealings, and keep their true reptilian form hidden. This strategy allowed them to surprise adversaries and reduce the likelihood of being suspected as shape-shifting infiltrators. But there also were many that openly displayed their true form in public, thinking of it the other way around and only using their ability on very rare occasions. Regarding their language, while Zolanese was the native tongue of the Clawdites, it was primarily used only in rural areas on Zolan and was rarely heard off-world. Their language sounds like hissing and guttural croaks. Clawdites were typically fluent in Galactic Basic Standard and were generally reluctant to teach Zolanese to off-worlders. However, in rare instances when Clawdites encountered each other off-world, they could use Zolanese as a covert means of identification without having to shapeshift and revert back to their normal form, almost like a code language only another shapeshifter would understand. The history of the Clawdites is a tale of transformation, persecution, and survival. There's a unique magnetic field on Zolar that neutralizes the effects of repulsor technology, meaning the first off-worlders to visit them during the Old Republic era experienced catastrophic crash landings. And this effect resulted in them using rocket technology to get to space stations in orbit. But after millennia of this, with the rockets burning a chemical that proved to be especially toxic to their environment, it led to what was described as a permanent twilight due to the high levels of pollution. And if their luck couldn't get any worse, around 2000 BBY, Zolan was struck by a massive meteorite that carried some xenobiotic material, which resulted in a terrible disease infecting all major cities around the world. It infected skin cells and got deep into their tissues, altering their DNA and leaving many with a skin that was extra sensitive to the ultraviolet light of their sun that was still going through its solar fluctuations, with many people experiencing mutations and experiencing oozing sores and intense burns. These people fled to space to get help from their medical stations that utilized cutting-edge tech provided by their alien allies. And while the gene therapy did effectively heal their skin to the point that it could handle their harsh sunlight, they quickly realized they had a new ability. As seamlessly as one could control their limbs, these gene-altered Zolanders could change their color, skin texture, and then shape of their body at will, with a popular phrase warning against those that did not, quote, show their true face. Some played this off as merely meaning that one should be honest, but everyone really knew that it was a direct reference to the shape-shifting fear. And the creation of the Mabari, a night order to protect the religious institutions, was created to ensure that the Zolander society did not fall to these mutants. Many dreamed of escaping into the larger Zolander society, but think about the constant pain they must have been in to maintain this cover in everyday life, only being able to relax and let this costume fade away in the comfort of their own home, as the presence or even rumor of a Clawdite often led to increased caution and vigilance at just about every level of Zolander society. However, off-world, they were sought after by just about every criminal organization and government intelligence branch. And they weren't all violent, it also included professions like technicians, explorers, and colonial roles, though their predatory instincts in particular made them effective bounty hunters as well, a career in which loneliness, isolation, and self-reliance were often the hardest aspects. Despite their ability and contributions, many Clawdites lamented the fact that their society's cultural and technological achievements were often overshadowed by the fascination in their shape-shifting ability. They strove to be recognized for more than just their genetic traits, seeking acknowledgement for their intellectual abilities, though this never really caught on. And during the tumultuous times of the Separatist Crisis and Clone Wars, it didn't help that the most famous member of their species was an assassin. Zam Wesell found herself at the center of a high-profile assassination attempt against Senator Padme Amidala. Allied with Jango and Boba Fett, her mission ultimately failed, leading to her being tracked back and captured by Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker. In a bid to silence her, Jango Fett killed her with a poisoned Kyber dart. In a separate incident, the celebrated pugil athlete Rolsat Novi was revealed to be a Clawdite through a random blood test. Having posed as a Lannic for 9 years, Novi's true identity caused a scandal, prompting him to flee off-world. Their political landscape shifted significantly during the Clone Wars. For the first time in their history, they formed a political government and sought the support of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, getting in contact with Count Dooku. They hoped this alliance would enable them to overthrow the Zolanders, and notable Clawdites like Cato Parasiti and Braxis Lyn took active roles in the Separatist movement, with Parasiti assisting in a mission to steal a holocron from the Jedi Temple, and Lyn working as a spy. However, the hopes pinned on Count Dooku were dashed with his death at the hands of Skywalker. The fall of the Republic and rise of the Galactic Empire brought new challenges, with Zolan being blockaded by Imperial forces, restricting Clawdite movement even further and continuing their subjugation. However, their resilience shone through following the death of Emperor Palpatine. Inspired by the New Republic, they rose up against the Zolanders in the Zolan Civil War, eventually gaining control of a significant portion of their planet. Many Clawdites also aided the Galactic Empire, with one posing as Garazeb Aurelios to infiltrate the Spectres, although this attempt was thwarted. After the Civil War victory, the Clawdites reached out to the New Republic, seeking membership in the new galactic government. However, these plans were interrupted by the Yuuzhan Vong invasion, leading to another devastating galaxy-spanning war. In response, Clawdites formed Guile Company, an intelligence unit operating behind enemy lines. Despite suffering high casualties, which were even more impactful to their already small population, Guile Company became a symbol of the Clawdites' tenacity and willingness to contribute to galactic affairs. Even after the war, Guile Company continued its operations, now under the Galactic Alliance, showcasing the Clawdites' enduring spirit and their commitment to playing an active role in a galaxy that never could fully trust them. I want to close this breakdown with a few questions. 1. Do you think the Zolan Civil War would make for an amazing action horror kind of movie, where you never know for sure who's who on screen? And do you think that chain codes could have worked to properly identify these species? The Empire wanted chain codes to act like a combination of DNA sequence placed on a blockchain with hopes of tracking every person in the galaxy in a database form that could not be hacked and changed. And knowing that DNA samples can be done with a simple touch, you can imagine sensors and doors in major buildings or ports having this ability to quickly read the person entering, and thus cut right through their shape-shifting appearance. Comment your thoughts down below, and hit that like button, it really is the best way to help me out. As for behind the scenes facts, Zam Wesell was played by actress Lena Walsman in Attack of the Clones, and she provided the voice for the same character in the game Star Wars Bounty Hunter.
You're Jango Fett, aren't you? I've heard of you, you know. I'm Zam Wesell.
But Wesell was voiced by Diane Mitchell in the Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds expansion pack. Initially conceptualized as a villain for Attack of the Clones, in the early stages of writing the Episode 2 scripts, Wesell was referred to as CAT, standing for Corporate Alliance Trooper, which could have been a really cool and rare look at the corporate alliance getting involved in galactic affairs, something that we've really only seen picked up on screen in the Endor show. But her first appearance is actually 2 months before the film, when the one-shot comic Star Wars Jango Fett. And she wasn't imagined as a changeling or a shapeshifter. This was developed later on in the process and seen during the principal photography of Attack of the Clones. And the actress who played Wesell didn't know the character's species. All of the transformation was done digitally in post-production, effectively superimposing a CGI mask over Walsman's face. And then later on in that Jango Fett comic series, we do see her changeling ability reflected, and then in the 10th issue of Star Wars Gamer. For a real-world comparison, the only thing close would be the ability to change color and textures seen in some octopus, cuttlefish, chameleons, and even flounders. And while there are some other fictions with similar characters or species like the Founders in Star Trek, Mystique from X-Men, or the Thing and T-1000 Terminators, with the Terminator really being the closest as a giant blob of nanomachines would be the most likely way to mimic something like the Clawdites, as it just seems so evolutionary unlikely for an organic creature to ever develop this. So who knows, maybe some solar event and or CRISPR could give us some future humanoid creature like this one day, and everybody will just trust each other even less. Either way, hit that like button, subscribe to see more, and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, you can never definitively disprove that everyone you know is secretly a shapeshifter, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This breakdown will use every source available to completely understand the Dreadnaught class heavy cruiser, a brainchild of Rendili Star Drive that stands as a testament to the art of warship design in the galaxy. Introduced around 119 BBY, its longevity and widespread use across various factions including the Galactic Republic, Galactic Empire, New Republic, and even local governments speaks volumes about its versatility and enduring relevance in space warfare. The Dreadnaught's role as a battleship, patrol vessel, and convoy escort underscores its multifaceted capabilities in both offense and defensive engagements. In terms of design, the Dreadnaught class deviates significantly from contemporary ships like the Mon Calamari cruisers and Imperial Star Destroyers. While these vessels were either specialized for specific roles or epitomized the brute force approach, the Dreadnaught class was a master of adaptability. The 600-meter-long Leviathan was not just a symbol of military might, it was a tool for planetary occupation, showing its utility beyond just space battles. Its manufacturing cost was substantial at 7,200,000 credits, which reflects the advanced technology and resources invested into its creation. However, the black market value soaring to 35,555,000 for used models shows that high demand among factions that were not officially sanctioned to possess such military hardware, including notorious groups like the Hutts. In comparison to its counterparts, the Dreadnaught class was more than just a ship. It was a symbol of power and a floating fortress capable of holding its own against newer models. And despite its introduction over a century before the Battle of Yavin, its presence in fleets across the galaxy signifies its unwavering dominance in the field of space combat and control. And that's why it's become one of the most iconic and effective ships ever known. The physical structure and internal systems reveal a design that balances offensive capabilities, cargo capacity, and power management, albeit with some noted inefficiencies. The Dreadnaught's keel stretches nearly 600 meters with a distinct clam-like bow, with a width of 116.5 meters and a height of 129.7 meters, including that lower sensor array, all add to its striking profile. But it isn't just for intimidation, it all plays a crucial role in the ship's operational capabilities. The hull of the Dreadnaught is studded with a cluster of weapons blisters, a testament to its designation as a heavy cruiser and its role in frontline engagements. While it may be considered a downscaled warship compared to the more aggressive designs of the core worlds, its armament is nothing to scoff at. This spread of weapons allows the Dreadnaught to hold its own, of 10 medium turbo laser batteries, 5 at the fore and 5 at the aft, 20 light quad turbo laser cannons, 10 port and 10 starboard, 20 heavy laser cannons, 10 port and 10 starboard, and there is also a common modification to have an ion cannon or warhead launcher firing concussion missiles, with this ion ability allowing them to capture ships without destroying them, and these warheads often containing flak for an anti-starfighter defense. It's said that in terms of firepower, a group of 3 to 5 Dreadnought-class cruisers could collectively outgun an Imperial 1-class Star Destroyer. A key feature of the Dreadnought class is its massive cargo hold, located in the forward ventral portion of the ship. This hold, complemented by additional cargo spaces towards the center, allow for a substantial cargo capacity of 9,000 metric tons. This makes it not just a warship, but a capable vessel for transport and supply missions, with enough consumables to sustain operations for 1 to 2 years. The strategic placement of these cargo areas in front of the main reactor and secondary power generators showcases a design that considers the balance between combat readiness and logistical support. The ship's practical design also included docking ports on either side, allowing for efficient resupply and crew transfer operations. Additionally, several escape pods are integrated into its structure, ensuring crew safety in emergencies. Its propulsion system was marked by its 6 ion engines, providing a modest megalight speed of 13. This speed, while not groundbreaking, is sufficient for the role it's expected to play. We saw that it was armed to the teeth, but its defensive systems were equally robust. Deflector shield projectors, located inside some of the hull's blisters, provided substantial protection against enemy fire, with shielding rated at 1,920 SPD and a hull rated at 1,056 RU, meaning the Dreadnought was well equipped to withstand significant damage in combat. The placement of the primary and secondary sensor transceivers towards the stern of the vessel, on both the dorsal and ventral sides, was a design choice similar to that of the CR-90 corvettes, ensuring comprehensive situational awareness. Despite its formidable armament and defense, it did have its share of technological limitations. Its sublight and hyperspace speeds were considered subpar for its time, with an initial Class 4 hyperdrive rating. This rating was a notable drawback, as it limited the ship's rapid response and strategic redeployment abilities. It also suffered from computer failures, a flaw that could jeopardize operations during critical moments. And not knowing when this could happen must have been incredibly stressful for everyone on board, not to mention anybody depending on them showing up to save the day. Furthermore, when compared to contemporary designs, it did fall short in terms of firepower and shielding efficiency, But remember, those first versions came out 100 years ago, and so the later versions received upgrades to a Class II hyperdrive, bringing them on par with most capital ships in terms of speed. Though they did keep a backup Class 6, making sure they have redundancies and reliability. Though again, another mark against is that its power plant is noted for being inefficient, with a peak power output of approximately 1.9 to 10 to the 24th watts, which indicates a high energy yield, yet the inefficiency of its generators could lead to higher maintenance needs and operational costs. But one of its most striking aspects was its demanding crew requirements. To operate at optimal performance, each vessel required a crew of 16,000 members. This high crew-to-kilometer ratio, perhaps the highest among all modern starships, presented considerable challenges. Recruiting and supplying such a large crew turned each dreadnought into a logistical nightmare, stretching the resources of any organization that deployed them. In response to this issue, computerized, slaved-rig dreadnoughts were developed, drastically reducing the crew requirements to about 2,200 members. This dreadnought made them more manageable and cost-effective, albeit at the expense of some operational flexibility. And so the later versions of the Dreadnought around the Clone Wars and Galactic Civil War became quite respectable, with extensive and varied weaponry, robust defense systems, and practical design features, giving it a truly formidable presence. However, those computer failures, especially in the models that had heavy automation, could prove devastating and show that even the most iconic ships in the galaxy were not without their flaws. Initially, the Dreadnought was not designed for carrier duty, however, as the ships aged and underwent upgrades and retrofits, their roles evolved. Central cargo holds were converted into hangar spaces, significantly enhancing the ship's combat versatility. During the Clone Wars era, dreadnoughts commonly housed the predecessors to the TIE fighters, known annoyingly as the TIE starfighters, and later Imperial dreadnoughts often carried the standard TIE fighters. Non-Imperial variants, such as the Longshot, were equipped with other snub fighters like the Cloak Shape. Notable examples like the New Hope accommodated a diverse array of craft including X-Wings, assault shuttles, lifeboats, and at least one HWK-290 light freighter. The Leviathan, known for its anti-pirate operations, featured an expanded hangar capable of holding up to 60 starfighters, typically I-7 HAL runners, along with shuttles and ATPT walkers, especially in the Katana fleet variants. A unique feature of the Dreadnought was the absence of a visibly distinct bridge section. Instead, command decks and crucial crew stations were sheltered within the main armored superstructure, primarily located on the dorsal side of the bow. This design choice prioritized the protection of critical command functions over having organic eye visibility on the battlefield. It's kind of crazy that we don't see this design used more often, given how many times the exposed command bridge was exploited. In terms of sensor and navigation capabilities, the Dreadnought class was equipped with medium-range primary and secondary sensor transceivers. The standard-equipped navigation systems ensured that the vessel could operate effectively across various galactic regions. While these systems might not have been the most advanced, they were reliable and suited the multi-role nature of the Dreadnought. And turning to its history, we'll see that it was steeped in galactic conflict and technological innovation, making it a pivotal vessel in the annals of space warfare. Developed by Rendili Star Drive for the Republic Judicial Forces and as flagships for planetary security forces, the Dreadnought class drew its design inspiration from the larger Mandalorian Kandosi-type Dreadnought, a legacy of the Mandalorian Wars of the Old Republic era. This heritage and its introduction at least 80 years prior to the Clone Wars positioned the Dreadnought as a long-standing stalwart in the Republic's arsenal. During its early service, the Dreadnoughts were instrumental in quelling major conflicts. However, their operational shortcomings, particularly the enormous crew requirements, quickly became a problem. The Galactic Republic military responded to this challenge by developing a slave circuitry system, dropping it down from 16,000 to 2,200, which made logistics officers and recruiters a lot happier. The most notable implementation of this tech was in the Katana fleet, consisting of 200 heavy cruisers. Tragically, this project met a disastrous end when the crew were afflicted by a hive virus, leading to a catastrophic event where the entire fleet, linked together through that circuitry, performed a random hyperspace jump, resulting in the loss of their entire crew. The Dreadnought also featured prominently in the Rendili Home Defense Fleet and the ambitious Outbound Flight project, which aimed for extragalactic exploration using a design that incorporated 6 Dreadnoughts. Beyond the Galactic Republic, these ships were a staple for local forces, especially in areas where larger, more advanced warships were inaccessible due to financial or industrial limitations. In the Outer Rim, where the Trade Federation's restrictions limited access to advanced military hardware, locally produced or modified Dreadnought-class cruisers served as a vital part of planetary defense fleets. For instance, the Utapawan Security Force used them as anti-piracy vessels, though their largest Rendili cruisers were still substantially smaller than a Trade Federation battleship. During the Clone Wars, they saw extensive use during pivotal battles such as the Battle of Duro, Rendili, and Coruscant, with advanced assault ships and star destroyers often reserved for clone crews and elite Republic officers. So the Dreadnoughts were usually crewed by normal humans and aliens, either from planetary security forces or voluntary militias. The Republic Navy often paired them with the smaller, more agile Carrack-class light cruisers for escort duties. This combination of heavy firepower and durability of the Dreadnought class, with the speed and maneuverability of the Carrack, created a balanced and formidable fleet composition. A notable example of this deployment strategy was the case of the Dreadnought-class ship Mas Ramdar. This vessel, along with 3 Carrack-class cruisers, formed the backbone of Home Fleet Strike Group 5. This strike group was an integral part of the Coruscant Home Fleet, whose primary mission was to safeguard the Republic's capital. Some were refitted to carry the newer TIE starfighters during the Clone Wars, adapting to the evolving nature of space combat, and then of course the Imperial Navy kept this on with the TIE fighters, and this new chapter of extensive service history, going from fighting an overwhelming droid army to hunting down criminals and rebels. Because the Galactic Empire inherited so many of them, but was also obsessed with their new toys, the abundance of old dreadnoughts led to their widespread deployment, particularly in less critical sectors. Battle squadrons in these less important systems often had a Dreadnought-class cruiser as their centerpiece, in lieu of the more modern ISDs. This ensured that the Empire's might seemed to stretch everywhere, even areas deemed less strategically vital. Recognizing the potential of these vessels, the Imperial Starfleet initiated significant upgrades to enhance their operational efficiency and versatility. This is where you get the upgrade to the Class 2 hyperdrive, and the cargo mods holding squadrons of starfighters became the norm, allowing a relatively small fleet to lock down any obscure planet. And this cruiser's resilience and utility were dramatically highlighted 50 years after the loss of the Katana fleet, when Grand Admiral Thrawn recovered 178 ships from that old lost fleet. These vessels, with their abundance of cloned Navy crewmen, played a crucial role in Thrawn's strategic offensive against the New Republic. The recovery and subsequent utilization of these ships underscored their continued relevance and impact on the ongoing galactic power struggles. Garm Bel Iblis, a key figure during this period, also demonstrated the tactical value of dreadnoughts. Maintaining a personal fleet of 6 Katana fleet dreadnoughts, he was able to capture an additional 15, including the flagship, the Katana itself. He's one of those that equipped it with ion cannons, allowing him to snowball his fleet's power as he captured functional vessels. Though the final ship of the Katana fleet met its end in the battle for control of this fleet. The defense forces of Utapau, known as the Utapawan Security Forces, were also utilizing their dreadnoughts. Now they were actually downscaled versions, being significantly smaller than the massive Lucrehulk class battleships, which did show the adaptability of the dreadnought design, and manufacturer being able to meet the needs of different planetary defense forces. By the end of the Clone Wars and the transformation of the Republic into the Galactic Empire in 19 BBY marked a turn for many Republic vessels. A notable incident involving a Republic-marked dreadnought emerging from hyperspace near an abandoned Republic supply depot really highlights this transitional period. Broadcasting a distress call, unaware of the formation of the Galactic Empire, the vessel carried young clone troopers, the whole crew shocked and confused at their new place in the galaxy. In 2 BBY, its relevance in galactic conflicts was further exemplified during an insurgent action led by the smuggler Neville Signy on Bataan, who utilized dreadnought support vessels in their battle against the Empire, specifically targeting Admiral Thrawn's naval forces during the siege of the Creek Path mining and refining complex. Although these vessels were part of the insurgents' attack squadrons, they ultimately faced defeat against the Imperial forces, including Thrawn's flagship, the ISD Chimera. Throughout the Galactic Civil War, they would see heavy use by both the Empire and Rebel Alliance, though it did become increasingly rare due to combat stress, accidents, and just general wear and tear after all these decades. With the Empire locking down Rendili, the scarcity and replacements of parts further contributed to its decline in prevalence. But luckily for the Rebels, many damaged or decommissioned dreadnoughts were left abandoned, and even only being able to repair a few was an enormous boom to the budding Alliance. With the dreadnought's ability to carry a full squadron of starfighters in its hangar, especially useful for the Rebels' hit-and-run tactics. This period also saw the emergence of the Assault Frigate Mark II, a class of capital ships evolved from extensive modifications to the Dreadnought. These alterations resulted in a ship that bore little resemblance to the original Dreadnought class, including structural alterations and removals, and ultimately a reduction in crew requirements, along with increased maneuverability and speed, maintaining its armament, but it did lose some on defense in terms of the thickness of armor plating and even level of the shielding. So from the scaled down versions on Utapau to being transformed into the Assault Frigate Mark II, you can see this is a highly adaptable ship. One of the Rebel vessels, the Enigma, was rumored to be a haunted ship, plagued by unexplained power fluctuations, the mysterious breaking or disappearance of new parts, and even the vanishing of some crew members while aboard. While these occurrences could have been the work of some Imperial saboteur, some crew members believe the ship was truly cursed, with reports of ghosts seen wandering its corridors. This blend of technological issues, which had always plagued the line, with this new layer of superstition, only added to the mystique of this classic ship. During the blockade of Lothal by Grand Admiral Thrawn's 7th Fleet, the Imperial support vessel, a class including the Dreadnoughts, would play a significant role. However, that blockade was breached by the Rebel light freighter Ghost, which managed to sneak through by attaching itself to a cargo freighter in the year 1 BBY, which would lead to the final attack on Imperial forces, where the entire blockade, including Imperial support vessels, was destroyed by Purrgil, the massive hyperspace-capable creatures, all a part of Bridger's plan to liberate his homeworld. In 4 ABY, the Dreadnought class continued its service into the Rebel Alliance, as demonstrated by a raid on Imperial refining platform M36 in the Outer Rim territories. Rebel soldiers, led by a Pau'an Major and assisted by Jedi Commander Luke Skywalker, used the stolen Imperial vessel 49AX-3 for this operation. This mission, although initially jeopardized by an Imperial II-class Star Destroyer, was successful, thanks to Skywalker's intervention and clever diversion tactics using a private shuttle to distract enemy TIE fighters. And Galactic Emperor Palpatine attempted to use a Force vision to demoralize Skywalker, showing him the Rebels' dreadnoughts being destroyed. However, Skywalker managed to escape the Emperor's manipulation, allowing the successful escape of the Rebels aboard 49AX-3. In its early days, the New Republic relied heavily on the Dreadnoughts, utilizing a mix of donated, captured, or recovered vessels. This reliance was a practical solution, given the limited resources and urgent need of a capable fleet. However, the formal decommissioning of the Dreadnoughts came with a new class project, a strategic shift towards more advanced and efficient ship designs. No more energy-wasting engines, or wiring so bad that it sparked ghost stories. Despite this, Dreadnoughts remained active during the Yuuzhan Vong War, utilized by both the New Republic and its successor, the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances. What's really interesting is that some Dreadnoughts found a unique end as building material for the Hidden Temple during the Sith Imperial War in 127 ABY. And so you see its rich legacy, which is all sparked by Rendili Star Drive's practice of licensing local starships to produce their own variants. This approach led to a diverse range of Dreadnought models being built and fielded across the galaxy. Notable were the smaller versions used by the Utapauans, and the extreme models used by the Quarren engineers of the Mon Calamari shipyards. These engineers, who later defected to the Confederacy of Independent Systems during the Clone Wars, were instrumental in developing the Providence-class carrier destroyer and the upscaled Separatist Dreadnought. These ships were refined versions of the Rendili Dreadnought, and of course significantly contributed to the Separatist cause throughout the war. In conclusion, the Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser, through their adaptations, conversions, and diverse variants produced under licensing, left perhaps the most profound legacy of any ship in galactic history, spanning multiple governments and eras over 200 years, underscores the remarkable flexibility and enduring significance of the Dreadnought. So that's it for its breakdown, and as for cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff, the first new canon mention of the Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser was in the 52nd issue of Star Wars Build the Millennium Falcon, a magazine by De Agostini, published around December 30, 2015. It was visually depicted in the Star Wars Destiny 2-player game expansion, using artwork that was originally from the 2014 Star Wars Age of the Rebellion core rulebook, illustrated by Adam Lane. The Star Wars Destiny card Hangar Bay Imperial Fleet features this ship and was unveiled by Fantasy Flight Games website on August 30, 2017, before the product's launch. The Imperial support vessel's design in the episode was inspired by the Imperial Dreadnought from the Thrawn trilogy, Legend series by Timothy Zahn. The Dreadnought was first introduced in the trilogy's second book, Dark Force Rising, in 1992, but originally appeared in the 1989 Imperial sourcebook by Greg Gordon for Star Wars The Role-Playing Game. And so it's retained its look all these years across all these different media, not really changing in the original or new canon. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. And check out these other videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, the Rendili employee who crafted the ghost stories to cover up their shoddy workmanship definitely deserves a raise, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? In this video, we'll be pulling from every resource available from Canon and Legends to completely understand this fascinating species. The Umms, or Yazumi, represent a unique species in the diverse ecosystem of Endor's Forest Moon. They are sentient, neckless, furred, and round-bodied humanoids distinct in their physical characteristics and adaptive traits, especially when compared to other species inhabiting the same moon. Endor, located in the Outer Rim at grid coordinate H16, and along key trade routes like the Bakura Trace, Ovice Reach, and Shiratoku Way, offers a Type 1 atmosphere, breathable for most species, and a temperate climate with 85% standard gravity. This environment, characterized by massive pine and redwood forests, as well as deserts, plains, oceans, and mountain ranges, provides a rich yet challenging habitat for its inhabitants. The moon's low axial tilt and regular orbit around a gas giant primarily contribute to a stable, comfortable climate, conducive to the flourishing of various life forms. Flora such as the Cambylictus trees and the abundant fruits like the grava berries support a complex food web. Endor's biosphere is notable for possibly having the greatest number of sentient beings evolving on a single moon, not really seen anywhere else in the galaxy. A population that included the amphibious Gorf, mischievous Scandit, mystical Whiskies, warlike Duloc, and most frightening of all, the bloodthirsty Ewoks. Moreover, Endor is home to unique entities like Mount Sorrow and the Sun King, as well as other semi-sentient species like the Kaglis, Grass Trekkers, the Goraks, and the Dandelion Warriors. The presence of these varied life forms creates a dynamic ecological and socio-cultural landscape, where competition and coexistence are constant themes. The moon is also a haven for an array of deadly predators and a myriad of prey animals, contributing to its reputation as both a location of wonder and danger. Interestingly, Endor has also become a refuge for various shipwreck species, horrors that included frost giants, ogres, ice demons, Jawas, and of course, humans. This influx of diverse species only further complicated that web of ecological and cultural interactions. These mammals display a generally humanoid form, with round bodies enveloped in thick fur and long, spindly limbs, a morphology that possibly adapted for navigating the dense forests. In terms of stature, they're typically around 2 to 2.5 meters in height, or about 8 feet, categorizing them as one of the taller species on Endor, towering over and almost twice the height of your average Ewok. Their skin tones vary from brown to red, which might offer camouflage in their forested habitat, while their actual fur is an essential component of their thermal regulation, showing a remarkable variety in color, including shades of brown, blue, and black. The Uzzum's physical diversity is further highlighted in their facial and appendage features. Some members of the species are characterized by wide, toothy mouths, while others possess fangs, suggesting a variance in dietary habits or social behaviors. The coloration of their eyes ranges broadly from black to yellow, indicating a possible adaptation to different light conditions in their environment. Their feet also exhibit significant variation, with some groups having hooves, others possessing paw-like feet, and still others supporting claws. This could show that different groups across the moon were used to navigating different aspects of terrestrial environments, some in more mountainous or coastal regions, and different types of forests. Additionally, they have variation in auditory organs, some having long, pointed ears, while others have no visible ears. Again, likely driven from terrain differences and perhaps certain predators that were more of a problem for certain groups of Uzzums. An intriguing aspect of their society is the treatment of height diversity. While most of them are quite tall, the species does occasionally produce shorter people. These dwarf Uzzums often face social challenges, frequently becoming outcast within their communities.
He gives such short man energy that like I thought he
This aspect of their social structures underscores the complexity and just another challenge slapped on top of the others from deadly plants and predators. And with all these unique adaptations and environmental pressures, they've developed a distinct society and culture on Endor's Forest Moon, living in small nomadic groups, traversing the expansive plain areas, and their daily life predominantly revolves around hunting, with a particular focus on catching rodents like ruggers, which are abundant in the tall grasses. One of the most impressive aspects of their culture is the domestication of arachnoid Rakazak beasts. These creatures, towering at 3 meters tall with 8 limbs, are carnivorous and adept at spinning webs to trap prey. But they also hunt actively, rearing back on their hind legs and using their forelegs to ensnare prey. The Uzzums utilize these beasts as mounts during their hunts, taking advantage of their exceptional speed and height advantage, keeping riders safe from ground attacks. However, the Rakazak beasts were also targeted by predators like condor dragons. Just another look at that complex predator-prey dynamic. In terms of technology, the societies show a range of capabilities. While some groups have no technological advancements, others have developed primitive tools such as spears and forked lances for hunting and defense. more evidence that certain Uzum communities were facing way more pressures from other predators, not just beasts, but from those other sentient species like the Ewoks. They communicate in a language known as Uzum, characterized by its musical quality. This language is thought to be closely related to, or perhaps even the basis for Ewokese. The Uzums occasionally interact with the Ewoks and other species on the moon, with many Ewoks being able to understand Uzum. Many Coruscanti linguistic experts do think that it was a proto-language of Ewokese. But despite their linguistic connections, and at least some level of shared culture or understanding, Uzums are not averse to consuming Ewok younglings. And in line with that darker aspect of their culture, some of them have been known to serve entities like Morag, the Tolga witch. But due to their musical language, Uzums have been exported as pets or found work as singers. A notable example is Joe Yowza, a Uzum performer in Jabba the Hutt's court and a member of the Max Rebo band. Yowza's talents, however, were a source of contention within the band, and his fate after his tenure with the band reflects the complex and often perilous life of Uzums in the wider galaxy. Another one was Wham Lufba, known as Bam, who left his moon and found himself on Tatooine, working as a pest exterminator for Jabba. Lufba's role allowed him to inconspicuously overhear the various schemes within Jabba's court, showing that they were ever adaptable, even on far-off desert worlds, and always on the lookout for new predators in the environment. Furthermore, Uzums have established colonies on other worlds around the galaxy, adapting at a galactic level, and integrating into a wide array of different planetary ecosystems and societies. There was a small amount of Ewoks that could say the same, but in a way, these strange-looking little furballs may have emerged as the victors of the intense evolutionary pressures on the moon of Endor, stretching out further from their home than any of their rivals. So that's it for the breakdown. As for behind-the-scenes facts, they were first introduced in 1983 with Return of the Jedi, and conceptualized as a species cohabitating with the Ewoks on the Forest Moon. Initially, they were intended to play a significant role, but the high production costs led to scaling back their presence. As a result, only a single Uzum puppet was created, and ended up being used in a background scene in Jabba the Hutt's palace. That Uzum character was later digitally added in an expanded musical scene in the 1997 special release for Return of the Jedi. In Solo, A Star Wars Story Tales from Vandor, a 2018 replica journal by Jason Fry, the Uzums are mentioned among other formidable species like the Wookiees, Hawks, and Gigorans. However, Fry later clarified that he was actually referring to the Uzem, a different species of large, furry humanoids that made their first appearance in the 1978 Legends novel Splinter of the Mind's Eye. So I'll see if I can get a video out on the Uzem. The absurdity that these are two different species of very similar traits show just how rich Star Wars lore can be. Please hit that like button, it really is the best way to help me out. Subscribe if you want to see more, and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, the only thing scarier than a bloodthirsty Ewok is a witch-worshipping furball galloping towards you on their spider mount. And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This breakdown will be pulling from every source available to completely understand this fascinating species. Residing on the remote but somehow always in the news planet of Tatooine, the Jawa species, sentient and reminiscent of diminutive rodent-like creatures, can brag that their planet's name comes from their own native word for their world, Taduini, located at R6 in what was called the Slice within the Outer Rim. These beings trace their lineage back to the Kamunga, ancient inhabitants of a pre-desert Tatooine, thriving long before the emergence of the Galactic Republic. In a dramatic pre-25-200 BBY event, the Rakata from the Infinite Empire orchestrated a catastrophic orbital strike as retribution against the Kamunga's insubordination. This assault transformed Tatooine's verdant surface into a sea of fused glass, later crumbling into the iconic desert sands.
It would appear that they once had a thriving technologically advanced society, but were wiped out by a much more sophisticated alien species. His arrogant people touched the stars, and this sin drew the attention of the builders. Soil became glass, grinding to sand, but the fight was long planned, and his people were safe, deep in cave homes carved from valley wall.
This dramatic environmental upheaval led to the evolutionary bifurcation of the Kamunga into the towering Gorfas, ancestors of the Sand People, and the comparatively diminutive Jawas. Intriguingly, analysis of ancient stone carvings scattered across worlds, including Corellia and Coruscant, have led Imperial Archaeologist Division experts, circa 1 ABY, to speculate of an era of Jawa interstellar travel. However, this theory still remains unconfirmed, and adding to the mystery, Jawas during the Jedi Civil War portrayed themselves as unrelated to the Sand People and as aliens to Tatooine, raising questions about their origin and history, which may or may not be a strategic disassociation from their more belligerent relatives. Physically, Jawas average 1 meter in height and 30 kilograms in mass, with black skin and hair, and eyes shimmering in hues of yellow, orange, or red. Their expected lifespan mirrors a standard 80-year cycle, and they follow an omnivorous diet. The enigma of what lies beneath their heavy robes has fueled rampant speculation among Tatooine settlers, with theories ranging from giant rodents to devolved humans. And while most Jawas conform to their 1 meter height norm, some exceptionally tall individuals almost match the 1.71 meters of a 3PO series protocol droid. This could just be a random genetic mutation, or maybe one of them salvaged some growth hormone, but it might be more evidence to that theory of them being aliens from a once spacefaring Jawa people, and these latent genetic attributes just pop up every now and then. A unique cultural aspect of Jawa life is their distinctive robes, tailored for moisture regulation and insulation. These garments, initially cut to the armpit in youth, are gradually lengthened as the Jawa grows, with the hem serving as a measure of height. An adult Jawa's robe typically measures 5 to 6 hems, as both a marker of maturity and a testament to their life journey. The notorious gangster Adwin Charu once described the Jawa's scent as musky and animalistic, likening it to a group of damp rats. So although I think we'd all love to tour a Jawa sandcrawler, you might not want to smell it. And you gotta imagine predators could pick up on that scent from miles away. Pelimoto, an observer of Jawa physiology, noting their surprisingly furry nature, in studies conducted by Boabab xenobiologists through examination of Jawa corpses and skeletal remains, revealed their gaunt, rodent-like appearance, with withered faces and those characteristic yellow eyes. And like with many other humanoid species, there's always a potential link to Rakkatan's genetic manipulations. They meticulously conceal their faces with cloth shrouds, serving multiple purposes: moisture retention, identity concealment, and body heat regulation. Embedded within these cloths are polished orange gemstones, designed to shield their sensitive eyes from Tatooine's glaring suns. Their hands, the only visible parts of their bodies, are where we can actually see some of the tufts of fur on their palms. And that scent that was overwhelmingly strong to most species is an intricate communication tool among Jawas. It conveys a wealth of information, including identity, health status, clan lineage, dietary habits, emotional state, and more. This potent odor is intensified by their practice of soaking their robes in a special moisture-retaining solution, and their aversion to water-wasting activities like bathing, which tend to attract insect swarms into their hoods. They've also evolved several crucial survival traits. They possess exceptional night vision and a robust immune system. Their normal body temperature soars to 46 degrees Celsius or 116 degrees Fahrenheit, indicative of a high metabolism and effective digestive system. This physiological setup allows them to extract maximum nutrients from their primary food source, the Huba gourd. They epitomize the essence of a communal, scavenging society, dedicating their lives to meticulously combing the deserts of Tatooine. The pursuit is the recovery of any remnant of metal, droid, or mechanical component, and there is plenty of it, a testament to the planet's long history of star travel and technological progress. The arid climate of Tatooine acts as a natural preservative, aiding their quest by keeping these relics largely intact. And while many non-Jawas view them as mere scavengers and thieves, the Jawas wear this as a badge of honor.
Tika, if you're going to steal my parts and then sell them back to me, could you at least clean them first, as a courtesy?
Their unspoken creed revolves around them not seeking practical utility in their scavenged finds, but envisioning potential users for them. This philosophy underpins their relentless trade endeavors, dealing with almost any entity they encounter. They possess an almost innate knack for machinery and electronics, skilled in revitalizing equipment just long enough to make it marketable. And if it breaks down, you just have repeat customers.
Hey, what are you trying to push on us?
Their society is structured around clan families, each with defined territories for residence and scavenging. Leadership within the clans is twofold: the male clan chief, who leads each sandcrawler, and the more influential female shaman, who oversees the clan's overall operations.
Sith doctors are very curious about the source of your powers.
Shamanic ascension is unique. hinging on either exhibiting Force abilities, surviving an illness with hallucinatory visions, or being selected as the incumbent shaman's successor. Shamans, revealed for their perceived foresight and mystical powers, play a pivotal role in the clan, performing rituals and spells for protection and prosperity. Despite the patriarchal leanings of Jawa society, shamans command immense respect and do not travel with the sandcrawlers, instead residing within the clan's fortress. Hinting at two things: there's almost a Viking-like aspect here, all packing into a sandcrawler to sail the dune seas, and hoping to find treasures to bring back home to your clan. And in a world with countless deadly predators, both beasts and blaster-wielding variants, they truly felt that the rituals and spells performed by the shaman protected them. But beyond the shamans, Jawa society generally accords little respect to females. With no power over decisions, meant to stay in the homes within the fortress, while the crux of the male's existence is scavenging and trading. Upon reaching adulthood, Jawas are assigned to their sandcrawlers to partake in the hunt of salvageable goods. Those not involved in scavenging reside in the fortress hidden deep in the desert, and where Jawa children are safely raised. These fortresses, constructed from the remnants of wrecked spacecraft, serve as bastions against sand people, crate dragons, and Tatooine's fierce sandstorms. And though it's never mentioned, we have to wonder if Jawas ever attacked rival fortresses. But what we know for sure is that peace was the norm amongst clans. Annually, just before Tatooine's storm season, an extraordinary event takes place: the Jawa Swap Meet in the Dune Sea's Great Basin. Here, sandcrawlers from various clans converge, and Jawas engage in an exchange of salvage. This gathering also serves as a platform for inter-clan activities like sharing navigational data about the ever-shifting desert terrain, and arranging marriages to foster cultural and genetic diversity amongst the clans. The Jawa's ingrained scavenger instincts extend to their social norms, particularly in matrimonial matters. It's commonplace among different Jawa family clans to engage in the barter of sons and daughters for marriage, a term in Jawese that translates to trading of marriage merchandise. And the norm in all clans was a public consummation of these marriages, which was not optional but expected and customary. A way of ensuring amongst all the different clans that this marriage was legit, and that the two you were looking at swapping moisture rags hopefully really would be the mother and father of whatever offspring came about. Communication within all Jawa communities is conducted in Jawese, a language characterized by its high-speed variability and complexity. The language becomes even more nuanced with the incorporation of sense to add emphasis and tonal subtleties. To facilitate trade and interaction with other species, Jawas employed a simplified version of their language known as the Jawa trade language.
It is doubtful he can be clearer. Their language is difficult even for droids. He is using a trade language to try and help.
This dialect strips away the olfactory elements and uses more simple words and grammar to make it more accessible for those species frequently engaging with them. Their culinary preferences include a fondness for squills, valued for their tough and robustly flavored meat. An anecdotal incident involves the Jawa clan scavenging an Imperial transport capsule, where they fortuitously discovered squills and were very happy to have both a meal and new scrap material. And despite their generally peaceful nature, Jawas are occasionally equipped for self-defense. Their arsenal typically includes ion blasters, designed to disable droids rather than cause physical harm, and restraining bolts for droid control. In addition to this, they are often equipped with an array of tools for droid repair, demonstrating their ingenuity, and they are skilled at constructing monster droids, bespoke assemblages crafted from various droid parts, tailored to meet the specific requirements of their customers. Though oddly, they never seem to have any lethal weaponry or droid units to help in defense, which is even more odd when you understand their history. Their need for a secure sanctuary, especially from the physically dominant Gorfas, who often attacked and enslaved them, was a defining aspect of their culture.
Came out of nowhere. Wait, damn it! Here they come again. How did it do that?
This necessity became particularly pressing around 3959 BBY. During this period, the Zerka Corporation introduced several sandcrawlers to Tatooine, lured by the prospect of lucrative mining opportunities. However, the corporation soon vacated the planet, deterred by the instability of the local ores.
Zerka Corporation has really tried to hide this, but it just seems that Tatooine metal is unfit for effective manufacturing.
The Jawas, seizing this opportunity, quickly repurposed the abandoned sandcrawlers into mobile homes. These mammoth vehicles not only offered protection from Gorfa attacks, but also revolutionized Jawa society, facilitating their nomadic lifestyle of scavenging across the desert, becoming a symbol of Jawa resilience and resourcefulness, and forever ensuring that these people would be great mechanics, as it all required constant upkeep to remain operational. With the settlement of colonists on Tatooine, the Jawas, in contrast to the hostile Sand People, saw this as an opportunity. Utilizing their sand crawlers, they scoured the desert for discarded droids and equipment, which were either sold or bartered. However, their occasional tendency to appropriate items of interest did tarnish their reputation among settlers, casting them as somewhat untrustworthy. But they were far too valuable trade partners, and nowhere near the problem that the Sand People were. The profits from these trades presumably went to purchasing some exotic meats and other supplies and essentials for the Sandcrawler crew and for their families back in the fortress. Their adaptability and scavenging skills led them to venture beyond Tatooine to other planets such as Ryloth, Florum, and garbage-rich worlds like Raxus Prime, home to the Miknu clan. They were also observed on Gennon, working for the crime lord Grappa, and even on the bustling planet of Coruscant. And Arcan 4 was just another one of the planets that made their Jawa presence known. In 19 BBY, when Jedi Das Janir visited Orvax 4, two of his companions, belonging to a shorter species, disguised themselves as Jawas. This tactic suggests that Jawas were not an uncommon sight on Orvax 4, more evidence to how widespread their presence was, and how they were integrated into various planetary cultures. In the pivotal year of 0 BBY, they would become entangled with the will of the Force itself when they incapacitated the droid R2-D2 and brought him into their sandcrawler, where C-3PO was already captive. Selling these droids off to Owen Lars, this transaction would change the fate of the entire galaxy. By 4 ABY, a Jawa sandcrawler captain named Teal Kak made an extraordinary discovery. While salvaging Grizzid's crashed ship, he encountered a Rancor, which he handed over to Jabba de Silajectior, the notorious Hutt crime lord. Post the Battle of Endor, a rather unusual situation unfolded involving Jawas, with a group of 480 being transported to the moon of Endor as a part of a salvage mission to recover valuable technology from the remnants of the battle, involving Imperial ships and vehicles, and the greatest salvage of all, the Death Star. However, the mission took an unexpected turn when the Jawas mutinied, forming a bandit gang that targeted visitors to the moon. Perhaps all this greenery just drove them mad, not being able to get outside and touch sand. In the aftermath of the Battle of the Great Pit of Carkoon, Jawas with yellow eyes found Boba Fett, weakened from his escape from a Sarlacc, and they stripped him of his corroded Mandalorian armor. When Fett regained consciousness, a Jawa knocked him out again with a blaster. The armor eventually found its way into the hands of red-eyed Jawas, and remember, these different eye colors are actually based to the gems that they put in these eye sockets, but it was these Jawas that encountered Cobb Vanth, a fugitive from Mos Belgo. In exchange for a Comtomo of Silcax oxalate crystals, the Jawas offered Vanth the Mandalorian armor. By 17 ABY, some Jawas were forcefully taken to Skip 5 on the Smuggler's Run to assist with repairing damaged Imperial equipment. Additionally, a galactic beverage named Jawa Juice served the establishments like Dex's Diner on Coruscant. And supposedly this is where the drink became famous, although it neither originated from this diner nor was made by Jawas. And remember that emerging theory that they might have once been a spacefaring people. Perhaps the so-called off-world Jawas were just getting back to their roots. Their migration to other planets, facilitated by their great trade connections, led them to continue their scavenging practices in new environments. On Navarro, home to the Tribe, in Arvala 7, where a clan owned a sandcrawler, Jawas maintained their traditional lifestyle. It's not clear how this was moved here, if it actually came from Tatooine, or perhaps was built here, having parts ordered and or salvaged. We know they could probably build anything they wanted wherever they were, as long as they had the right parts. If not, it must have been a massive transport ship to get one off of Tatooine and across the galaxy. And on Arvala 7, Din Djarin, the Mandalorian bounty hunter, encountered these Jawas when he found his ship, the Razor Crest, partly dismantled by them. After a confrontation, and with the assistance of Kuo and Ugnaught, Djarin negotiated with the Jawas, agreeing to retrieve a Mudhorn egg in exchange for the parts of his ship. His success in this task led to the restoration of the ship's components, and what would become Djarin's signet of Clan Mudhorn. And by getting them such an exotic good, they were able to overlook the use of a war crime weapon against them. So that's it for the breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, the iconic Jawas made their debut in Star Wars Episode 4, where Lucas initially envisioned a Jawa prototype resembling a rat, but later discarded the idea and deemed it overly theatrical, going for the more mysterious look of them being all covered up. In the actual movie, the Jawas are portrayed by 12 local children, including Tiffany L. Kurtz, the daughter of Gary Kurtz, a producer of the film. They wore black stocking masks and eye bulbs wired to create the glowing eye effect. The canonical appearance of Jawas beneath their hoods remains a mystery, as no official source has confirmed their true looks, though all the lore from those different scientists do all but confirm that they would just look like rats. Behind the scenes imagery from Return of the Jedi shows them with squarish heads, black cloth, and large mechanical yellow eyes. But of course those latter parts are part of the costume design and not necessarily indicative of their actual appearance. and their ties to their violent cousin species was in the original Star Wars novelization, hinting at a possible kinship between the Jawas and Tusken Raiders, and describes the Jawas in a metaphorical sense as rodent-like and akin to devolved humans. In 1978, musician Neil Young featured small hooded creatures with glowing eyes, named Road Eyes, in his concerts and tour film, and on the cover of his album Rust Never Sleeps. This led to one of the more unusual copyright infringement cases related to Star Wars, which was eventually settled at a court. In Knights of the Old Republic, they explored the theory that Jawas, along with Gorfas, may be human or at least human-related, and suggested in a dialogue with the Sand People storyteller, where HK-47 comments humorously on the potential strain such a theory could put on the meatbags belief system, as the Gorfas demonize the human settlers, and vice versa.
Cautionary, Master, if you mean to suggest that humanity is ancestrally linked to ancient Tatooine, you will strain his belief system to its pitiful meatbag maximum.
The Jawas also inspired elements in other Lucasfilm creations. For instance, the Weavers Guild in the computer game Loom does bear a resemblance to the Jawas. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, subscribe to see more, and check out these other videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, pop some new filters in your helmet if you're gonna tour a sandcrawler, and the Force will be with you. Always.
The Imperial interlopers destroyed all that we knew and loved in the Night of 1,000 Tears.
What's up, MetaNerdz? In this video, we'll be using every source available to fully understand the infamous primary bomber of the Empire. The TIE SA, for Surface Assault, was one of the principal triad of TIE craft serving the Galactic Empire, two cousins being the TIE Fighter and TIE Interceptor. Designed from its inception as a dedicated bomber variant, the TIE Bomber featured an internal ordnance bay capable of carrying a vast range of munitions for surface and space targets, details which we'll get to in a bit. Navy, Army, and Stormtrooper forces could all call upon the TIE Bomber to provide devastating fire support to any target in any environment. Designed and manufactured by the legendary Sinar Fleet Systems in order to replace the lighter TIE GT. As you'd expect, it's built around the eponymous twin-ion engines. This propulsion system, the PS4 twin-ion engines, was known for its simplicity and reliability, with no moving parts, which made it very low maintenance while lightening the craft overall and improving maneuverability. Its reliability was further enhanced by sharing numerous components with others in its family, including the cockpit, wing brace, laser armament, and drive system. Unlike complex, high-technology craft like the Rebel X-Wing, TIEs were usually combat-ready at a moment's notice. There was also no hyperdrive or dedicated shields, two of the most complex and expensive components for any craft, but this lightened the logistical and monetary strain on this series. On the other hand, it made the TIE bombers dependent on a mothership to bring them in between systems. But that's not really an issue, as the Imperial flag reigned across the galaxy. The bombers did not even include landing gear, just another component meant to lighten the craft and extend its range. Instead, they would be typically docked in suspended gantries, with their pilots boarding through a dorsal hatch. And for maintenance and servicing, the bombers would be cycling through moving launch racks to a separate space where they would be refilled and rearmed, before being moved combat-ready back into the flight bay. And while they were structurally capable of sitting on their wings, this would strain the craft's frame. And Imperial pilots were conditioned to rely on specialized facilities, which also had the psychological effect of making sure they didn't feel independent. But all these cost and weight-saving measures did lead to many disadvantages. Without a hyperdrive, the TIE Bomber could not be used to conduct out-of-system strikes. Without shields, the bomber was punishing to fly, as one mistake could leave the craft crippled or destroyed by an enemy fighter. But of course, Sinar's design bore fruit in the area where it was intended, increasing maneuverability. The TIE Bomber boasted a stunningly impressive rating of 86 DPF, making it 45% more agile than its counterpart, the BTLB Y-Wing, and only 14% slower than the viciously nimble TIE Interceptor. Perhaps most impressively, the TIE SA was 15% more agile than the X-Wing, enabling it to theoretically outmaneuver the queen of Rebel fighter craft. And speed-wise, the TIE Bomber performed adeptly with a maximum speed of 80 megalights, identical to its Y-Wing counterpart, and not too far behind the 100 megalight speed of the TIE Fighter and X-Wing. Laden with ordnance, however, the TIE SA was a plodding snubcraft, managing only a 60 megalight speed fully loaded. So they're somewhat banking on a surprise attack, delivering all their ordnance, and then making a more speedy retreat as other Imperial forces flood in. Its atmospheric performance was slightly worse compared to in a vacuum, with a max atmospheric speed of 850 km per hour, slightly slower than the B-Wing and X-Wing, as the blunt, solar panel wings of the craft slowed it considerably in yawning maneuvers, though still decent ability to pitch and roll, as these angled solar wings, built to increase durability, ironically made the TIE bomber slightly better suited to turning in atmosphere than its TIE fighter stablemate. Now that speed and maneuverability are out of the way, let's get to the part you've all been waiting for, the firepower. The most notable feature of the TIE SA is its twin pod design, with the port pod solely reserved for ordnance. A series of 3 independently rotating weapon rings carry a wide variety of munitions, racked and loaded by an internal maneuvering arm as the pilot selected his choice of ordnance. The potential payload could include one or a tailored mixture of proton bombs, proton torpedoes, guided concussion missiles, simple thermal detonators, or orbital mines up to a weight of 15 metric tons. 2 of the internal weapon rings carried spherical ordnance such as the proton bombs and mines, fed into a bomb chute for vertical delivery, while the 3rd was dedicated to missile armament and fired directly forward. Bomber squads could perform a wide variety of space or ground tasks, from seeding space with orbital mines to precision bombing of ground targets to delivering devastating volleys of concussion missiles against enemy fighter formations. The bomber had a reputation for precise delivery of firepower, delivering a tailored payload where the immolation of an ISD's orbital bombardment might be a tad excessive, and for those first 19 years of the Empire, might get those pesky civilian and senatorial critics talking. But precision is still a relative term though, as a squadron of 12 or a wing of 72 could very well flatten an entire town, borough, or installation with carpet bombing. For more specialty missions, the TIE SA could also carry thousands of dispersible pamphlets to weaken enemy morale, flip a rebellious population back to supporting the Emperor, or supply canisters to resupply isolated Imperial forces. As with other TIE cousins, the bomber's ion engines made an eerie howl passing overhead. A sound of hope for Imperial troopers, and a terrifying banshee call for rebels. In the heavily jammed electronic battle scene in the galaxy far, far away, electronic warfare systems were crucial for the success of the TIE bomber, and it came well equipped with a dedicated EMP generator mounted between the twin pods and used to short out a target's defensive electronic systems. This, coupled with a SFS TS-7B targeting computer, ensured that launched missiles and bombs reached their target. For ground strike missions, the TIE SA's Nordoxicom bomb site ensured reasonable precision, whether from close runs or high altitude. For self-defense, the TIE SA also carried a pair of SFS LS-1 laser cannons mounted on the chin of the pilot pod, identical to those carried aboard the TIE fighters. And so even though it was a bit slower overall, those laser cannons could still be equally deadly against unlucky rebel flyers. But of course, relative to the fighter or interceptor, those were rarely used, as they were forward fixed, and so most of the time it was better to just try and escape, not turn around and engage the forces that were following you after your bombing. Most would just try and get back to their carrier as quick as possible. Later TIE variants intended for bombings like the TIE Aggressor would include a turret similar to the Y-Wing, to at least offer some protection to its aft quarter. The TIE line has an infamous reputation for fragility, but in the case of the TIE SA, a variety of design features led to an increased, although frankly still not too good, durability. The entire craft was bulkier and reinforced not only to handle a heavy bomb load, but also to absorb the backblast of their own detonating munitions. Like others in the line, the TIE bomber's hull was made with titanium alloy, reinforced with quadanium steel armor. Its hull was rated as 3 times more durable than that of the standard TIE, although it was somewhat weaker than the Y or X-Wings. Unlike most other TIE variants, the bombers actually included life support for its pilot, although they still wore the complete flight suit as a matter of course in case of damage or destruction. While these features increased survivability, the TIE SA pilot really could only expect to survive when ejecting in atmosphere. Its relative slowness compared to the rest of the TIE line, combined with its lack of shields, made it easy prey alone. The X-Wing pilots referring to the unfortunate craft as dupes. An Imperial doctrine called for TIE squadrons to be escorted by other fighters and interceptors. But of course the bomber squadrons were the ones most targeted, and they suffered significant casualties in the face of determined resistance. Its chief asset, its maneuverability, could only be used if the bombers broke off their straight-line attack runs, which in essence would mean that the TIEs failed their mission even if the crafts themselves survive. Due to this disincentivation and the strict discipline of Imperial pilots, the TIE SA rarely got to showcase the impressive agility that, in theory, was the craft's most survivable feature. The TIE SA hull would be used to spawn a number of subvariants, the most directly related of which is the TIE boarding shuttle. This model replaced the munitions in the starboard pod, with seating for a dozen personnel for boarding operations. Other variants included the triple pod TIE Heavy Bomber and quadruple pod TIE Punisher. And during the grinding Rebel reconquest of the galaxy, this bomber became increasingly outdated, moving from a serviceable if somewhat unprotected bomber to a nearly obsolete and vulnerable craft. Designs such as the Scimitar Assault Bomber, approved by Grand Admiral Thrawn, would remedy the situation, keeping the TIE line viable and lethal. And stay tuned as we expect to have all these variants get their own video in the future. And unlike some craft, the TIE Bomber is virtually identical in Legends and canon sources. In fleet engagements, TIE Bombers served a crucial role as part of an Imperial commander's arsenal. Typical complement of Imperial Star Destroyers would include 72 TIEs, split across 6 squadrons, one squadron of which would be TIE SAs. Battle TIE Bombers could deliver firepower beyond the reach of ISD turbolasers, or supplement the ship's assault at close range with ion or proton torpedoes. The ISD was also vulnerable to attacks in its rear quarter, with most of its heavy guns positioned to fire forward or in broadsides. TIE Bombers filled this gap, keeping pesky Rebel frigates or other warships from getting into such a position. As mentioned before, they could also be used for precise ground strikes, especially where the ISDs did not have a direct line of sight, such as on the far side of moons or in Rebel bases tucked away in hard-to-reach canyons or other similar features. Among the TIE Bombers' key moments in history, they hunted for the Millennium Falcon after the evacuation of Hoth, bombing the asteroid the freighter was hiding in an attempt to flush the wily smuggler out into the open, and fulfilled their more expected role in the famous off-screen battle, bombing the Rebel base on Yavin 4 after the destruction of the first Death Star, inflicting serious damage in a small retribution for the major humiliation the Rebels had caused. They also shredded the X7 factory station, responsible for manufacturing the TIE Defenders of the rogue Grand Admiral Zarin, and perhaps most infamously, were used to deadly effect on the Mandalorian homeworld, reducing the capital of the most proud fighters in the galaxy to ash and rubble, and of course used extensively throughout the Galactic Civil War and beyond. As for its size, it was a chunky but compact boy, coming in smaller than both the TIE Fighter and TIE Interceptor. If one of these landed on Earth, it'd be about as long as an adult Malaysian reticulating python, or 2 medium sedans, and about as wide as a bowling lane is long. And Shaq's Illuminati clone standby could stand on his shoulders and just about touch the top of that wing, or a bit taller than both a Vulture droid and Tri-Fighter. That's it for its breakdown, but as for some cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, the bomber was actually designed for A New Hope, but it didn't make its way onto screen until Empire Strikes Back, with the TIE Shuttle compatriot first appearing in the cross-section of the Imperial Star Destroyer Devastator. The TIE has been an ever-popular model for LEGO sets, with several coming out over the years. And if you want to try it yourself, be sure to check out Empire at War and its mods, such as Thrawn's Revenge, as you could command the TIE SA, TIE Heavy Bomber, Punisher, and Scimitar. Funny enough, the power plant listed for the TIE Bomber, which I specifically didn't mention until here, is the same IA-2B reactor which propels Imperial Star Destroyers. And so while it's possible Sinar used the same name for 2 different types of reactors, it's more likely that this is just a continuity error. So what do you think? Were you surprised at some of the features of the TIE Bomber? Or do you still think the Rebels were right in just calling them dupes? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. Subscribe if you want to see more and check out these videos. But most important of all, remember, when you hear that TIE Bomber howl, it's already too late to change your allegiance. So hopefully the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This complete breakdown will pull from every Legends and canon source to completely understand the Amani species, a group of sentient planarians that originate from the planet Meridoon, located in the eponymous star system within the Rolian sector of the Outer Rim territories. This planet, situated at Q6 on the standard galactic grid, epitomizes the archetype of an unassuming world. Meridoon's landscape is characterized by its gently undulating terrain, blanketed in expansive rolling grasslands. Historically, this planet remained relatively untouched by the broader galactic conflicts and industrial exploitation, primarily due to its lack of significant resources. Unlike planets such as Lothal, which are rich in mineable materials, Meridoon's primary natural offering is its vast quantities of grass, and not the type the Pikes want. The environmental conditions on Meridoon are conducive to supporting life, with the most common breathable Type 1 atmosphere and a temperate climate. However, the ecosystem presents its challenges, including dangerous predators that add an element of risk to the planet's otherwise tranquil appearance. Those grasslands are a notable feature, with the grasses growing to impressive heights of over 2 meters. This dense vegetation is interspersed with colossal, deep-rooted trees that emerge in areas with abundant water reserves near the surface. These trees, through a process of gradual integration, often merge with neighboring trees to form larger structures. In this unique ecological setting, the Amani have established their existence, adapting to the planet's conditions and threats. They are known for hunting charnoks, a species native to Meridoon, and additionally the presence of mastiff phalons, formidable creatures residing in the fields, further underscore this planet's hidden dangers. Comparatively, the Amani's adaptation to Meridoon's environment is quite different from other species in the galaxy. Many species evolve or modify their surroundings to exploit natural resources or to protect against environmental hazards. In contrast, the Amani's evolution seems to be in harmony with Meridoon's natural state, emphasizing coexistence rather than dominance or alteration of their habitat. It's the anti-Coruscant. This symbiotic relationship with their environment, devoid of significant technological or industrial intervention, sets the Amani apart from almost all other sentient species, as even those like the Degruda would integrate some off-world tech, and of course those who were subjugated against their will by the more powerful galactic forces. Their physical appearance is marked by a striking coloration, deep yellow skin on the front, and a dark green rear hood extending from the neck down to their feet and tail. This color scheme serves a dual purpose. Firstly, it allows the Amanian to camouflage effectively within the forest, and of course in the grasslands. And secondly, the skin's pigmentation signals its poisonous nature, a defensive trait crucial for survival. The skin secretes a poisonous slime, which not only maintains moisture but also deters most predators. The notable exception to this defense is the Charnock, a formidable 8-legged horned crocodile, adept in climbing and leaping, which was in no way deterred by this poison. It might have even seen it as a seasoning, as the Charnock became the primary threat to the Amanin. In terms of sensory adaptations, the Amanin's small eyes are especially adapted to the dim lighting conditions on Meridoon, while their small, sharp-toothed mouths and long tongues are ideal for consuming raw game. To the horror of most species, they expel biological waste through their mouth, a trait that necessitates privacy when off-world due to its disturbing nature to other species. Their keen sense of smell is especially acute, enabling them to detect strangers from considerable distances, but putting the excellent nose above the poop chute might have made many Amani question intelligent design.
You should see the faces, by the way, of those who think that they are the result of an intelligent design.
Physiologically, the Amanin possess long, thin arms and fingers, contrasted by shorter, thicker legs with large feet. This anatomy is perfectly suited to an arboreal lifestyle, allowing them to navigate the high treetops of their home planet. And while their walking speed is slow, they have the unique ability to curl into a ball and roll at high speeds across flat terrain, a mode of movement that also doubles as a tactical maneuver in hostile encounters. And interestingly, we see the same thing with the Colicoids, who designed the Droidica's rolling feature on their own biology. If these two species ever went to war, it'd make for some silly battles. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Amanin biology is their organ system. They have small but widespread vital organs, including redundant systems for major organs like the heart, liver, and lungs. The brain structure is decentralized, consisting of multiple nerve clusters distributed throughout the body. This biological configuration grants them extraordinary resilience to injuries. In theory, it even allows for the possibility of two identical Amanin to regenerate from a bisected individual. Perhaps one day some up-and-coming Coruscanti biologist or evil Sith scientist will ignore the Senate's regulations in the name of science. And their society is organized by tribes, with each tribe being led by an individual known as the Lore Keeper. These Lore Keepers are pivotal figures within Amanin society, presumably responsible for maintaining and passing down the tribe's knowledge, history, and traditions, like we saw with the Tusken Raiders. And the societal model suggests a rich cultural heritage, where oral history and ancestral wisdom play a significant role in their communal life. Tribes spread throughout the dense jungles and forests would lead a predominantly hunter-gatherer lifestyle, often consuming raw flesh, though it isn't known for sure if they were omnivores or not. After eating their game, the animal skins would provide both shelter, clothing, and material for tools, and so the Amanin tribes were able to satisfy most of their needs through hunting. However, the spatial distribution of these forests on Meridoon creates a unique dynamic for the Amanin. The forests are interspersed with open savanna lands, referred to by them as Gruntak. This segmentation of landscape influences the movement and territorial behaviors of the Amanin tribes. When a particular forest becomes overly crowded, a situation likely exacerbated by the limited resources and space within these regions, the Amanin then are compelled to migrate. They utilize their unique ability to roll across the plains at high speeds to reach another forested area. This migration, however, is not without its challenges. The Amanin may encounter other tribes already inhabiting or claiming the new forest area. Such encounters led to a ritualistic battle known as Takital. The concept of Takital implies a structured form of combat. possibly governed by specific rules and traditions aimed at resolving these territorial disputes with the least amount of bloodshed. This form of ritualized combat suggests a certain level of societal sophistication, where outright warfare is replaced by a more controlled form, and so even in these rare times of violence, it's still far less than what you'd see in most other species. Like the Wookiees having elaborate dances and these sort of disc battles to settle their disputes, which evolved from the fact that the Wookiees were just so powerful that they were able to cause a lot of carnage. Perhaps because of their ability to regenerate their limbs, these Amanan wars could last forever. Just long cycles of pain where nobody dies, devastating wounds, limbs falling off, and them all just growing back, until at some point in their distant past they decided on these ritual battles instead. The history of the Amanan species, particularly their interactions with the wider galaxy, is marked by significant events and transformations, especially during the eras of the Galactic Republic and the Galactic Empire. Initially, the Galactic Republic made contact with Mara Dune long before the rise of the Empire. However, it was under Palpatine's rule that formal colonization efforts began. A notable event prior to this was in 22 BBY, when a group of Lurmen attempted to establish a colony on Mara Dune. When these Lurmen landed, the natives quickly went about attacking their ships and were able to destroy its engines. Though the locals, with no advanced technology, especially not spaceships, seemed to have a complicated relationship with the vessel, both a visceral hatred for the monstrosity, but also a sort of religious veneration for it. And so the Lurmen leader, Tiwat Ka, decided it would be best to simply give it up to them and escape the attack by ejecting an escape pod, which contained himself and all of his people. As the Clone Wars neared its end, and with the Republic bringing the war to their planet, we see the first migrations off-world as they established settlements on the planet Utapau. Here they coexisted with the native species, the Pauans and the Utai, adopting a lifestyle consistent with their traditional hunter-gathering practices. Their settlements, located on the plains or underground, kept them largely separate from the more urbanized areas, reflecting a preference for less populated and more natural environments. During this period, the Amanan became inadvertently involved in a broader galactic conflict. General Grievous actually had a rogue Amani as a bodyguard, an alliance that was facilitated by a major arms deal with the Sugi, a group of mercenaries. The involvement of an Amani in such high-stakes, off-world affairs was an extreme departure from their usual tribal and isolated existence. The murder of Jedi Master Tu-On during an investigation into this matter prompted Jedi Knights Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi to undertake a mission to Utapau. Their investigation led them to the Amani quarter in Pal City, where they learned about the association of an Amani outcast with the separatist Magna Guards. Using traditional weapons like spears and arrows, along with advanced tech like precision laser darts, the Amanan posed a significant challenge to the Jedi. However, they ultimately fled, demonstrating their preference for avoiding prolonged conflicts and understanding that they were fighting technologically superior foes. The involvement of some Amani individuals with the Sugi mercenaries, particularly in the context of a large Kyber crystal transaction intended for Dooku, shows that even the most isolationists of species often get dragged into galactic affairs. Kenobi's use of his Jedi mind trick on a Plains Amani villager does show that many of them were naive of the ways of the Force, and not one of those species that are naturally immune to such suggestion. The eventual execution of Sugi leader Endante by Grievous, followed by the theft of the Kyber Crystal, closed this chapter of the Amanan's involvement in galactic affairs, at least for the next 9 years, until the Empire's intervention around 10 BBY would mark the darkest period in Mara Dune's history. With the initiation of mining operations, the planet caught the attention of various Imperial, corporate, and criminal entities. Though the mining opportunities on Mara Dune had always been seen as scarce, the sheer amount of resources needed for Palpatine to maintain order in the galaxy would see many worlds strip mined. The local population was taken as slaves and dispersed across the galaxy. During the Galactic Civil War, there'd be the Battle of Mara Dune, triggered when Imperial forces led by General Ziering inadvertently encroached upon sacred Amani battlegrounds. The breach resulted in the Amani declaring a Takatal against the Imperial forces. Lieutenant Janik Sunbur's role in negotiating an accord with the Amanan's lorekeeper was a pivotal moment, establishing a grim agreement. The deal would be that all captives taken from other tribes during Takitals would be handed over to the Imperials as slaves. But the evil twist is that the Empire made similar agreements with all other tribes across Mara Dune. And so they all felt that in order to preserve the land sacred to them, with each tribe having different sacred spots, they engaged in endless Takitals with each other, ever growing the Amani slave force, which was then used by the Imperials to keep strip mining Mara Dune, as well as scattering them throughout the galaxy as slaves for various Imperial projects. And it's through this complex web of slave trade that an Amanan known as the Amana Man became a part of Jabba the Hutt's court, and one was also mentioned among Cavil's corsairs, further showing just how widely dispersed they had been throughout the galaxy. and as generations passed, the Amani increasingly left behind some of their traditional tribal ways, adapting and finding acceptance with the broader galactic community. Despite their integration, there are no records of Force-sensitive Amani, neither becoming Jedi or Sith, and likely points to them being one of those rare species that has no ability to manipulate the Force. During the conflict between the First Order and the Resistance, we see Binna managed a creature stall within the Blackspire outpost market on the planet Batuu. So that's it for the breakdown. As for cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, the original concept for the Meridoon pacifist storyline was the Amani, not the Lurman colonists, who were envisioned as this pacifist tribe. Amana Man, which was featured in Return of the Jedi, was first identified as belonging to the Amani in Galaxy Guide 12, Aliens, Enemies and Allies. The guide initially clarifies that Amani is the singular form and then Amanin is the plural. However, subsequent use of these terms in this chapter is inconsistent, with both Amani and Amanin being used interchangeably. That sourcebook is also where we get the unique rolling locomotion that was first depicted in Empire 17. If you want to read up on them yourself, be sure to check out these resources, hit that like button, it really is the best way to help me out. Subscribe to see more and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, after you hear the pitch from off-world aliens, be sure to check in with your neighboring tribes as well. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Are you suggesting we surrender to the Separatists?
What's up, MetaNerdz? In this video, we'll pull from every Legends and Canon source available to completely understand the Ishi Tib, a sentient species originating from Tibrin, and offer a unique example of adaptation and societal development within the Star Wars universe. Their homeworld is situated in the mid-rim at grid coordinates L18 within the Cal system. This system is characterized by a single sun and one moon, setting a celestial stage that is relatively common amongst many known planetary systems. But what makes Tibrin really unique is its planetary composition. Unlike terrestrial worlds with vast land masses, Tibrin is entirely covered by small oceans. This aquatic landscape is punctuated by coral reefs and sandbars, which break the surface of the water, adding a dynamic and varied topography to the planet. Such a configuration is somewhat akin to the oceanic worlds like Mon Cala, yet Tibrin's shallow oceans and prevalent sandbars are really what make it distinct. The planet's ocean currents played a pivotal role in its climatic stability. These currents distribute warm water uniformly around Tibrin, creating a temperate zone that envelops the entire planet, whereas most other worlds have more varied climatic zones due to differences in geography and solar heating. Ishi Tib civilization has impressively adapted to these conditions. The cities are not only built on the reefs, but also incorporate coral materials into their construction. This practice highlights a deep connection and harmony with their environment, similar to how the Gungans of Naboo utilized organic materials in their underwater cities. The Ishi Tib's approach to food production reflects their adaptation to their oceanic environment. They cultivate edible seaweed and breed fish within underwater corrals, a sustainable practice that ensures a balance with their ecosystem, a bit more technologically advanced than the Amani, but still nowhere near Coruscant. Their physical characteristics are as intriguing as their cultural and environmental adaptations, standing at an average height of 1.8 meters or approximately 5 feet 11 inches, and weighing around 60 kilograms or 132 pounds. Ishi Tibs align closely with human averages in terms of size. However, their amphibious nature and unique physiological features set them distinctly apart from many humanoid species. What you'll notice first is their distinctive head shape, often described as star-shaped. This unique morphology is primarily due to their large eyes positioned on stalks, beak-like mouths, and prominent cheek pouches, all combining to form a 5-pointed star-like appearance. It's not only visually distinctive, but also suggests a high degree of sensory adaptation. Their stalked eyes, for instance, might offer a wider range of vision akin to some features found on aquatic planets like Mon Cala. Their amphibious nature is further highlighted by their specialized respiratory system, with their lungs doubling as internal gills, enabling them to breathe efficiently both on land and underwater. This dual functionality is a remarkable evolutionary trait, though it is rarely seen in some other amphibians. The Ishi Tib's acute sense of smell, effective in both aquatic and terrestrial environments, is another evolutionary advantage, allowing them to detect changes in their surroundings and communicate effectively. This heightened sensory ability is crucial for survival, but also social interaction, kind of like the Togruta, whose Lekus are able to interpret pheromones and pick up different scents in the environment, acting as another layer to communication, like how we might pick up on somebody's body language to understand if they're angry or happy or sarcastic. Their skin, a green hue capable of retaining humidity, is another adaptation to their watery lifestyle. However, this feature comes with a significant vulnerability: the need to bathe in salt water every 30 hours to prevent their skin from cracking, leading to potentially fatal internal and external bleeding. This requirement for regular immersion in salt water underscores their deep connection to their aquatic environment, and though not for the exact same reason, partially why many Mon Cala ships famously have entire aquatic sections. And to give the Empire a break it might not deserve, it's a great example of just how complex having a ship full of so many different species can be. It's just a nice look at how complex a ship can be when you try to accommodate the needs of so many different species with extremely different evolutionary backgrounds. Keeping the entire Empire human might be just a specious issue, but they also didn't have to worry about things like this, with their language Tibranese being a unique amalgamation of sounds produced by clacking with those beak-like mouths, combined with a variety of squeaks and honks. And it's unclear if other species were able to pick this up. It might be difficult to mimic with a human mouth, and I'm assuming Wookiees are deferring to the protocol droid. Their evolutionary history is quite remarkable. Originating from fish, they adapted to life on land by escaping predators and inhabiting the coral reefs. The more shallow the area, the more safety there was, and apparently this led to them hanging out on the sand dunes. Their intelligence grew alongside their physical evolution, leading them to construct their first cities on those same coral reefs, and spending their days in these raised structures and in the sea. Their society is organized into small, close-knit communities known as schools, acting like giant tribes or even city-states, since they often reached around 10,000 individuals. Governance within these schools is democratic, with representatives elected to one-year terms. And this communal and representative system would focus on ecological preservation as the cornerstone of Ishi Tib law and culture. All new tech undergoes rigorous testing before implementation, ensuring minimal ecological impact, as environmental disasters spread a lot quicker through this shallow water that all their cities stood on. In line with their environmental ethos, the Ishi Tib use beasts for labor, reducing reliance on potentially harmful machinery, showing a focus on a symbiotic relationship over technological convenience. Reproduction among the Ishi Tib is community-focused. They lay fertilized eggs in communal hatcheries, and the young are raised collectively, with no one knowing exactly who the mother and father are of any particular kid. This communal approach to child rearing, devoid of traditional family structures like marriage, is pretty rare among all humanoid species across the galaxy, with almost all others having some form of traditional nuclear family. Off-world, Ishi Tib are known for their meticulous strategical and managerial skills, many finding success in executive roles, leveraging their organizational prowess and environmental consciousness, and while some misread this as them just being peace and love hippie fish folk, they maintained a primal ferocity, especially evident in combat, where they can be unexpectedly savage, using those powerful lungs for endurance, and that beak to bite through flesh and bone. Tibrinna, the capital city of Tibrin, shows off the pinnacle of Ishi Tib architectural and societal organization, governed by a Mariod and spiritually guided by a Kalkidan. In combination with the voting populace, these three branches are kept in check. It's unclear when they had first contact with alien species or were brought into the larger galactic community via the Republic, but many noticed they had a unique appreciation for music and entertainment, favoring loud sirens, clanging whoops and flashing lights and ringing bells. This preference likely stems from their unique sensory capabilities and their large communal, let's call them breeding parties. During the Clone Wars, the Ishi Tib found themselves at a crossroads of galactic politics and internal divisions, with Tibrin becoming a focal point of conflict between the Galactic Republic and the Confederacy of Independent Systems. They would officially be brought into the CIS via Dooku, though they continued to be represented in the Galactic Senate by Guam Sam. The majority of Ishi Tib on Tibrin initially supported Count Dooku, mostly because he was able to overthrow their dictator Surabrand II. Despite having three branches and trying to keep everything in balance, II had become a great symbol of these last decades of the Republic, convincing officials that there was an anti-Republic coup bubbling up on his world, using Republic resources to squash this, which effectively saw him kill a considerable number of his own people, a sort of mini Palpatine that was able to rule as dictator in this special time of emergency. He was actually killed by Dooku, who correctly assumed that by taking out this hated figure, he could win over the hearts and minds of most Ishi Tib people. But because they still held out hope for galactic unity, they made sure to keep their senator in the Republic as well. But the Republic would want to force them to take a side. Commander Gree of the 41st Elite Corps, Marshal Commander Cody of the 212th, and Commander Rex of the 501st were among the troop leadership during the Battle of Tibrin. Though not all were in love with the CIS, what they hated even more is that the Republic would send troops to their world to try and make this decision for them. And Ishi Tib reluctantly initiated an environmental disaster, damaging their precious coral reefs with the thousands of gallons of clone trooper blood that flowed into their shallow seas. Despite this devastating loss, their leadership was able to negotiate with other Republic senators, and Senator Guam Sam, despite being affiliated with the Techno Union and often being seen as too sympathetic to the CIS, he was also a member of groups opposing Supreme Chancellor Palpatine's growing power, really showing just how complicated politics got toward the end of the war. and it was to honor the comrades lost at Tabrin that Commander Gree and many of his other clone survivors would start shaving their heads in this red-colored double stripe pattern, remembering the blood spilt by their brothers. And there were several notable Ishi Tib across the galaxy. One was a member of the infamous Onaka gang, and shortly after the Clone Wars, still in 19 BBY, Haka Hai emerged as a notorious figure on the swampy world of Mimban. And in the years leading up to the Battle of Yavin, an Ishi Tib rebel leader was captured and tragically forced to take his own life in order to avoid interrogation by Imperial droids. By 4 ABY, there was an Ishi Tib in Jabba the Hutt's palace. In the rebel briefing room prior to the attack on the second Death Star, we see that there are 4 prominent Ishi Tib in rebel leadership. By the Galactic War, we see an unusual ecological crisis on Tabrin, with a strange algae in the southern reefs causing fish to explode. This shows just how delicate the balance of Tabrin's ecosystem was, and how fragile it was to the interference by off-world entities, as it was likely from some alien species ships, though who knows, it might have been the long-lasting effects of Gree's brothers. By around 9 ABY, we see an unnamed member of the Ishi Tib species, perhaps one of those that was in the planning of the Death Star 2 attack, serving aboard Captain Gerard's cruiser to the Denab system. So that's it for the breakdown, and as for cool facts and behind the scenes stuff,
www.starwars.com. I'm at best here in Tunisia, trying to give some people some air in the heads, airheads. We're here with Trisha. Trisha, how you doing?
Hi, good, thanks. Bit warm out here, so we're just going to give this guy some air. We're just going to prop his mouth open a bit. Got a bit of a tear happening here, so I'll have to do some minor repairs on this.
They made their first debut in 1983 in Return of the Jedi, with concept sculptor Chris Wallace being responsible for the design of the Ishi Tib. In early stages, they were nicknamed Starfish and envisioned with pink skin. Though once we get the model that we actually see in Jabba's palace, it was nicknamed the Bird Lizard during production. And interestingly, the name Ishi Tib might have been originally intended to refer to a single character, not the entire species. In James Caan's novelization of Return of the Jedi, quote, Ishi Tib the Bird Lizard is mentioned as one of the members of Jabba's entourage. If you want to learn more, be sure to check out these resources, and please hit that like button, it really is the best way to help me out. Subscribe to see more, and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, if you start getting blood on the fish folks' coral, they're just going to want to kill you even harder. And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will break down our big blue friends, the Ortolans, a species that give us a great example of adaptation to extreme environmental conditions. As stocky, bipedal beings with long snouts and large, floppy ears, their physical appearance is distinct, even in a galaxy full of strange creatures. It's indicative of their adaptation to their homeworld's harsh climate. Ortolans hail from Orto, a frigid, mineral-rich planet located in the outer rim at grid coordinates M19, within the Sluis sector. Orto's defining characteristics include its small size and highly elliptical orbit around a red dwarf star. The planet's water resources are abundant, but much of it exists in frozen forms like snow and ice, due to the extreme cold climate, making it similar to Hoth, but with Orto having a more thin yet still oxygen-rich atmosphere. The planet's axial tilt and atmospheric conditions resulted in a limited growing season, lasting only about 161 standard days, and occurring primarily near the equator. This brief period of agricultural productivity, coupled with the planet's harsh climate, leads to further food scarcities and famines, shaping Ortolan history, culture, and their day-to-day lifestyle. Beneath its ice caps, Orto harbors rich deposits of heavy metals and radioactive fuels. This resource, while valuable, are difficult to extract due to the planet's challenging surface conditions and extreme weather. Their physical characteristics, such as their stocky build and distinctive sensory organs, evolved in response to this cold climate, where you really needed to conserve heat and store any calories you could find for as long as possible. And so you end up with these squat, heavy-built humanoids, long trunk-like noses, which help to warm up the air that they were breathing, and small black beady eyes that were resistant to snow blindness. And of course, those distinctive floppy ears also serve a purpose, being extremely sensitive to sound, allowing them to pick up on the subtle sounds of prey, predators, and deadly weather conditions. And we'll see later that this also led to their cultural affinity for music. Ortolan's mouths, though small, were well adapted for their primary obsession, eating. Their hands, ending in 4 chubby fingers and a non-opposable thumb, are uniquely suited to their lifestyle. These fingers could absorb food directly through the suction cup tips, a remarkable evolutionary adaptation to their planet's scarce food resources. and so when it found something to eat, it could just chomp down on it with its mouth and be eating through the little mouths on each of its fingers. But that unique suction cup tips on their fingers also make them exceptional organists. So both eating organs and playing them, we see how this unique biology linked their twin passions for both food and music. Their average Ortolan stood about 1.1 and 1.7 meters tall, and had an average lifespan of around 71 years, similar to most humanoids in the galaxy. With that keen sense of smell, they were capable of detecting food up to 2 kilometers away, and allowed them to source as many calories as possible during those limited growing seasons. And interestingly, while they look like they have blue skin, it's actually a short velvety fur, which is artificially dyed blue colors like blue and pink. This cultural practice of fur dyeing began with a Deveronian trader's attempt to sell them food dyes, but they found it worked great on their own fur, and it's unclear if this was purely artistic expression or if the blue served as a sort of camouflage in their snowy, ice-covered landscapes. Beneath that colorful fur, Ortolans possess a thick layer of blubber, providing insulation against the cold and reserves during food shortages. Like most mammals, the women have it rough during childbirth, but Ortolans especially so, since their children are born with fully developed teeth and strong musculature, which we can infer must be used to keep them alive in such harsh conditions and make sure that they're able to eat on their own right away during those short growing seasons. Education was a familial responsibility, emphasizing specialized training for particularly gifted youngsters. Their societal expectation for Ortolans to be self-sufficient by age 7 highlights their culture valuing independence and strong reliance from such a young age. Despite not being as technologically advanced as some other species, Ortolan society is reasonably industrialized. Their economy is primarily based on barter, revolves around the mining of heavy abundant metals and radioactive fuels. It's unclear when they made first contact with alien species, but off-world manufacturing companies vie for these valuable resources by offering the Ortolans exotic or high-quality foodstuffs. So like the Colicoids, they too were often paid in meat. Ortolan language primarily consists of grunts and hoots, a form of communication likely influenced from their physiological traits, like their long snouts and the structure of their mouths and vocal cords. The linguistic pattern, characterized by words formed from one hard syllable followed by one soft syllable, suggests a rhythmic and perhaps melodic quality to their speech. Another connection to that musical affinity, that they made everything from their own speech sound pleasing to their ears. And after long exposure to the Galactic community, most Ortolans were bilingual, fluent in both their native Ortolan language and Galactic Basic. There was a fascinating facet of Ortolan culture found in the planet Lanico IV, where a tribe of Ortolans with shamanic beliefs resided until the Greater Galactic War. This group, noted for being more slender than their Ordo counterparts, were tragically wiped out by the Sith apprentice Exal Crash. But during the Clone Wars, the Ortolans initially sought neutrality, a stance reflective of their generally peaceful nature. However, this neutrality was disrupted by the planet's corrupt financial minister, Belo Tussis. With the help of Neimoidian advisors, Tussis orchestrated a coup and surrendered Ordo to the Separatists. This political maneuver marked a turning point for the Ortolans, as they were subjugated and forced into slavery on their own world. They were compelled to construct military installations for the Separatist war effort, a stark contrast, spending their days enjoying great music and food. Now it was hard labor, tasteless rations, and the incessant cacophony of machine manufacturing. Nambiz, an Ortolan who would later become notable as a Jedi Knight, led a resistance movement against the Separatist occupation. His efforts were pivotal in 19 BBY when he disabled Orto's planetary shields, enabling Clone Commander Devis's K Company to land and confront the droid army. However, the liberation of Ordo was short-lived, followed by Order 66 and the rise of the Galactic Empire. Nambiz was assassinated, and the Ortolans found themselves under a new form of oppression. More than anyone throughout their history, the Empire had an insatiable lust for their natural resources, and it wasn't long before Imperial forces sat down on Ordo, imposing restrictions and preventing anyone from ever leaving their planet. All Ortolans found off-world during this era were accused of having illegally fled Ordo and were thus enslaved, threatening anyone who tried to vouch for their blue friends as being rebel sympathizers, adding to their ever-increasing stores of prisoner slave workers. Among the Ortolans, individuals like Vondi Deek stood out. Deek was a perfectionist chef known for running the Three Jedis gourmet restaurant in Barden's Landing on Lamerid, where he meticulously oversaw every single dish that was served, showing their commitment to culinary excellence and the Ortolans' enduring passion for food even in these most challenging of times. And of course, there was Maximilian Rebo, the founder of the Max Rebo Band. He was arguably the most famous jizz whaler musician in the entire galaxy. Playing his red ball jet organ, he had come a long way from his early childhood on Ordo. Loving the sounds and smells of his cold homeworld, he eventually found his way into Jabba the Hutt's court when the big green gastronome gangster gave him an offer he couldn't refuse, but it did pay well and gave him access to the best delicacies one could have on this scorching outer rim planet. Perhaps saved by the Force itself, he was on the Katana when it was destroyed, but he would escape the fiery explosion, and perhaps those snow blindness preventing eyes helped him not be overwhelmed by the bright sun, and those blubber stores of calories allowed him to survive long enough to be discovered, or simply make his way back to Jabba's palace. Because by 9 ABY, he ends up working in Garsa's sanctuary, the cantina operated by the Twi'lek Garsa Fwip. He was still playing the red bell jet organ, though it was a newer model, though now his band was just a Bith and a droid. And though the Pikes would later blow up the sanctuary, it's unclear if he actually died in this blast. If he could survive the Katana, perhaps Max was able to crawl out of the rubble and is working on getting the latest band together. That's it for their breakdown, and as for cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, there are a ton of different discrepancies in how they're shown. There's even new canon sources such as Star Wars Absolutely Everything You Need to Know. Apparently one of those things you need to know is that Ortolans have no arms, saying that we're actually seeing Max playing with his feet. As weird as that sounds, it actually comes from the original sketches, where Max was supposed to be perched on top of a cushion, so the organ's not at stomach or waist level, it's actually kind of sitting above it. And then in the 1989 West End's game sourcebook Galaxy Guide 4, Alien Races, they interpret it how I think most people do, that he's either sitting or standing at the organ, and so they gave him a more humanoid body construction with 2 arms and 2 legs. In the 1996 anthology Tales from Jabba's Palace, we learn that their rivals were Frigrin Da'an and the Modal Nodes, the Bith band seen in the Mos Eisley Cantina, and there is a blue-skinned elephant creature named Hooter.
Rust fucking Hooter! Listen. The command considers us a bunch of losers.
It seems to be inspired by Max Rebo, as he plays the keyboard in Michael Jackson's short film, Captain EO, and George Lucas served as the executive producer for that film. Max was portrayed by Simon Williamson, who also puppeteered Nine Nub and Amon Calamari, in addition to playing several Gamorrean guards. If you want to learn more about them, be sure to check out these resources. Hit that like button, subscribe to see more, and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, if you don't want to be oppressed by this stronger alien species, move away from mineral-rich sites as quickly as you can. And the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? In this video, we're going to look at a bunch of different crawlers, treaded vehicles, which are pretty rare in Star Wars, understanding why they're actually a great option, and what inspired some really unique creations. To understand how we get these great fan models, let's go back and look at the very first model of the iconic Sandcrawler. This model was made before the concept art and built by Colin Cantwell, the model maker for 2001 A Space Odyssey, which was released in 1968, 9 years before A New Hope. Kit bashing is when you make your own creations from model kits, modifying parts and/or bashing together parts from multiple kits. Cantwell also worked on almost everything seen in A New Hope, from the ISD, X-Wing, TIE Fighter, and more. And speaking specifically about the Y-Wing in kit bashing, he says, quote, "Kit bashing is a method of model building that myself and a few others pioneered in the early 70s. Essentially, you take pieces from cannibalized model kits, cars, planes, trains, etc., as well as shapes from around the office and house. Look closely and you'll see pill bottle engines and Easter egg fuel tanks. The Falcon would be changed dramatically, a last-minute scrapping after Space 1999 was released, and it looked too close like the ship the Eagle. And the Sandcrawler model was then shaped by Ralph McQuarrie, who created most of the concept art, and then further turned into what we know and love by Joe Johnston. But it is in that process that we get these sketches of a similar Imperial sand-crawling vehicle, an armored troop carrier with a mounted gun up top, which would go on to inspire the PX-4 mobile command base, an Old Republic-era Imperial crawler tank used by the Sith Empire. This massive version would need a crew of 10 and could transport 50 troops, with this long ramp out of the back allowing them to deploy. Tracks that could shrug off smaller anti-vehicle mines and small arms fire. Same goes for the thick armor plating on the rest of this thing, requiring a proper tank or missile-firing fighter craft to take it out. Though there is that weak accordion section connecting the two main parts of the vehicle like we saw in the ATTE. But they're banking on this turbo laser cannon being able to blow apart any threat it came across. It was also known as a siege tank since it was perfect against enemy strongholds. Being tracked, it can roll right through your shields, not being propelled by electromagnetic and gravitic fields generated by repulsor tech, and could deliver powerful Durasteel melting or stone smashing bolts by having all its power directed into this single turbo laser cannon, and then put its well-armored nose through that opening and pour out its 50 troopers to secure the position. Over 3,600 years later, Sidious's empire would deploy a similarly sized track troop transport, With an official length of 21.8 meters, the PX-4 mobile command base boasted robust armor and formidable weaponry. Encased in a half-meter thick metallic shell, it featured a centralized command pod further fortified for enhanced protection. Its outer hull was equipped with reflective shielding, while advanced sensors and computers meticulously monitored battle conditions, providing real-time data and AI-generated tactical suggestions to the commander stationed within. Information was relayed through computer displays, holographic tactical interfaces, and communications arrays, which intercepted both Imperial and enemy transmissions. A single Mark I ES heavy laser cannon was affixed atop the PX-4, mounted on a slowly rotating turret. Though possessing offensive capabilities, the vehicle primarily served in a non-combat role. Maneuvering across the battlefield on these large track treads, it achieved speeds of up to 100 km per hour, or 62 miles per hour, though some units were reportedly capable of reaching 200 km per hour. The PX-4 boasted a cargo capacity of 1 metric ton and enough consumable supplies to sustain operations for a week, and manned by a crew of 3, including a dedicated gunner, while accommodating up to 7 passengers. The Empire utilized the PX-4 to ensure secure transport of commanders amidst dangerous combat environments. Functioning as a mobile headquarters, it enabled unit leaders to accompany troops while minimizing exposure to potential threats. Typically positioned away from direct battle zones, the PX-4 facilitated strategic decision-making in a secure environment. Deployment involved the utilization of landing craft, predominantly LAATC dropships, being only about 8 inches shorter than the ATT, or it could also be suspended beneath Sentinel-class landing craft, or in the vehicle complement of IF-120 landing craft. In hostile worlds openly opposed to Imperial rule, planetary prefects and governors relied on the PX-4 for safe mobility, with some opting to reside permanently in its armored confines. In The Complete Life of Tarkin, we saw how he was almost killed moving in the lightly armored ITT. Moved a lot quicker, but it wouldn't have been such a close call if he was in a PX-4. This command base did remove the weak joint in the middle, even though it was working in the opposite role, not smashing through heavily entrenched enemy positions. It was the opposite, a sort of anchor for the ground forces. But this led to 2 different fan-inspired vehicles that I think make a lot of sense and would fill an actual role in military operations. This one is your standard troop transport, one large area which could probably fit a few squads of troopers and speeder bikes, or equipment like portable shield generators and E-Web cannons. Really anything down to just food rations like ramen and canned dewback. In an area where rebels were increasingly getting access to advanced tech like shield generators seen on Ortolan, which prompted the AT-AT Walker Advance. And I've been sitting on this factoid just not sure when to throw it in, but I'm glad I remembered this. In these scenes, you can see there are hovercraft that do get through the shielding, but this seems to be from a really smart tactic of having them stick close to the walkers, as the AT-ATs break the seal as it were on the shielding, like hiding under an umbrella or avoiding large waves by staying in the wake of a larger ship. The shielding effect is not present in that area, and so it doesn't interfere with the repulsor tech bouncing off each other like 2 sides of the same magnet. But back to the model, the design provides a more armored version of the OT, while still giving you the doors to open up and return fire if you want. Put some troops in there with rocket launchers and machine guns or mines, and you get some wild battlefield type action where the troopers can turn this armor into something way more dynamic, able to deliver carnage and then just keep the ports closed when enemy fire gets too heavy. And same goes for using this thing in urban environments. It's funny to think that with some portable shields, you could effectively lock a hovercraft like the Empire's favorite troop transport, the ITT. Place them at an intersection and it simply can't move forward, while protecting the attackers at the same time. But the track transport can easily climb over any rubble, physical barriers, or shields that the rebel population put up. And it could pop open these ports for crowd control. Just keep an eye out for stray detonators and Molotovs. And if this was when the Senate was still around, just tell the review board you thought the blasters were set to stun. While the early concept art is right in between these 2 fan creations by having that big gun up top, though on this more nimble version, we see a pair of forward-fixed dual blaster cannons. They could be light turbolaser cannons, but more likely the level of cannons on a starfighter, far greater than the small arms and even the E-Web, maybe not blasting through heavily armored positions, but through most civilian structures and vehicles. I never really liked these forward opening ramps, but of course real-world vehicles do this, and many other StarCraft do as well, and we see them being used alongside AT-ATs, so the walkers would be taking out the major enemy weaponry and delivering suppressing fire. Since you do have 4 deadly bolts firing forward from this thing itself, we can see how the forward opening ramp might be better overall, with tactics developed to open and deploy rapidly, like a smaller scale version of its old Sith Empire ancestors, bombarding the immediate front, injecting troops into the building opening or tree line, with troopers spreading out to engage fire on the flanks and get to cover. It looks spacious enough for speeders or smaller frog walkers as well, so that adds another practical element to these more rapid response crawlers. What is really unique is the shape of the track itself. If these are on hydraulics and able to move in response to obstacles, this might be one of the closest things to a truly all-terrain vehicle in the Imperial military, a lot closer than its big AT-AT brother, which could have trouble if the terrain was too steep or rounded. Though for an even quicker rapid response track tank, there is the Century tank, essentially a tie on treads that can hit 90 km per hour, and packed a light turbolaser cannon and 2 medium blaster cannons. And what's funny is that it might still be propelled by a twin-ion engine, and this was just a successor to the TIE AP-1. So there are light attack treaded vehicles and the larger command station, but I think these fan-made ones fill a nice gap in Imperial capabilities. But what do you think of all these? Do you wish we saw more non-hovering vehicles in Star Wars? Of course the wheeled versions like the Juggernaut work too, but there's something I just really like about these crawlers. If you have any other suggestions for odd or fan-made craft to look into, comment them down below. Please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. Subscribe if you want to see more, and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, never take your hovercraft down a narrow street, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Wookie Air Force, focusing on the Ovor jet catamaran and the smaller Radon NAS Fluttercraft. If you watch the Wookiee species breakdown, you'll know that these are a relatively peaceful people, despite living on top of the Shadowlands, an organic hellscape, and facing constant alien intervention from the Rakatans to what would be their longest lasting and most bitter enemy, the Trandoshans. These lizards live just a planet away in their shared solar system, and once Wookiee pelts became a status symbol, these people would forever be at war with each other. The first Wookiee spaceships were actually reverse engineered from crashed Trandoshan craft. But the catamaran and Fluttercraft were developed from their own primitive gliders, like those seen used by the Ewoks, and then over the years evolved with their lucrative trade networks established with the Republic. Ironically, and much to the lizards' hatred, the Clawdite Guild was a group of prominent Wookiee cartographers, using their several hundred-year lifespans to refine their knowledge of hyperspace lanes. Specialization over such long lives, combined with ancient archives that they kept to themselves, let them completely control routes lost to time, even those lost to Jedi and Republic charts. Their HQ is in the main tree on Kachiro, which is why the CIS invasion brought all their might down to bear on this beachhead. But the Wookiees had been fighting off these mechanized monstrosities for 20 plus years at this point. The Trade Federation's greed led to bloodshed on Alaris Prime, where Chewbacca's pops, Atichatuk, had been working to establish a colony. Many of these ships you see being used are actually purchased from aliens, your galaxy-spanning corporations that provided things like the ubiquitous air cruiser. But back home, the only spacefaring, conventional-style ship produced by Apazana Engineering Works was the Azatuk anti-slaver gunship, capable of space travel while also playing an in-atmosphere role similar to the LAAT. The Ovor catamarans were slim, twin-hulled watercraft designed to glide over the waters of Kashyyyk at blistering speeds, kept off the surface by standard repulsors, and propelled by pod racer-style jet engines. There was a civilian version that was just meant as a catamaran fishing vessel, also loved in races throughout the archipelagos. But ever since the Trade Federation and Trandoshan hunting raids started escalating in these past decades, these militarized versions were being pumped out rapidly, but still with the Wookiee craftsmanship you would expect. Carved from the durable Rashar timber, and named after the Ovor, a predator marine reptile that stalked the coasts, a beast famous for being agile and deadly. Looking into this cross-section, let's start at the engine located right at the center that keeps the weight balanced and is filled with solid fuel slugs stored in this area. It's the same kind of fuel used in AT-AT walkers. This top section is the heating elements used to liquefy the fuel, and these tubes being the exhaust vents. The power generator creates electricity sent through these cables into the struts to power the weaponry and repulsor lifts on each side. But the thrust is generated by these engines, attached via these struts that conceal the fuel lines. The tip of these thrusters have an array of wide-angle passive sensors, followed by a directional sensor, and beneath this upper air swoop we see the air intake regulators. Pressure release vents are on the top and bottom, with the igniter right at the fuel intake line, sparking off these combustion chambers, channeling the high-velocity exhaust past the nozzle. That provides the forward thrust, but the up and down action all happens over here in the anti-gravity generators, the powerful repulsors that allow it to soar through the air like a normal starship. Sitting right on top are a pair of Wookiees on each side, with the main pilot on the right and the co-pilot on the left, each with yokes that control the rudder, with actuators moving these side rudders that act more like wings, almost always in the air, while the large part acts both for weight counterbalance and like a traditional rudder, with these other two lower rudders providing more fine control both in air and in water. This section is empty here because the main beam of this rudder can be retracted for even more control, and to give it a smaller profile when navigating through trees or around the rocky coasts. This gunner is just using a mounted version of a standard Wookiee blaster rifle. It is true that some mounted guns are the same caliber as the ones carried by a single trooper, but they usually have something that makes them much more deadly, like an automatic 50 cal versus a bolt action 50 cal. But this is the same exact gun used by the Wooks that were rushing into the armored units on the beach. An amazing little detail here is that even the elderly at Atichuk is said to have practiced his throw in virtual reality games played on an addictive mind evaporator headset. This was written 20 years ago with a carpet species that lived in a galaxy far, far away, but everyone who grew up playing shooter video games can relate, and I'm sure even more so in the VR future. And like with the blaster, there's no fancy bombing tech, just a Wookiee dropping a thermal detonator on your head. Other odd details are the tactical tracker on the side, not really sure what that means, but we also get this simple windscreen up front, and the very tip slices through air and sea alike, but is stylistically based on the axe-like horn on the head of its namesake. And it is said, but never shown, that there were some versions that had retrofitted missile launchers and repeating blasters. So really, we could be seeing a civilian one pressed into service, Wookiee rednecks with a weapon mount laying around, rushing in to support the boys on the beach, and maybe we never actually saw the militarized version of this vehicle. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Though on defense, that Roshar wood is so durable that even when cut up into thin panels like this, it is still blaster resistant, but certainly wouldn't stand up to a proper starfighter. Though it's not really like that matters, as all unshielded fighters explode after a single strike anyways. I'm sure the pilot doesn't care if they die in a giant cloud of burning wood or molten durasteel. But I haven't even mentioned the wings yet, and that's because you don't actually need them. Everything shown allows it to work like a flying craft, and it seems like these dragonfly wings point to this being a traditional craft, where the nature-loving Wookiees used Fluttercraft based on insect designs before they tried their hands at repulsor and jet tech. The Radar Nasp doesn't have these large jets, and the base may have had repulsors, but honestly these areas on top and in the nose that contain the same power generators and exhaust vents could just be used to power the mounted rear gun, motivators for the bug-like legs, and likely power-hungry ornithopter action, with directional controls being achieved by the pilot using these yokes to simply angle them forward, back, left, and right. The Radar absolutely needed these wings, but it would seem that this tech being on top of the catamaran was a holdover from earlier Wookiee flyer designs. And it didn't hurt to have, as it could likely act as an emergency backup if the complicated jet system and gravity-bending repulsors failed mid-flight. Now, the Ovor could hit a maximum altitude of 1,000 meters, enough to get you over the tallest buildings on Earth, though not enough to get you to the top of the greatest Roshar trees. It could hit a top speed skimming on the surface of 370 kilometers per hour, but in air it gets up to 420, or 260 miles per hour. While the NASP had a greater max speed of 540 kilometers per hour, or 336 miles per hour. It still makes both Wookiee craft slower than the LAAT, and less than half the speed of most starfighters, but they were far more affordable, with the NASP and Ovor going for around 12k, which beats out even the mass-produced droid units like the Vulture. Perhaps this is the result of not being beholden to governmental inefficiencies like the Republic, or corporate profit-chasing greed like almost every other manufacturer, and so this price could be the actual cost to produce it and nothing more, which would align with other aspects of the Tree People's culture. While the catamaran was more than twice the size of the NASP, at a length of 15.1 meters versus 7 meters, it would be around the size of a T-85 X-Wing and V-Wing respectively, with a height right in between these starfighters, around 4.3 meters or 14 feet. Now what is sad is that this beauty only appears for brief moments in Republic Commando, but does nicely fit into the Wookie Air Force style, using simple organic parts for as much as possible, floating like a blimp with this cloth and/or leather gas-filled sack, tied down to the Roshar wood body, which houses the power supply for the guns up front, with these long stabilizers in the rear and those turbines for directional control. The problem is, they're as weak as you'd expect.
Uh-oh, it's General Grievous, and it looks like he's bringing company.
Unarmored, slow, and large, they're really no match for any other craft out there. Just meant as a transport with some weaponry to clear out a landing zone. So that's it for the small but beautiful and unique Wookie Air Force. As for behind the scenes facts, the original concept of the Wookie catamaran was a watercraft until George Lucas envisioned it as a component of the Wookie Air Force. Nearing the end of production, Lucas felt the catamaran lacked a clear visual representation of its ability to ascend, and suggested adding a rotor head on top of the engine. This change occurred after a significant amount of the initial catamaran artwork had already been distributed to publishers of related books, which is why it's missing from this cross-section that was used. Initially termed the Dragonfly helicopter in the conceptual stages, the NASP flyer, also known as the Wookie Ornithopter, evolved as a blend of exquisite wood craftsmanship and polished tubing, which was supposed to evoke brass instruments and show a transition in Wookiee technology. The Wookie Ornithopter was primarily a computer-generated model. However, for a detailed shot of its tail gunner, a basic full-size blue-screen mock-up of the gunner's seat was built at ILM, big enough to accommodate an actor in Wookiee costume and all. And although now more famous with the film, the ornithopters or thopters are indeed featured in the original Dune book by Frank Herbert. They mimic the flapping wing flight of birds and insects, and we know that Lucas has taken a ton of inspiration from Dune, just in vehicles alone, even with things named the Sandcrawler. Though there are real-world ornithopters as well. Coming from the Greek word ornithos, meaning bird, and pteron, meaning wings, they are a type of aircraft that fly by flapping their wings. Unlike fixed-wing aircraft, which rely on engine-driven rotors and propellers, ornithopters generate lift and propulsion through the flapping. This concept goes back to at least Leonardo da Vinci. Despite the long-standing fascination with this form of flight, practical and efficient ornithopters have been challenging to develop due to their complexities of replicating the intricate wing movements. Though there has been success in small, unmanned vehicles, often for research, education, and surveillance. Though most expect this will be possible one day, as advances in material sciences and aerodynamics have led to increasingly more sophisticated designs in recent years. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, there's nothing more ingenious and deadly than Redwood Wookiee rednecks, and the Force will be with you, always.
This Wookiee got out of hand and had to be put down. We'll find another easy enough.
Tantive spent years fighting Trandoshan slavers.
Achichituk has been critically wounded in a Trade Federation ambush.
Happy Life Day, everyone.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will pull from every canon and legend source out there to give us a complete understanding of the Wookiee species. From their biology, fascinating hallucinogenic mystical religion, unique traditions, and you'll quickly see why they might have had the toughest lot of any species in the galaxy. Being consistently under attack from plants, animals, and then non-stop alien oppression in just about every form you can think of. Their story begins on their homeworld of Kashyyyk at grid coordinates P9 in the mid-rim of the galaxy. Their solar system has 8 planets, with their world at orbit position 3, followed by the Grill asteroid belt, then Trandosha, homeworld of the Trandoshans, and we'll be covering how these people's cultures became intimately intertwined. Kashyyyk has 3 moons, a 26-hour day, and 381 days in a year, being 12,765 kilometers across, and with nearly the entire world being jungles and forests, dotted with lakes and separated by seas, all full of millions of unique animal species. With almost 60% of this world covered by water, and the most notable flora being the Roshar trees. And although this natural wonder of a world was considered beautiful through countless alien eyes, they all quickly came to describe the lush swamps and oceans as layered death traps. As the further you traveled into the greens or blues, the more creatures you came across, with the Wookiee cultures organizing the forest into 7 levels, with 7 being the easiest to live in, and even the bravest Wookiees would stop at level 4. That gets complicated as they move up into treetops, so just visualize it like the layers of an onion, with the easiest level 7 starting at the coasts, and then moving up into the tops of the trees. And so each level after that is both further from the coast or further down the tree. In a way, this layering idea is a lot like the levels of Coruscant. But instead of being shanked by a spice head on 1313, Wookiee parents warned you of the gruesome ways both the plants and wildlife of the forest floor were all conspiring to kill and eat you. The ground level, known as the Shadowlands or Netherworld, had its most infamous flora, the Siren plant, a beautiful large yellow flower sitting on a blood-red stalk with strong white fibers lining the leaves. It would release pheromones that acted like a siren's call that was nearly undeniable for all animals, and even tempting for adult Wookiees that knew about this thing. If you touched its petals, you'd be caught in its sticky goo, though it became a status symbol for young adults to venture into the Shadowlands with a group of trusted friends, using specialized tools to hold down the petals, while the brave Wookiee harvested the siren fiber, turning it into a symbolic piece of clothing like Lobaka's belt, which showed everyone how crazy and capable you were. While Kithius vine plants were used to make strings for the bowcaster, the Orga were believed to be sentient and use their own language. They even had a sort of weapon, not just their thorns, but could whip these vines like tentacles, and had seed pods that could be fired, exploding to release a corrosive acid. but they ended up in a symbiotic relationship with the Wookiee, probably due to ceremonies formed over countless generations in pre-recorded history, which is still remembered today in the Life Day ceremony and the worship of the Tree of Life. This plant allowed parts of its roots to be harvested and experience hallucinations they interpreted as a communion and spiritual passage with the Tree of Life.
Yeah, I miss the Republic too. Have you ever tried Orga roots on Kashyyyk?
It shouldn't be ignored that this may have been an ancient alien organic device to communicate with other sentients, as Old Republic era researchers believe that the Rorschach tree was alien to Kashyyyk, imported by the Rakatan species, info gained by a Rakata computer near one of the star maps.
This utility was built to monitor planet-wide agricultural reformation. It has since malfunctioned. It can be theorized that the supergrowth of Kashyyyk's forests is a direct result.
Well, that is surprising. I doubt any Wookiee would support such a claim. The forest is millennia old.
Malfunction occurred 241 years after last builder communication. Last builder communication, 29,642 years before current Republic standard.
These maps, being artifacts left behind and self-sustained on dark-side energy, were meant to be testaments to the greatness of the Infinite Empire. Since we know the shape we call humanoid came from the Ones, but then directly from Rakatan engineering for dozens of species across the galaxy, it is possible the unique, violent, and sentient life we find here may have been influenced by these dark-side-wielding ancient aliens. Because that was just the plants. For fauna, there were varieties of banthas and the terrifying Tarentatex and Wyshok or giant weavers. Unlike most spiders, they were known to track their prey for over a kilometer, leading them into webbed traps that they had previously set up, and biting into the prey, injecting enormous amounts of venom, enough to kill Wookiees and even banthas. So far more than what was needed to down a Coruscanti researcher, and perhaps agitated by the electromagnetic signatures of droids, they are known to quickly destroy any droid sent their way. Even in the modern era, xenobiologists have had a hard time studying the Shadowlands, with these spiders creating labyrinths with their webs and actively hunting down anything inside. Oh, and almost all these species develop to see in complete darkness, making any form of light you use act like a giant kill-me beacon. Having evolved in this environment, the Wookiee have incredible strength and respectable intelligence, and a frame that came to stand from 2 to 2.54 meters or 8 foot 4 inches, with females weighing in around 100 kilograms and males at 150 kilograms or 330 pounds, which is about the average weight of a black bear. But that's with them being 30 to 40% body fat, while Wookiee physiology seems to be the exact opposite, a bit taller, leaner, and more muscular. And thinking of people like Ed Cohn, who set the record for being the strongest person pound for pound, barely weighing 150 pounds when he achieved a 485 pound squat, 295 pound bench, and 495 pound deadlift. So at being around 300 pounds of pure muscle, you can see why the Shredwooks of Kashyyyk can toss around just about any other species they come across. We'll see later in their history how slavers were drawn to this trait as well. Their coats were their most striking feature, being water resistant and helping to protect them from bites and cold weather, coming in a variety of colors from black, brown, gray, and white. While so-called silverbacks were a unique subspecies, technically not Wookiees, and Rooks are considered a subspecies named for their city Rookororu. But this seems more like a race or a type, since Chewbacca was a Rook, and it seems like these three types can interbreed over multiple generations and having cultures that were pretty well all mixed. Though there were the rare albino Wookiees, which were considered a bad omen, stemming from the practical concern that they would not blend in with their environment, and get themselves and their clanmates targeted by the countless predators of the forest. With old age, even though they were covered in hair, growing long beards was a sign of growing into a mature, sagely role, while their eyes were blue or brown, with irises that could range from green, yellow, or red. With all that muscle, they required a daily caloric intake of around 3,500 to 6,000 calories. The diet composed of everything from berries, onions, hot spices, and mostly meat, with dishes so spicy that it would cause permanent damage to a human digestive tract. And same goes for their adult beverages, refining alcohols from all sorts of plants to make Akaragam, Kordig and Thickian brandy, the Garmorel and Graki, all of which could cause alcohol poisoning if the human didn't stumble off the tree cities for their long fall to their death. Their hands have 4 fingers with opposable thumbs, with some of the most powerful muscles being in the hands, with retractable claws that could fire out from hidden sheaths in the fingertips. While their backs, thighs, and calves were ridiculously strong as well, while the nose was so sensitive that the presence of meat would send them into a sort of overwhelming olfactory delirium. salivating past sharp teeth, with fangs that could puncture through the hardest scales and even some artificial armor. They would breathe through human-like lungs, and similarly were known to develop allergies and asthma. Though like the rest of them, their lungs were far stronger than humans, most evident in instruments that humans could not even use, like the Kashyyyk Clarion. Their genetic similarities to other humanoids also exposed them to artificial bioweapons created by other alien species, like the Blackwing virus, which would reduce them to mindless and murderous zombies. As they built cities, they opted for the abundant wood and would build sprawling compounds connected by bridges, somewhat like the Ewoks, with these sloping surfaces helping to direct rain and provide an overhang for all the home dwellings. While there are some flat open spots that acted like landing pads, and some are large markets or celebration areas, with some of the most sacred spaces and luxury homes being actually carved through the trees, with each structure being attached via sap acting like glue, and tied in place via plant material, though you still had to make sure that the branches were perfectly wedged in place. Even their largest cities of later eras used no modern tech like repulsor lifts. These are all just perfectly balanced on the trees, with plant ropes and adhesives. These trees reach several kilometers in height, with some being 300 to 400 meters, which is still capital ship range, with the largest being taller than a Venator is long. So you could see how you would have to go out of your way to travel down to the forest floor. The species is split into males and females, with females having 6 breasts for providing milk for their offspring, giving live birth and having a gestation period of nearly a year. Wookiee pups were almost a meter long at birth, which must have produced some of the most Duraglass shattering roars, challenging the Zabrak mothers, as that newborn is nearly as tall as an Ewok. Due to how deadly this world was, it only takes about a year for the pup to become fully conscious and walk unassisted, and would slowly reach their max height after puberty, and then some would actually shrink in old age, called nanism, where some were as short as 1.7 meters or 5 foot 7 inches. While they are famous for their long lifespan, living for several centuries, they are beat only by a very few rare people like the Gendai. Their early education started with their first year of life, so as soon as they were self-aware, they already understood their place in the natural harmony of Kashyyyk, going to communal schools and venturing into the wilderness to understand how everything in their society was sourced and produced, before going home toward the end of the day to be with their family. This schooling period didn't last long, definitely not more than a decade, and they would quickly be shifting to spend the day at home helping the grandparents with chores around the house. By the age of 12, the males would perform an initiation ritual. The most common was the gathering of fibers from the siren plant mentioned before, and upon returning, they were considered to have entered young adulthood. While in some regions, there was the Test of Ascension, or Hurtak ceremony, in which the youth had to unlock their Raktor, or inner strength. They would be dropped off in the Shadowlands, and they had to rely on their survival knowledge to avoid predators, making a shelter and everything from tools to utensils. Chewbacca was actually a bit of a late bloomer, performing his Hurtak in the year 187 BBY when he was already 13 years old. At 18, they were full legal adults, but not considered in their prime until they were about 200. While their family would be looking for them to show they were engaged with a career, generating enough income to start a household of their own, and settling down to marry and start a family. Middle age was 301 to 350, old was 351 to 399, and venerable was 400 years plus. Wookiee marriage would have been similar to many species across the stars, being a pair that was bonded for life, sharing a bed only with each other, and expected to raise a standard number of 2 or 3 kids. The Wookiee society was a patriarchal one, with the 400-plus-year-old venerables making most of the decisions for the tribe, and then in later eras making decisions for the city. The chieftain oversaw everything from civil to military affairs, and could even cancel the celebration of holy day festivals. Over the millennia, there came to be a planetary king, who came from a patriarch family, which moved up from a chieftain, and dwelling in the royal city, working with the leaders of cities all over the planet in an efficient and well-organized distribution of responsibilities, for a people that were mostly thought to be ferocious, hot-headed warriors. Though after joining the Republic, they would develop a lesser king system with the senator going off to express the wishes for the king, while the elders still respected and hoped to influence, but still deferred to the senator on complex decisions, with king and senator working together to decide on engaging in things like interplanetary war. It wasn't unusual for the father to leave for long periods of time, leaving the raising of children to the mothers and grandparents and wider social network. Their clan structure comprised what we would call several nuclear families, and these clans would develop century-long friendships or arch rivalries with other clans. Family in this sense extended further out than what most would consider to be blood or a shared last name, and if a Wookiee was saved from death, they owed their savior a life debt. This extended to anyone, even of another species or rival clan, and would last for their entire life. This created an honor family which would be brought into the larger clan. As for their technology, they would come to be known throughout the galaxy for the intricate, high-quality wood carvings, which they practiced since childhood, meaning an expert could have been carving them for hundreds of years. It's very interesting that there is no word for artist in any of the Shriwook language variants. None of them saw this as an art, but a side product of their survival skills. Even though other cultures develop sayings like, give a Wookiee a knife, and send him into the forest in the morning, and by evening he would have carved you a table to eat dinner on, and a house to put it in. Just because everything was in wood and other plant materials, most saw their tech as primitive, but a closer look would show you that they created things like blaster weapons, and even hulls of starships using the flexible, durable Rorschach tree. They were quick to understand alien tech as well, swapping out parts and repairing things, even with stories of hyperdrives being repaired using pieces of hardwood. The Clawdite Guild was a secret society of Wookiee cartographers that had been able to hide the location of certain hyperspace routes, and developed an extensive knowledge of the galactic trade routes that often surpassed the native populations involved, leading to a lot of enmity between the guild and many shipping cartels, who knew that if they could just discover these routes, they could cut out the Wookiees and reap even greater profits. They operated out of the city of Kachiro, located deep in the tree Vikilian. When it came to warfare, they were not an aggressive people. Just because they had fiery tempers and could enter a berserker rage that altered their biochemistry until the object of their rage was thoroughly destroyed, they used no organized martial art style, seeming to just chaotically charge and swing their limbs at targets, beating down with fists, slicing open with their claws, biting with piercing teeth, or ripping limbs off with their sheer strength.
Nobody worries about upsetting a droid.
That's because a droid don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose. Wookiees are known to do that.
Their reputation for removing limbs and even pulling heads off of stormtroopers, even when the helmets were sealed into their undersuits, led to things like deal slang in the underworld like Wookinate. For example, you would say, hey, I don't want that guy getting away. Take a plasma cutter and Wookinate him. Just make sure he doesn't roll away when you're done. Again, despite all this, they would try to avoid warfare. They never initiated wars on their neighbors. By the time of their treetop cities, there were no accounts of tribal wars, and no bloody revolutions to overthrow their planetary king. Perhaps because of their great strength and rage states, they found social ways to direct this into contests that could be settled by things other than simply murdering your enemy, like Vikings developing flitting, or rap battles developed in violent neighborhoods. It isn't odd, but perhaps because of the violence that these outlets were developed. Same with the Wookiees, they came to settle disputes with elaborate theatrical performances, dances like rhythms of stomping and posturing, and whoever was the most impressive was considered the winner. And these deadly, capable people all respected the decision. Of course, that was the norm, but there were some times where passions were too heated, and a fight did break out. But even when that happened, they were not supposed to take out their claws. These fights were shunned but still accepted, though in the extremely rare cases, where a Wookiee would utterly lose themselves and start slicing with their claws, horrifying the onlookers who would move to detain him and label him a Mad Claw, before going through the formal process of exiling them, either to live off-world or down in the Shadowlands. And the shame of this unique fall was a stain on their clan for millennia, as the story was passed down over several Wookiee lifespans. As for the weapons themselves, their most famous piece was their bowcaster. Coming in many varieties and often sporting clan markings, they weren't that expensive to produce, usually given as gifts on world and sold for just around 1,200 credits to aliens. They were effective around 30 yards and could carry anywhere from 6 to 35 shots and packed a punch.
I like this thing.
Which is what attracted some bounty hunters like Embo. They could also use all sorts of weapons like the Disruptor Carbine, the X1, a smaller version, the Yeargate pistol, while the heavy Stalker Blaster was a small version of the bowcaster, and a variety of projectile-based slug throwers. Though if they could, they enjoyed using hand-to-hand weapons like the Spirit Blade and Rook, some of the few metal weapons, and altering things like Vibrolances into the Heart Lance, and last but definitely not least, Brass Knuckles. Now before we get to their history, I want to talk about their language. Collectively, all the dialects are known simply as Wookiee language, but the most common by far was Shriwook, meaning tongue of the tree people. This became a trade language, which is why it isn't too odd that Han Solo would know some, and their relationship is standard since the Wookiees can easily understand many languages, but can only speak in Wookiee tongues due to their unique vocal cords. And most humans cannot make the guttural sounds of the tree folk, so it's one of the few interactions where the two people are talking in their native language while still understanding each other without the need of a droid interpreter. Some other dialects include Zaxic, spoken in the Wartaki Islands, and Thaikaran, which was rich in technical jargon. Now for their history, we need to go back 2 million years, when the Wookiee had evolved into its anatomically modern state, and they were coming to establish dominance on their ecosystem. Most researchers believe that they were simply able to literally rise above the competition, being excellent climbers and able to move out of the Shadowlands and into the light of the canopy. This is part of why the Rorschach trees took on such a religious significance, as they were literally the saviors of their ancestors, as well as their providers throughout history. Sometime around 40,000 BBY, the Infinite Empire of the Rakata terraformed this planet to make it more suitable for agricultural purposes. And though this may have greatly reduced the natural forests, when they were destroyed and the machines left behind, it is theorized that left unattended, these radiated the energy that could have led to the Rorschach trees growing several kilometers tall. And since all of their tech drew from the dark side energy, the homes of these friendly and honorable people were shaped and originally powered by darkness. And it is with the Rakata that they would get their first and nowhere near last taste of slavery, as these aliens moved thousands of them to the Rakatan archipelago, with many ending up on Malata. To save on time and credits, they often forced inbreeding with their slaves, resulting in a sickly stock of genetically deformed Wookiees with stooped shoulders, hairless, and long incisors. One of the 8 Thoyor, likely created by the Ones, these enigmatic craft spread throughout the galaxy during what would be called the First Migration, which set down on various worlds in 36,453 BBY, with the goal of collecting Force sensitives and transporting them to Tython to create the Jedi Order. Nearly 10,000 years later, in 25,797 BBY, some of these Wookiees would immigrate to a neighboring world in the Tython system, Skagora, and this group came under the leadership of a Wookiee warlord. They were set on killing the natives on the ground, but most of the natives lived on floating cities. When the warlord refused to surrender, the Jedi Ranger Lenore Brock lived with them for a time to try and convince them to leave the forest, but when this failed, she returned to her perfectly named Peacemaker-class cruiser. She ordered a complete bombardment of the Wookiee-occupied forests. The tree people became one with the woods as the greenery turned into massive piles of ash. It would be relatively quiet on Kashyyyk for the next 20,000+ years until Zerka Corporation discovered them and was able to be awarded investment contracts by the Galactic Republic, which was hoping to expand development out to every rim of the galaxy. Even though there had been Wookiee Jedi, navigators, warlords, and thus probably every other type of occupation, and being a very identifiable species, perhaps due to major payoffs to corrupt senators, Zerka was able to declare that there were no sentient inhabitants on Kashyyyk. First it was catalogued as G5623, then they let stockholders vote on naming it, and it was then called Ideen.
Zerka Corporation calls the planet Ideen, and no, I don't understand the language. The local Wookiee leader has made it so we don't need to.
Slave markets were the very first industry imported to this world, with Zerka having no real regulations. Essentially, any slaver would just pay a fee to go hunting, and likely pay for whatever Wookiees they were able to take captive, which likely would have included the Zygerians. The natives were lucky that the Mandalorian Wars and Jedi Civil War did not bring their fighting here, having no major trade importance or force nexus, but like seen with the Twi'leks on Ryloth, their plight got even worse when their own people started working with the slavers. Chundar was born as a runt, and always felt like he was unimpressive in his clan. He sought out Zerka personnel to offer to lead the hunt for his fellow Wookiees, using his knowledge of the Shadowlands to track down even Wookiee groups that went into hiding. When his brother Zalbar found out, he attacked him in an open trial, using his claws to try and kill him, earning the title of Mad Claw. And even though his father was chieftain, he still honored the tradition and exiled his good son. Worse, the stain of a Mad Claw and slaver traitor in the family pushed for the father, Freyr, to be removed from power. And with the Zerka operatives manipulating other Wookiees, Chundar was promoted to the new chieftain, and then made it look like he was being tough on the slavers, striking a deal to greatly reduce the rate, but while giving up all the natural rights in his territory. Equipped with the alien arsenal from machines to heavy repeating blaster weapons, he was able to prevent any civil war from breaking out. It would need to be another off-worlder, and one of the greatest force wielders in history to come save the day. Revan arrived with the exiled Zalbar, and when they were tasked with hunting a mad Wookiee in the Shadowlands, they found out it was Freyr. And the disgraced father worked with Revan to find Baka's ceremonial blade, which they used to lead a revolt against Chundar and Zerka. When the runt refused to step down, he was killed. This snowballed into a planet-wide revolt that took the Zerka local HQ and forever freed them from this corporation, paving the way for the next threat. It seems like they might have only had a few lifespans, maybe 1,000 years, before the Trandoshans arrived. And when the Wookiees chased off their scouts, they were able to force them to leave the ship behind. At this time, they did not have any native spacefaring industry, and never got a chance to capture anything from Zerka. With this Trandoshan ship, they were able to reverse engineer many parts, and the Wookiee space program was launched. All while the lizards on the other side of the asteroid belt were spreading through the hyperlanes, and had established good relations with the Corellian traders. They were willing to make credits, but refused to join them as allies in capturing Kashyyyk and carving it up for themselves. And even though they didn't want to start blasting, the Corellians did move to open trade with the Wookiees, though many others noticed that they were taking advantage of the Tree People. Always the defender of alien groups, the Alderaanian Diplomatic Corps sent reps to explain to the Wookiees their rights, and help them understand galactic economics, and help draft their petition to the Galactic Republic for their own seat in the Senate. And shortly after, the first Wookiee senator was sitting in the rotunda, thanks to the intervention from Alderaan. Now the better-informed Wookiee leadership renegotiated deals with the Corellians, becoming a surprising rising star in the Republic. And with this wealth, they bought hyperdrive tech from the Duros, established cultural strategies programs in Alderaan's finest universities, and traded raw materials for the cutting-edge manufacturing processes perfected by the Verpine. All loved the walking carpet people, and many cited what was dubbed the wisdom of the Wookiees, as they achieved a high-tech, comfortable modern life, without losing touch of their ancient traditions or destroying their environment, while every era saw a moderate stream of younglings in the Jedi Order. Being the new darlings of the galactic community, just the material success and riches alone, all kicked off from that recovered Trandoshan ship, was driving the lizards insane. Fuming and plotting their revenge, it was revealed by their shaman that the Scorekeeper, their ancient god who weighed the souls of all her lizard children, would be especially pleased by the capture and murder of Wookiees. Jagannath points were given for great hunts, and their powerful Wookiee neighbors made for one of the greatest hunts in the galaxy. Though it can't be ignored how convenient this revelation was, or that there were tons of other more dangerous wild beasts that should have been far more impressive to hunt. The sheer pride and joy the lizards took in killing Wookiees stemmed from them being overshadowed on this galactic scale. Again, some Wookiees were captured and sold into slavery, some were moved to the Trandoshan's hunting ground Moon, stalking islands of various game, while the most brazen would lead hunts into Wookiee cities and then down into the Shadowlands, braving all sorts of beasts, not just Wookiee, earning the most Jagannath points for the Cosmic Scorekeeper. Wookiee pelts were coveted all across Trandosha, using them from clothing or hanging them on their wall for both decor and as a status symbol. And unlike the other far-off alien oppressors, being just a planet away and now integrally tied into their culture, the Trandoshan raids never stopped, being a problem up until modern-day accounts of their history. Moving up to the year 59 BBY, the Wookiees would rediscover the lost moon Alaris Prime, which was hidden behind a locked orbit with the gas giant Alaris. Chieftain Achitakuk was the senator at this time, and fought to negotiate their rights to colonize it against their claims being made by the Trade Federation. This legal battle would take 2 decades to resolve, and it wasn't until 39 BBY that they would have the full rights to colonize, the chieftain moving there with his son Chewbacca and nephew Shorin. It wasn't long before Qui-Gon Jinn arrived to help them in their fight against the local predatory Gundarks, and in doing so, Chewbacca came across B-1 battle droids, revealing that the Trade Federation had established an illegal base on Alaris Prime. By around 36 BBY, 3 years before the Battle of Naboo, the Wookiees were getting a preview of the military might of the TF, as a full-on war erupted that would decide who would retain this moon. One of the droid units were led by the Trandoshan Pect, who despite eventually being overwhelmed by the Wookiee forces, the lizard was able to escape, though he would never give up on his dream of collecting pelts. The Trade Federation had become the archenemies of the Wookiee people, with the great Tyvaka, Jedi Master to Plo Koon, having been only semi-accidentally killed by the pre-B-1 droids, the hunter-killers used by Nute Gunray. When they were attacked during peace talks at the Stark Combine, Nute ordered his droids to open fire, only concerned with protecting himself. He didn't care who was killed in the crossfire. Senator Yorua was still the sole representative of the Kashyyyk system, a name which itself was insulting to their sentient neighbors, with Trandoshans being represented by their enemies in the Senate. And growing tensions around the Battle of Naboo, the Lizards attempted an assassination, but Yorua survived. By 23 BBY, a year before the Battle of Geonosis, a Wookiee ship was shot down over a moon of Trandosha, prompting the Wookiees to put in a full blockade on the Lizard world. Oppo Rancys would arrive to help with mediation, but the talks fell apart when they found out that the Trade Federation was coaching the Trandoshans to push for them to have a Senate rep, hoping to keep friendly votes on Coruscant. Even with their archenemies being so tied to the TF and living on their cosmic doorstep, they hoped to stay neutral during the Clone Wars, and were successful for a while until separatist droids killed Prince Rikumi. King Jawa swiftly rallied his people to support the Republic, and war would not come to Kashyyyk until the final months of the war, with the first major invasion occurring at Kachiro Beach, hoping to capture the guild headquarters and exploit these secret hyperlanes. Jedi Master Yoda, friend of the Wookiees, worked with Unduli, Voss, Suchoi, and Etain Termukin with the 41st Elite Corps, 76th Regiment, 91st Recon Corps, Delta and Omega squads, and integrating with the furry fighters to understand the natives' weapons, tactics, and capabilities, with Wookiee leaders Tarful, Gumbeki, and Chewbacca. Because of the unique terrain with sand, marsh, large trees, and different bodies of water, the Republic felt the ATTE was not a good fit, opting with the Juggernaut and lighter walkers, while the CIS opted for the lighter PACs instead of the enormous MTT. The blockade overhead would be cut through by the 501st, taking out a Munificent and Providence, while Delta Squad moved to rescue Tarful from the Trandoshan mercenary camp.
Do you mean an entire operation?
Your team was the advance force for a full-scale Republic invasion. I had strict orders not to tell you. It was your reconnaissance, your intel that verified the operation, and now the invasion has begun.
Only now was the beach assault launched, as droid forces raced toward their sacred tree cities. And though this would prove a decisive Wookiee win, their luck would change again almost instantly. With the declaration of Order 66, they watched as Yoda sliced through troopers' heads and could tell who the good guys were, rushing the Jedi to a craft to make an escape, and turned to see the extent of the troopers' new missions on Kashyyyk. Shortly after, the Republic became the Empire, and within days there was a complete blockade over their home, with stormtroopers placing all cities under martial law. The Trandoshans, enemies of the Republic last week, were now coordinating with Imperial brass to construct the Avatar Orbital Platform, a space station that was used to process Wookiee slaves for sale and export across the galaxy, leaving the actual capture of the furballs to their hated enemies, while making sure to ransack the Hyperdrive Guild HQ in the tree and extract all this intel that had been coveted by everyone for centuries. Wookiees that tried to escape the city lockdowns and build a rebellion were met by roving groups of cold-blooded hunters. Once this pushed the city dwellers to rebel, the imps had their footage and pretext to make them enemies of the Empire, initiating the complete enslavement of these people. Many were sold off to enormous operations like the Kessel mining facilities, being worked to death in these horrid conditions. What is really odd is that they found it necessary to get involved in evolutionary history theories, newly being published at the University of Coruscant. Now there was an elaborate story that the Wookiees had evolved from a herd of banthas that survived a crash landing from a Neimoidian ship, and that they were first discovered by the Trade Federation. Other than muddle the proud culture of these people, maybe it would make them seem more like an overblown myth, with caveman-level products barely above animals. And maybe just throwing in that Neimoidian and Trade Federation connection would link the most hated people of the Clone Wars to the Wookiees. A very subtle subconscious manipulation. But the fact that they felt any of this was necessary does show how loved the Wookiee were in the community, hoping to make any support of them to be seen as anti-scientific, weird, antisocial hippie impulses that romanticize these primitive people, with the video evidence of them being in open rebellion with the Empire. And while on Kashyyyk, the slaves not sold off were put to work refining sap from the Rorschach trees in Imperial refineries. The sap could be heavily processed into a volatile chemical compound that could be used as fuel, but this would destroy the trees. And for every barrel of sap refined, it produced more than 200 metric tons of industrial waste, which was all dumped into the rivers near the refineries to be carried off downstream. This would be done throughout the Imperial era, possibly for more than 20 years, so the full effects of this process may be unknown. And while the Geonosians did the bulk of the designing and early building of the Death Star, like we saw that some components were made through the tedious work of prisoners, other components like this were similarly constructed with the powerful and dexterous Wookiee hands. the survival, self-claimed non-artistry skills being used to create a device that could destroy planets and reduce everyone to Palpatine's slave. Others like Grand Moff Lawson Tulruk conducted all sorts of medical experiments on live Wookiee subjects, and preferred implanting inhibitor chips which helped to keep their bulk under control. And even then, some were willing to fight through this, leading to the Imperial policy of keeping the children of the clan in captivity away from the rest of their family. Even if they couldn't work, the imps would threaten to kill or torture the pups, proving to be the only thing possible for snuffing out a Wookiee's berserker rage. All of this only worked to make the Wookiees at large in the galaxy some of the most effective freedom fighters of the growing rebel movements. Some would join Saw's partisans, others joining what would become the Alliance, and many ran in their own cell, working with anyone who aligned with their goals. A strike team responded to the Outer Rim planet of Lasan, the homeworld of the Lasat, that was being set for a complete extermination of the natives. The Wookiee warriors wielded weapons crafted from the Roshar trees, from bowcasters to rifles to polearms, and with these they were able to ensure the escape of a small number of Lasat, including Garazeb Aurelios. Around the same time, Commodore Thrawn and Lieutenant Commander Eli Vanto were hunting down a rebel band and realized that they were liberating a Wookiee slave hauler. To show how much compartmentalization and secrets there were in the Empire, that even years later, Thrawn was unaware of it. After going through the reports and confirming that these were slaves, apparently a part of a massive slave trade operation, Eli Vanto expressed his disgust, but Thrawn was able to rationalize this and explained that their role in this was clear.
They are called slaves, but they may in fact be indentured servants. They may be prisoners working off their sentence. They may have sold themselves into slavery as a means of repaying debts to others on their world. You really think any of those are likely? No, but it does not matter. However these beings were pressed into service, they are now Imperial assets. They will be treated as such. Understood, Commodore?
It was shortly after this that the Spectre's rebel cell were able to rescue the Wookiee prisoners of Kessel. Sadly, Kashyyyk would stay in Imperial hands even after the Battle of Endor. Initially, liberation was celebrated by the Alliance of Free Planets.
Unable to convince the Alliance to send a strike force, Han and Chewie traveled alone to the forest world, unsure of what they might find.
And though the Nagai species attempted to enslave them, the New Republic was able to repel the Nagai, only for Imperial remnant forces to circle back around and recapture them, forcing Han Solo and Chewbacca to come and lead an uprising that finally set them free from all Imperial forces.
The Trandoshan slavers would never get another foothold under a strong Wookiee government, and that meant completely destroying a heavily guarded Imperial fortress.
While in canon, it would also take Han and Chewie coming to the rescue, this time making use of a hyperspace transceiver to neutralize the inhibitor chips. Having grown lax depending on these chips, once the Wookiees realized they were able to fight back, their rage exploded in a bloodbath that turned each imp into a series of scattered limbs and heads, in a revolution that earned them their freedom as quickly as the Republic became the Empire. This might have been all for naught when Star Destroyers responded overhead, prepping for a complete orbital bombardment. But luckily, the New Republic heeded Han's desperate calls for backup, and a friendly fleet was able to force the imps to flee through hyperspace. Now, something I haven't mentioned yet was Life Day, mostly because our best look at it comes from 1 ABY, a year after the destruction of the first Death Star. Their recorded history dates this holiday back for 1.5 million years, and though some details might have changed, it is a time of celebrating the promise given by the Tree of Life, that it would sustain and promote life for eternity, being the mythological giver of all life on world. The day would involve a feast, the honoring of the youth and couple producing offspring, as well as remembering those lost. A painting titled Ancient Life Day shows how these orbs have been a staple of the tradition. Really a piece of technology, a glass-like material that contained a field of stars that acted like a map of the afterlife, the lights to follow on the other side of this life. To make sure you followed the right lights, implying this could go sideways and souls could be lost, presumably after death or even during this holiday, because, and this is very important to understand, part of the insanity of the holiday special, with so many parts being dreamlike and odd, is meant to induce in you the same feeling the people on Kashyyyk were experiencing. Just like how you're supposed to feel sad, nervous, or scared, in sync with the actors on screen, with the holiday special, you're supposed to feel like you're on drugs watching this. Because the Wookiees and Chewie's extended honor family, including Han, Luke, and Leia, were on drugs. To jump ahead to this scene, nobody is here in their physical bodies. They make it obvious with this scene, but it is so trippy that people often miss this. Part of the Life Day ritual was to consume the hallucinogenic orga roots to, quote, help their spirits locate the tree. Most of this planet was on tight Imperial lockdown, and Wookiees off-world would meditate on icons of the tree and astral project back to their homeworld. And thus the orga root drug was necessary, and the orb was needed to navigate the spirit world safely. That seems crazy, but I'm not making this up. Another quote says that when the Wookiees die, they believe that their souls would, quote, walk off into the stars, which is exactly what you see. And surviving this trip was what Leia mentioned.
A day that takes us through the darkness, a day that leads us into light.
You can see them all wearing the traditional red robes, and there were several other pieces of the wardrobe like the black boots and brass knuckles, but the robe was the most important and never changed. It is unclear what the red color symbolizes, perhaps the blood lost in violent death, and or for the bloody birth. Remember, they gave birth to meter-long live pups. Originally, they would celebrate this day every 3 years, but as it grew in popularity, they started celebrating it yearly. It also became synchronized with other winter holidays, with colorful lights and gift-giving, and despite it being the exact opposite of materialism, of course companies moved in and monetized the craze, as even since the time of the Old Republic Cold War, there were things like speeder bikes being decorated in Life Day themes. Everybody wanted to buy tinsel bombs and other decorations. And though snow played no role in the celebration on the tropical Kashyyyk, it became so tied to Life Day celebrations interpreted by other alien cultures, likely the biggest proponent being Alderaan. So some planets would bring in expensive artificial snow generators to make them feel more like this advertised version of Life Day. What was authentic was the love of music. Figrin D'An and the model nodes developed holiday classics that were loved across the galaxy. This was in the true spirit of Life Day, as the Wookiees said that the beating wood drums dated back to its origins 1.5 million years ago. And in modern times there was usually a Wookiee choir, and Leia made sure to share her lovely voice. This holiday was so beloved by all sentients across the galaxy that it doesn't seem like the Empire worked hard to crack down on the festivities. It was so loved it even gave droids an existential crisis.
It is indeed true that at times like this, Artu and I wish that we were more than just mechanical beings, and were really alive, so that we could share your feelings with you.
We see Han struggling to get Chewie back home, but he was one of the most wanted men in the galaxy. Once they get there, they experience the normal amount of Imperial oppression, but it is said that even though the partying wasn't its normal multi-week affair, it did still last for a few days. The only respite for people being crushed by global slavery. And if you think the peace and comfort here in Chewie's family home is odd, I have a theory I'll keep till the end for the cool facts and behind the scenes part. Back to the chronology, their New Republic senator was Kirathrar, and Kashyyyk was the key signatory and member of the Inner Council, reopening trade networks which led to Thickiana becoming a major trading hub, specializing in computer tech of all things. Even this brought them bad luck by 23 ABY, attracting agents of the Second Imperium that raided these computer stores. At least it didn't result in a complete planetary invasion. That would come 2 years later, in 25 ABY, during the Yuuzhan Vong War. The most well-known and beloved hero of Kashyyyk, Chewbacca, would be killed on the planet Cernpadal while helping refugees escape. The memorial service on Kashyyyk, simultaneously observed on countless worlds throughout the galaxy, was the largest in recorded Wookiee history. Knowing Chewie, he would have just been glad to know that he did save so many lives that day, people who were fleeing war, like millions of Wookiees had throughout history. But luckily, due to the Vong hoping to continue their push for the core, his homeworld was relatively unharmed. The Vong captured it on the map, placing some nominal force there to warn off counterattacks, but did not take the time to terraform and completely reshape this planet like the Vong had done with several other worlds. Which is even more lucky considering the raw supply of biomass and dangerous animals that the Vong could work with here. All believe that if the Vong had won the war, or even just had time to consolidate their forces, the Shapers would have worked this planet into something unrecognizable, and essentially make all native species go extinct. With the recapture of Coruscant, the Vong were finally defeated, and 2 decades later, the Second Galactic Civil War kicked off, Though the Wookiees did stay loyal to the Galactic Alliance for some time, Jacen Solo's military force would cause the Wookiees to turn against this human, this member of the late Chewie's honor family, leading these people to join the Confederation, which was led by their old allies on Corellia. The Second Battle of Kashyyyk would take place mostly in orbit, with opposing capital ships. The fighting did involve strikes on important areas planetside, which sparked enormous forest fires that horrified the Wookiees, and their pain was sensed by many in the Jedi Order. Once this conflict burned out and the forests were healing, it was nearly 100 years before we would get the final incident involving alien invaders. Darth Krayt's empire of the 130s ABY wanted to learn from the mistakes of Palpatine. Knowing how powerful and tenacious the Wookiee rebels became, he wanted to simply isolate them. No orbital bombardments, no slavery, just cut the Wookiees out of the conflict by blockading their world, and all nearby hyperroutes, after a blitzkrieg that destroyed all their spaceports and shipyards. In a weird way, this was a very peaceful time, a strange sort of blessing as the Wookiee enjoyed several years without any alien intervention. No wars, but also no bickering traders, legal battles, and alien allies trying to pull you into countless regional conflicts. In the end, after all these wars, the tree people were able to get back to their roots, celebrating Life Day festivals without any outside influence, spending time in the battle-scarred beauty of the nature surrounding them, and connect with their families like never before. So that's it for the history. Here's some cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. A group of Wookiees is called a groove. They have 150 words for wood, and the best compliment they can give you is to groom you with their enormous tongues. Seeing a cancel is good luck in their culture, and we do see one before the Battle of Kashyyyk, which they win, though the Empire did sour this, but at least they weren't stomped out by clankers. Their name comes from an ad-lib in George Lucas's first movie, THX 1138, with Terry McGovern saying, "I think I just ran over a Wookiee," where he just made up some weird funny name. We almost got a Wookiee uprising in Return of the Jedi, with the DS-2 in orbit over Kashyyyk, but Lucas wanted to change this to the Ewoks. Having a smaller force being able to overthrow the Imps was much more dramatic and symbolic, and also cute and great for merch appealing to kids. And Lucas would say that he wanted a primitive Stone Age people versus the technological superpower, but couldn't square Chewie's people being so primitive if he was such a great pilot and mechanic. Early concept art was less hairy and became the basis of the Lasat species, but the final concept art used involved some suspect drama. Ralph McClory claimed that George Lucas showed him this image, claiming it was from the 1930s, but it was actually from the July issue of Analog, an illustration by John Schoenherr for George R.R. Martin's novelette and 7 Times Never Kill Man. If you look, it even has what looks like a bowcaster. So did George Lucas rip this off? Let me know what you think down in the comments. The Wookiee was present in the earliest drafts of The Star Wars, and there was to be an enormous Wookiee battle on their homeworld in A New Hope, which became the Battle of Kashyyyk in Revenge of the Sith. There's no explanation why, but one day Lucas woke up and decreed that there could be no more Wookiee Jedi in the expanded universe. Famously, Han Har was forbidden to be made a Dark Jedi because of this, and Kirlaka, Lobaka, and Tyvaka were the only ones in all of Star Wars for a while. Then, oddly, they could go back in time introducing the Jedi Roar, and even Lucas himself would finally give this up when making the Clone Wars episode The Gathering, giving us Gungi. They were one of the original 24 character templates in the first Star Wars playing gamebook. In the never meant to be taken as canon series Star Wars tales, it is implied that the Sasquatch on Earth is Chewie. An insane fact is that during the filming of The Return of the Jedi, there was such a fear that some hunter might stumble upon the set or see Chewie through a scope that they had Peter Mayhew always wearing bright orange hunting vests when traveling around in different shooting locations. Baka's ceremonial blade has a great story behind it, being an ancient alien artifact discovered by Baka within a probe that landed in the Shadowlands. He showed the elders and chieftains, and they all agreed that this was proof of intelligent life out in the galaxy, long before they had ever come into first contact with aliens. I didn't want to add too much detail to the army and even naval fleet shown in Galactic Battlegrounds, as this is the only time a military of this scale is mentioned. It's more consistent to see each city as a kind of Greek city-state model, with warriors maintaining their own weaponry, identifying heavily with their tree city, but then seeing themselves as a unified people when alien peoples threaten them. Life Day has so much lore that it could be a lengthy video of its own, and has appeared in tons of media, most notably LEGO shows and movies, well of course starting it off with the holiday special, which isn't even on Disney+, and Lucas famously said about it, quote, "If I had the time and a sledgehammer, I would track down every copy of that show and smash it." Now last, and hopefully least, because I don't want to believe it, is what I'll dub the evil Chewie clan theory. The lore states that during the time of the Galactic Civil War, a Wookiee, none of the ones mentioned in the breakdown, helped to keep the slave trade functioning on Kashyyyk. Atichikuk, Chewbacca's pops, was extremely ambitious, being the one that founded the colony on Alaris Prime, fought off the Trade Federation, and knew the political stupidity of the Republic. He was a prominent chieftain, and had one son running around the galaxy as a criminal, and had a grandson at home named Lumpawarum. We know he loved Lumpy, and hear nothing of his life in the time between the Battle of Kashyyyk and what we see in that famous Life Day celebration. It's just odd that they lived such peaceful lives within a year after the Death Star being destroyed, when the Empire would be going mad, cracking down on everyone, being especially hard on their slave force. We know the Imps would capture the pups and use their torture to keep the Wookiees in line. So to keep Lumpy out of the camps, this long-lived chieftain may have just opted to play nice with the Empire until they inevitably faded away, reasoning that if he resisted, his whole family would just be killed and some other clan would eventually say yes and work with the Imps. So what do you think? Was protecting Lumpy the cause of another dramatic evil father reveal? If you made it this far, please hit that like button, comment your thoughts and suggestions, and check out one of these videos. I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, and the Force will be with you, always.
Concentrate fire on the center of the storm!
When all subtlety has gone out the window and you need to break through the heaviest defenses, look no further than the awe-inspiring power of the AT-AT. What's up, MetaNerds? In this complete breakdown of the all-terrain armored transport, we'll be pulling from both Legends and Canon sources, talking about its stats, capabilities, and role on the battlefield. Sit back, relax, and get ready for a tale that stretches all the way from Jabeam to Jakku. The all-terrain armored transport serves as the mainstay of Imperial assaults on the most heavily defended positions, towering over the battlefront and delivering lethal salvos of laser fire. This hulking walker stood at an intimidating 22.5 meters, essentially a reinforced troop compartment atop a quarter of powerful legs, with a head-like command module mounted on the front, bearing the walker's weaponry and sensor systems. It carried up to 40 troops, plus additional equipment on a two-tiered transport deck, and was extremely well armored, impervious to all but the heaviest attacks. So let's look at every system, but like all good breakdowns, we'll start with the armament. The heaviest weaponry of the walker is carried directly below the chin, coming in the form of two Taemin-Bak MS-1 heavy laser cannons. These cannons were extremely powerful, capable of dealing with ground targets such as medium tanks and heavily protected bunkers with ease, and at a range of up to 17 kilometers. That's over 10 miles. These cannons were fire-linked, offering a pair of modes, both single and dual fire in conjunction, all with firing data from the cockpit. In some AT-ATs, these Taemin-Baks were switched with the Mk3EW heavy laser cannons, which bore a no less destructive reputation. These were fixed, although the head could swivel on the move to engage targets in a deceptively broad 180-degree field of fire. The heavy cannons were augmented by a pair of FF4 medium repeating blaster cannons, positioned in a swivel mount on each cheek of the command module. These cannons, with their even broader field of fire and independent adjustability, could engage lighter ground vehicles, installations, and even airspeeders. Their built-in rangefinder afforded them independent accuracy against such secondary targets, picking off positions to clear the main cannons to engage the heaviest targets. In some AT-ATs, these FF4s were replaced by Mk2EW medium blaster cannons, and these variations seem to depend on the factory line from which they were produced. While the AT-AT could dish out considerable damage, it could also take return fire exceedingly well, being one of the most well-protected vehicles in the Empire's service. Dense 9095 T8511 grade Durasteel armor plated the entirety of this massive war machine, thick enough to be invulnerable to most weaponry. During the Battle of Hoth, Rebel forces turned P-Tower anti-vehicle emplacements against these walkers, and even though they could penetrate the armor of AT-STs and repulsor tanks, they had no effect on this walker's legs. 3 ATTE rounds at point-blank range likewise failed to even dent the heavy armor of this walker. In another impressive feat, a volley of 4 proton torpedoes from the Ghost failed to halt the advance of another AT-AT on Sphyrna. They were simply impervious to most weaponry, its armor harmlessly dissipating attacks, which was necessary to move them through heavily defended lines, breaching the enemy's perimeter and delivering their onboard infantry to their targets. Mines, likewise, were virtually useless, the heavy Durasteel foot pads simply muffling the blasts, and the armored belly of the vehicle being too high to be impacted by such explosions, a notable design improvement from the ATT. Only concentrated heavy artillery or ground fire from tanks and heavy guns was capable of bringing down this walker in conventional combat. This durability was so considerable that perhaps its greatest attribute was its psychological effect, invoking terror and making the rebels feel impotent, with a single walker being able to snuff out the sparks of rebellion in cities all across the galaxy. Of course, this is also what made the Jedi invaluable to the Rebel Alliance. If you could get close in with a lightsaber, like Kanan Jarrus on Sphyrna or Luke Skywalker on Hoth, then any AT-AT will be in for a bad time. While the walker was durable and lethal, it was also very top-heavy, with its weight concentrated on the upper third of the AT-AT above its towering legs. To guarantee the stability of the walker as well as accuracy on the move, the gait of the AT-AT was carefully managed. Impulse terrain sensors on each footpad worked in conjunction with ground-penetrating radar scans in order to give the pilots in the cockpit an expert view of the terrain ahead. While moving, the pilots enjoyed a 3D understanding of the ground beyond the walker, including factors such as density and composition of the soil, rock, earth, or snow. This combination of excellent sensors allowed it to operate in a number of environments, including through water and amid deep snow, without concern for losing its footing from sudden pitfalls or unexpectedly loose rock or soil. It definitely lived up to the all-terrain reputation of their line, surprising opposing forces when moving through rugged ground, and giving Imperial commanders greater approach options. Of course, it should technically be called the most terrain's armored transport, as there were still certain environments that it was just unsuitable for, such as extremely steep hillsides, and even deep bogs and swamps could arrest the vehicle's motion, and certainly couldn't crawl up sheer cliff walls or hang upside down like its beloved Republic predecessor. But the walker's considerable height also proved an advantage in easily passing over trench lines, non-explosive anti-tank obstacles, and had the sheer power to just smash through buildings and anything built up to try and stop it. Enemy vehicles in defilade or behind cover that might not be seen with visual sensors could be detected by its other sensors like the radar, and the AT-AT drivers would be sure to rain down fire from above. But it wasn't exactly a stealth vehicle, as just the motion from the impact of the footpads would shake the ground with such force that it was noticeable kilometers away. But again, especially under the Tarkin Doctrine, this was seen as mostly a plus, just another way to strike terror in civilians and break the ranks of rebels, as the torturous booms slowly increased in strength, giving a young rebel plenty of time to go home and rethink his life. Armies could throw all their weaponry at the AT-AT battle line only to watch it be harmlessly absorbed. Combine that with the psychological terror, and you'll understand why the Battle of Hoth was such a moral victory for the Rebel Alliance, as it was the first major battle where these were taken down. Rex, Wolf, Gregor, and the Spectres did have some luck against these, but that was before the official start of the Galactic Civil War. It was on an obscure world, where the resistance and successful evacuation at Hoth would be a story told throughout the galaxy. The vehicle's weapons and motion was powered by a reactor system of two Kuat Drive Yard's FW62 compact fusion drive systems. These drive systems, while powerful, could overload if breached and detonated. With this power, the heavy AT-AT could move at a considerable 60 km per hour, or 37 miles per hour, although that is on the best conditions on the most suitable terrain. 3 fuel slug tanks at the rear of the vehicle provided a continual power feed into the reactor. Being a solid form of fuel, think of the little pellets in a pellet grill, and this area was the most well protected, with extra plating of that special Durasteel armor to increase the walker's survivability. The head in which the command cabin was located contained the main crew, with a surprisingly low number of just 3 individuals. 2 pilots, specially trained and drawn from the grueling selection process of already proven veterans, who crewed the vehicle and fired its armaments. They were directed by a vehicle commander with access to a periscope and additional command and control communications. AT-AT crews developed a close connection with their vehicles and were encouraged to consider themselves as an extension of their vehicle and vice versa, often personally overseeing maintenance on these machines. AT-AT pilots wore helmets and suits which directly interfaced with the computers of the walker, like an augmented reality system, giving them a level of control like you might see in a fighter jet.
Uses 6 electro-optical sensors, giving the pilot an unprecedented 360 degrees of situational awareness. The pilot can actually look through the aircraft itself.
Those sensors giving them a simulated 360-degree field of vision, as well as the vehicle's vitals.
How's our hull looking? Badly damaged. We're at 70% integrity and falling.
Like electrical systems and fuel reserves. Wearing their full armor and helmet gave crews additional protection in the case of a breach, and did have some protection against radiation and fire. Unsurprisingly, AT-AT pilots consider themselves and their vehicles to be invulnerable, and gained a reputation for possibly well-deserved arrogance. 2 additional deck officers oversaw the troop compartment, allowing the piloting crew to focus on their primary duties. For all that firepower and capability, it was not a tank. Its primary purpose was to deliver infantry rather than slug it out with enemy vehicles. That was left for purpose-built Imperial walkers and repulsor craft. And its 40 troops were typically either stormtroopers or Imperial Army assault troopers, specially trained in deployment from this unique beast. A boom system could either drop the troops into combat directly from the belly, rolling out in several rapid waves, or the walker could kneel, and the troops could disembark via a boarding ramp. In case of a breach, the onboard personnel could try and get out through a pair of escape hatches, one on each side of the compartment, to ensure that no matter which side the walker fell on, there was always a route to escape from the vehicle. Before deployment, troops were secured in 2 rows of seats, 2 on each deck, with a padded crash belt locking them into place, so injuries from impacts or a fall would be minimized. There's a clever design built into these benches that would wirelessly charge the packs and suits of storm and snowtroopers. A combat speeder bike garage at the AT-AT's rear held up to 5 speeders. These were typically deployed after the AT-AT had broken through enemy lines, released all its troops, and were now hunting down survivors. Once deployed via a harness system from the rear of the walker, the speeders would ferret out resistance, lay sensors or mines, and serve as scouts and pickets for the main assault force. The speeders were noted to well complement the plotting AT-ATs, screening and scouting for its parent vehicle, which could carry 2 disassembled AT-STs. And in addition to all that, the supplementary cargo capacity was measured at 1 ton, a little more than 1 dewback. The lumbering walkers required massive transports to bring them from their orbiting motherships down to the planetary battlefield. In most deployments, AT-ATs would be brought down singularly or in pairs aboard sizable Theta-class dropships. Although when deployed from the Dreadnought-sized vehicles, they could be brought down 4 at a time aboard Y-85 Titans. They could also be dropped directly into combat via Gazanti-class cruisers 2 at a time, going into action immediately and giving them a surprising degree of operational mobility, though they were typically deployed for ground assaults from orbit by large dropships. Walkers stationed within super-class warships, such as the Executor-class Star Dreadnought, were delivered to planetary surfaces within the previously mentioned Y-85. Smaller starships, such as the Imperial-class Star Destroyer, deployed single or paired walkers via the Theta-class, while other designs, including the Telgorn Corporation Warlord dropship, were capable of delivering an armored platoon of 4 walkers directly into battle zones as well. And sometimes they weren't even filled with troops. This whole space was filled with war material meant to reinforce some outpost. When deployed, they would often be in staggered formation, providing overlapping fields of fire. As you see, you can get that arc way above 180 degrees, and the pilots would work in synchrony with each other to methodically destroy enemy emplacements, especially useful since the walker contained no aft-mounted weaponry. This is why we often see them flanked by AT-STs or repulsor tanks, being able to fall back and let their big brother take out any anti-tank weaponry the enemy might have, while keeping security and making sure the enemy didn't ambush them from the rear. Now, he mentioned it survived that attack from the Ghost, but with its enormous size, it was pretty hard to miss and vulnerable to all form of aerial attack. There are many times where this walker has a TIE fighter escort, just to make sure they weren't bombed out by some old refurbished Y-Wing. A properly coordinated AT-AT advance would be a frightening spectacle of combined arms. And while some rebel propaganda, especially after Hoth, like to portray this thing as a big, lumbering dope, stupidly designed with a limited field of fire and easy to topple, they and the Empire knew that the truth was that when used correctly, this was one of the most effective pieces in the entire military. In fact, it's none of these supposedly obvious design flaws that are actually considered flaws by the engineers or the rebels, as they knew the real move was to sneak into this thing, taking advantage of its small crew, or be lucky enough to be able to get a shot onto its neck tube, which couldn't be rigidly covered in that plate armor since it had to be flexible to move side to side. And of course, the genius tactic of using tow cables mounted aboard converted T-47 airspeeders was a form of rebel guerrilla tactics that you just can't plan for. Turning to their history, they were deployed in their prototype stage as early as the Battle of Jabeam in the midst of the Clone Wars, where they proved their effectiveness by remaining mobile amid the planet's thick mud, while vaporizing separatist war machines such as the OG-9 homing spiders and hailfires with ease. These early models with their squared-off cargo compartments nonetheless fell to the wayside due more to the Republic's devastating defeat than their own performance. The innovative General Maximilian Veers championed the AT-AT concept and brought it into service as a mainstay of Imperial forces after the Battle of Yavin, where it became the war machine we all know and fear. They fought off a rebel incursion on Karaida itself, where its potential to be tripped and disabled first became known. Production was seen on many major Imperial factory worlds, such as Balmara and of course Kuat. In true Imperial fashion, they made sure to modify them to take over the galaxy, being viable on any terrain, with a wide variety of more esoteric variants, which is going to get its own video coming soon, as there are just so many variants to try and fit in here. Some of these that were after Endor came with mounted turbolasers, ion cannons, thicker plate armor, and even an aquatic swimmer version, so all that's going to be in the next breakdown. AT-AT saw use as late as 130 ABY in Legends by Darth Krayt's Galactic Empire, in both their standard version and AT-AHT upgrade, and as late as 34 ABY by the First Order in a modernized variant alongside the Titanic AT-M6. It's a truly iconic vehicle, doing everything from shooting a Force deity in the sky at the Battle of Adalon to serving as Rey's home as a rusted hulk in the deserts of Jakku. Now they were of course not for private sale, but if you could get the right credentials and 150,000 credits, one of these devastating weapons of war could be yours. Just make sure you stock up on fuel pellets too. If an AT-AT existed in real life, it'd be about as tall as a semi-truck laid vertically, and as long as 2 school buses or 5 Volkswagen Beetles. They would tower over the Hollywood sign in Los Angeles, coming in at 1.5 times its height, while dwarfing everything else on the battlefront, being longer than 2 AATs or Rebel repulsor tanks, while being nearly as tall as 3 Hailfire droids or 2 of its predecessors, the AT-TE. If you didn't have a grapple hook, but you could clone Yoda, you'd have to balance 34 of them on top of each other to reach the top of the stooped cockpit. Although in the right art style, I'm sure he could topple one with the wave of his hand. Now for some cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The actual size of the AT-AT has been a source of drama in the Star Wars community for as long as The Empire Strikes Back has been out. Radio dramatizations, source books, West End RPG guides, and independent articles have given a range of heights from 33 feet to 55 feet. Curtis Saxton, Lord of Star Wars Visual Dictionaries, has given the most popularly accepted answer of 22.5 meters, carefully measuring Luke's height compared to the AT-AT he destroyed with the handy combination of lightsaber and concussion grenade. George Lucas's inspiration for the AT-ATs were the towering Martian tripods from H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, while also specific design inspiration came from the giant maneuvering cranes that he would see in the port of Oakland, as well as a cancelled US Army prototype meant to be used in Vietnam. Just imagine that thing. And of course, there's tons of debate on how to pronounce it. You've heard me use both in this video, but I'm sure there'll be a war in the comments that'll make Palpatine proud over whether you say AT-AT or just AT-AT. Bring your best case argument down below. Its role in the battlefield is more akin to IFVs, infantry fighting vehicles, which are designed to drop off a load of infantry and support them while they advance towards the enemy. Unlike IFVs, of course, they can destroy the heaviest armor that comes to face them, so it's a mix of a main battle tank and IFV rolled into one. It seems that in every Star Wars video game, role-playing game, and book, someone just has to hijack an AT-AT to complete their objective. From Cal Kestis seizing one to help Saw Gerrera's partisans on Kashyyyk, to escorting a captured rebel AT-AT in Star Wars Battlefront 2. Iden Versio captures one in the game's main campaign, and during the liberation of Kashyyyk, a Wookiee named Karatha one-ups Chewbacca's AT-ST hijack, commandeering an entire AT-AT mid-battle. Just remember, if you intend to board an AT-AT, wait for the 40 troopers to deploy, and then just take out the dorks in AR helmets. That's it for the breakdown. Please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. Check out the links in the description, and most important of all, remember, the ground booming from the footsteps of an AT-AT means you do have some time to rethink your decision, but do it fast because they can shoot you from 10 miles away. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Holding position.
What's up, MetaNerdz? Today we'll be breaking down all the variants of the AT-AT Walker. Truly embodying its name, we'll see how the Empire made this lumbering war machine truly an all-terrain vehicle. Using all Legends and Canon sources, we'll construct a full picture of this iconic Walker's variant spanning dozens of years in Canon and more than a century in Legends. If you haven't seen it already, I highly recommend you watch the dedicated AT-AT breakdown. You can click on this in the top right corner of the video, and it's also linked down in the description. But assuming you already know the effective base design, let's start with Legends, covering the 8 existing variants in this timeline before switching over the canon, and exploring the 4 additional variants that come out in the Disney era of Star Wars. And starting off with Legends, our first few are a bit simpler, straightforward designs. With Big Palpy ruling a truly galactic empire, Imperial forces could expect to fight on a myriad of different battlegrounds against rebel insurrectionists and later New Republic forces. Specialized for deployment on desert worlds, Kuat Drive Yards developed the Dune Walker. The Dune Walker was a minor variant with identical passengers, crew, and dimensions of the base AT-AT, with the major changes being the replacement of potential tertiary weapon systems with additional Sinar Z23 heat dissipation units. These are essentially air conditioning units, and though the base unit had these installed, they increased the number of them in the Dune Walker and were specialized to better function in the scorching deserts of planets such as Tatooine. It's not hard to imagine the 40 embarked troopers and their crew in their heavy combat gear sweating enough to pass out in this giant cooking metal box of a walker. So while that might be a minor inclusion, it obviously was crucial. Now what you might have picked up on is that the AT-AT has no listed tertiary, no third weapon system, so it's unclear exactly what those heat dissipation units were replacing. On the other side of the spectrum, some of the walkers used by Blizzard Force were equipped with measures to better function in deep winter conditions. Nicknamed Snowwalkers, these winterized AT-ATs came with improved heat circulation systems to keep the crew and passengers warm, de-icing controls to ensure thick ice buildup did not interfere with the hydraulics, locomotion, visual, and weapon systems of the walker, as a lot of the really crucial tech, including the ground scanners, were located in the feet and could be under several meters of snow and ice. And so technically speaking, you've already seen these. It's just funny that the scenes that introduced this walker, we of course think of this as the standard AT-AT, and of course outwardly it all looks the same, but technically there's specialized systems making sure everything is kept nice and warm and functional. And let's use that to transition to some variants that don't have specific names, as many Imperial forces found ways to modify their walkers to fit the environment they were placed in. On planets without a breathable Type 1 atmosphere, AT-ATs could be outfitted with special gas filters, while additional heat recirculators could be added for worlds even colder than Hoth, or when operating in the vacuum of space. For planets with toxic rain or other extreme environments, anti-corrosive sheens would be applied to keep the walker's hydraulics, visuals, and electronics functional. So if you want to get even more technically specific here, almost every Imperial garrison modified their walkers in some way to make them best fit their local environment. Places with more hostile natives or animal and plant life were known to pack on dense durasteel hulls and extra plating, and some tried to mitigate the effects of radiation or chemical weapons. Looking to the first official combat variant, we have the Heavy AT-AT, featuring, well, heavier armor than its predecessor, but also stronger firepower, likely turbo laser grade as this was seen in some later Imperial walkers. And you might be thinking that the problem with this walker wasn't that it was weak, rebels weren't shooting through it, and its weaponry was more than adequate. And while that might make sense, it's definitely a very Imperial thing to do. Great for the war economy, promotional material, Empire Day celebrations, and to be a little fair, there were ever-increasing reports of rebels getting their hands on proton torpedoes and other explosives, and some had actually punctured the standard walker. So there is some practical aspect to this, even though it's probably mostly driven by the Tarkin doctrine. The next variant is the all-terrain ion cannon, which switched things up with a major redesign of the hull and weapon system. The majority of the troop's bay was removed to make room for an open mount ion cannon attached to the rear of this walker. Sacrificing the troop capacity of the AT-AT turned this vehicle from an armored transport to a self-propelled gun, with that ion cannon being its main armament. While not being a factory floor design, the Empire actually sent back some stock AT-ATs to have Kuat undergo this remodeling. This walker did retain all of its primary head-mounted weaponry, meaning the reactor would have to share power between the regular base weapons and the ion cannon, so probably not able to power both at full efficiency. ATICs were not used as offensive assault vehicles, but rather as mobile defensive platform weapons for key Imperial installations. The ATIC was noted to be very uncommon, not surprisingly as base defense could already be provided by orbiting Imperial warships, dedicated, dug-in turbolasers and ion cannons, and even starfighter patrols and artillery. The cannon possessed a limited firing arc of around 115 degrees and was clearly intended to engage aerial or space targets, being most effective against capital ships at range from Imperial stations, like a supersized ion-firing J1. Because remember, like we see with the transition from Venator to Imperial Star Destroyers, the Empire had an increased focus on ion weaponry, not wanting to completely destroy the enemy, but disable and capture ships, letting the ISB torture out any info they could get, and hopefully understand the chain of custody to find out how these vehicles fell into rebel hands. And you see the Tarkin Doctrine really drove this next variant, taking the rule of fear literally with this one, the Shadow AT-AT. The Shadows were specifically designed separately from the main line, being 15.5 meters in height, about 7 meters shorter than the standard AT-AT, while still keeping the same proportions. And of course that seems small when comparing it to the ultimate behemoth, but it still towered above other combat vehicles, though it likely decreased the power of its weaponry as well. So why design the Shadow differently? The simple answer is intimidation. They were coated in gleaming black armor, purposely meant to strike fear into the enemy. Though funny enough, it had no specialization for stealth operations. There's no cloaking tech like we see in some ships or vehicles, but they were intended to be used during nighttime attacks or on gloomy, sunless worlds like Umbara. You might be thinking, really? It's just a glossy black paint job? But apparently many rebel soldiers said that this was one of the most frightening things they ever witnessed, as the Shadows themselves started opening fire on them, and struck even deeper in the rebel psyche than the already intimidating AT-ATs. What's interesting is that despite the smaller size, it could still carry 40 troops, so just packed in a bit tighter but also losing the speeder bikes. One of the most dramatic modifications to the AT-TE chassis originated from another local Imperial garrison's modification, and was so successful that it was officially adopted for factory production. The Aquatic Terrain Armored Transport, more commonly known as the AT-AT Swimmer, was a major modification that adapted the walker for underwater operations. Obviously, it's not a walker anymore, as its 4 armored legs were replaced at the hip joint with repulsor engines, effectively turning this thing into a submarine. The 5th engine at the rear drove the craft forward, while the bottom 4 possessed limited rotation to adjust the craft's position and provide additional speed when needed. The rear troop compartment was separated into 2 bays, connected by an additional flexible armor tube, much like we see connecting to the head or the midsection of the AT-TE. This one also retained its full trooper load of 40 personnel, and were assigned to the Imperial Maritime Division, which was a part of the Imperial Navy, but actually for water. 600 kilograms of cargo could be carried on board, while having a crew of 5, likely 2 pilots, a commander, and 2 crew chiefs to manage the infantry once they disembarked. The AT-AT Swimmer's pilots were specially trained for this task, drawn from the ranks of the Imperial Army. The head-mounted armament remained the same caliber, with the weapons themselves modified for operation in underwater conditions. Along with the rest of the vehicle, everything from sensor tech to air intake had to be changed. The armor and its construction was designed to protect not only against enemy fire, but the deleterious effects of saltwater corrosion, as well as the crushing pressure of deep ocean operations. The head provided a wider field of fire than its already impressive land-based counterpart's arc of 180 degrees, and protected the aft of the vehicle with a twin blaster turret that would end up being mounted on some later models. In battle, the swimmer would deploy alongside sea troopers and TIE fighter boats for protection, engaging enemy targets and pressing through defenses to deploy their payload of infantry on crucial areas. This variant saw surprising success from its original modification by the Imperial garrison of the World Cup era to its official production as a joint venture between Kuat Drive Yards and the Hydrospear Corporation, and would be used by Darth Krayt's Galactic Empire as late as 137 ABY. By this time, the AT-AT Swimmer had undergone upgrades of its own, being outfitted with a dual blaster turret on the aft quarter to keep enemy infantry at bay, as well as a launch bay for Shark underwater fighters. The Swimmer acting as a mothership in its own right, as well as a command vessel favored by Imperial commanders and Sith Lords alike. The AT-AT lost none of its fearsome reputation as an aquatic vehicle. The Swimmer may actually have the most fearsome reputation of any vehicle in Imperial history, participating in the genocide of the Mon Cala while being virtually impervious to enemy fire. The Final Legends variant also served Darth Krayt's Galactic Empire, as well as the Empire in exile that opposed it, this being the All-Terrain Heavy Armored Transport, or AT-AHT. This was a major overhaul, with virtually every element of the walker changed in some fashion. The AHT presented a towering elephantine profile with a humpback troop compartment covered in overlapping armor plates and weapon stations. A modified insectoid command cabin featured 2 bug-eye vision ports on the diagonally sloped front part of the head, along with 2 twin cheek-mounted laser cannons partially protected by armored shutters. Below the chin, a single and very heavy laser cannon was mounted, roughly the size of the AT-TE's main gun. The humpback rear compartment rose to half the walker's height above the cabin, on which a dual heavy laser cannon sat one above each other on a vertical mount in a ball turret with limited rotation. Additionally, on each armored side of the AT-AHT, a single heavy laser cannon, again in a ball turret, covered the entire port and starboard sections of the walker from attack from enemy vehicles. Thus, this heavily armored walker possessed a minimum of 9 laser cannons, 5 of them being heavier than the standard AT-AT's main armament. There were no light blasters or laser cannons to deter infantry, which points to the Empire continuing their adherence to combined arms operations, in which the AT-AHTs would break the heaviest enemy resistance in vehicles. Infantry and speeders contemporary to this period would screen the walker's flanks, making sure no saboteurs could make their way in or hijack this thing, allowing the AHT to focus on its main objective. Since it doesn't have repulsor tech, it can walk right through shields and deliver the firepower of several tanks all at once, but still carrying those 60 troops, and still manage to pack in 8 speeder bikes, and perhaps most impressively, 3 entire AT-RCT, the riot control transports, a sort of upgraded and more deadly AT-RT or AT-PT. In this way, even without an escort, this walker could deploy enough troops and vehicles to form its entire own defensive screen if needed. It isn't clear if those RCTs were disassembled, like how some of the original AT-ATs could carry 2 disassembled AT-STs, but given its much greater size, I wouldn't be shocked if they were fully operational RCTs, sitting inside ready to be deployed via a boom system straight into battle. It could also carry up to 2 metric tons of cargo, and enough consumables for all the vehicles to last up to 1 week. The additional internal space likely accommodated a larger reactor to power the lumbering machine with its much heavier weight, and the only element not noticeably changed were the legs. The relatively smaller size of the locomotion system in comparison to the rest of the vehicle would make you think it had an even more sluggish gait, but it's actually noted to have an increased top speed, now hitting 80 km per hour, or 50 miles per hour. By the time of the Second Galactic Civil War, the AHT had been relegated mostly to operations on worlds where conditions prohibited the use of repulsor vehicles, as other assault craft filled Crate's Empire's needs for ground attacks. It is worth noting that regular AT-ATs continued to serve Crate's Empire in an updated form. In fact, since the Battle of Endor, some AT-ATs were upgraded with dual turbo lasers in place of the dual heavy laser cannons as primary armament. So it's safe to say that these late AT-AT models carried at least dual turbo lasers. So despite all the flaws pointed out in Rebel propaganda, and that greatest of enemy, gravity, it was clearly an effective design that was able to prove its worth as late as 137 years after the Battle of Yavin. But now let's look at the Canon variants. The first variant we see is fairly minor, a straightforward upgrade to the walker, being the Elite AT-AT, combining the dark armor of the Shadow with the heavier firepower and thicker armor of the Heavy AT-AT. Its laser cannons were upgraded, which must mean that they became turbolaser grade. And Imperial commanders took the threat of tow cable attacks like those seen on Hoth very seriously. So seriously that the Elite AT-AT came with inbuilt saws right inside the legs that would sever cables to avoid tripping from such attacks. As you might guess, only the best of the best AT-AT pilots would become those entrusted to pilot the Elite. And remember, all AT-AT pilots were already known to be drawn from a pool of the cream of the crop of Imperial assault drivers, seen as the most arrogant pilots in the entire military. So just imagine how insufferable these elite pilots would be. But curiously, this walker has a very notable weakness, being uniquely susceptible to heavy ion explosives. So perhaps that's a flaw of the certain alloy used in the upgraded armor, being better at diffusing kinetic attacks, diffusing the heat of most lasers, but amplifying the effects of ion weaponry. We can guess that it had a troop capacity of around 40 and would have cost a lot more than the standard 150,000 credits. Next up is a specialized engineering variant, the all-terrain armored cargo transport, not to be confused with the all-terrain construction transport. Neither of these AT-ACTs was intended to partake in direct combat, but was specialized for construction and engineering, standing considerably taller than the AT-AT at a height of almost 32 meters and a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour, or 31 miles per hour, and was classified as an armored cargo walker. The most notable change was the swapping of the 2-tiered troop bay for an open modular cargo hold. This cargo hold was capable of accepting either a dedicated Imperial cargo container or vast numbers of crates, odd containers, and raw materials within its 550 cubic meters of internal space. Even when completely filled, 10 passengers could be carried on board as well. Stevedore or dock droids could be employed, along with Imperial quartermasters who would load these transports with supplies, particularly the ultra-dense materials which the ACT could carry with ease that might overwhelm most repulsor trucks. An electromagnetic tensor field reinforced the legs, especially the knee joints, to enable the AT-ACT to carry greater loads with greater stability. The walker was staffed by a reduced crew of just a single pilot, typically drawn from any Imperial armored branch's service. They were typically deployed on garrison, manufacturing, or mining worlds, where these capabilities could be used to great effect, whether it be shuttling components for Imperial Star Destroyers, or minerals to be turned into armor plating and war material. They were used by the Imperial Corps of Engineers whenever military construction was required, from Darth Vader's castle on Mustafar to the Scarif complex. While not intended for frontline combat, the vehicle was more than capable of defending itself against light threats and providing fire support to Imperial forces, whether it be against hostile wildlife or rebel incursions. Its legs, especially the knees, were always a weakness and vulnerable to even E-Web grade fire, although the vehicle as a whole retained the tough, durable reputation of the AT-AT line, shrugging off a direct hit from a rocket launcher on Scarif. The Walker's chin-mounted MS-2 heavy laser cannons were shifted to the command cabin's cheeks and the medium laser cannons removed entirely, lightening the overall armament. As an engineering vehicle, the Walker was not intended for combat, but could be that first response or last-ditch reserve to augment existing Imperial armored forces if they were facing a powerful threat. And these you could actually get a bit cheaper at 125,000 credits. Just as Darth Krayt's Empire deployed variants far into Legends, the First Order utilized up-armored and sleeker AT-ATs. The FO AT-AT, manufactured by Kuat's successor company, Kuat and Tralla, saw service in the Battle of Krayt and beyond, providing First Order forces with a familiar ground assault vehicle. This vehicle was up-armored, created with the next-generation lightweight materials layered across the hull, offering better protection at no increased weight. But notably, its armament was reduced to just the cheek-mounted laser cannons, dropping the iconic heavy chin laser cannons, which might actually be the worst thing we saw at Krayt. While less powerful overall, these weapons were improved, being more accurate due to better targeting systems, on top of benefiting from a faster fire rate. Despite its size and power, the role of the mainline assault vehicle was replaced by the AT-M6, which I'll talk about next, but one other minor alteration I wanted to mention, placing of the frontal toe flap with this solid block meant to crush through obstacles as well as an improved shin armor to further protect against catastrophic leg hits. A cockpit ramp below the command module in place of the heavy laser cannons offers easier accessibility, but also a potential weak point in the formidable armor plating, though it would be going into battle screened by updated AT-STs, just like their predecessors decades before. And now we arrive at the all-terrain Mega Caliber 6. The M6 differs considerably in weaponry, complement, internal arrangement, and doctrinal role than all other AT-ATs, significantly departing from the traditional troop transport role into a dedicated siege platform. Towering over the competition with a height of more than 36 meters, about 1.5 times the standard, it brings incredible firepower to any battlefront. At 40 meters long, it's about twice the length of the standard, while being an impressive 18 meters wide. The main armament of the vehicle is also its namesake, the Mega Caliber 6 turbo laser cannon. Mounted in an elephantine hump along where the troop bays would usually be positioned, the barrel of the M6 protruded from an armor housing with its internal structure running deep into the Walker. The cannon, being a Starship-grade turbolaser, is capable of engaging shielded positions rated to deflect the attention of capital ships. Despite being mounted in a mobile ground vehicle, the cannon retains a moderate fire rate, outputting considerable destructive power. With accurate fire, the Mega Caliber 6 is more than able to destroy virtually any ground vehicle with a single on-target round. It can devastate even the densest defensive lines in most protected fortresses and fortified cities. A weapons room positioned on the gun deck serves this weapon, more reminiscent of a firing center on a capital ship, which is powered by a dedicated power plant directly above the weapons room. Heavy-duty heat exhaust and shock absorbers help the M6 deal with the destructive blowback of such a powerful weapon. The AT-M6 is further armed with a pair of medium anti-ship laser cannons on the cheeks of the heavily armored command cabin, these typically being the lightest armament capital ships would bring to bear on each other in ship-to-ship duels, and more than capable of devastating any medium or heavy ground vehicle with a single salvo. This already obscene firepower is greatly strengthened by a pair of chin-mounted heavy laser cannons positioned between the angular jowls of the command module, which themselves are studded with horizontally racked targeting sensors. By its armament alone, the M6 does away with any pretense for any dedicated anti-infantry firepower, instead is solely dedicated to the destruction of highly fortified installations in enemy armored divisions. This extreme firepower, combined with the power demands for such a gargantuan and mighty vehicle, and all this required an upgraded power system. Rather than relying on a bay of fuel cells, it utilizes a large fusion reactor embedded deep within the behemoth's lower rear section. kept in continuous operation to generate sufficient power for the weapons and locomotion. The dual hemisphere reactor, measuring at least 8 meters in diameter, is kept in operation by a supply of reactant fuel, with an outer shell masking an internal reactor coil and the extremely harmful energies emitted by its operation. A chain of 4 turbolaser gas canisters run down the ATM-6's sloped back, providing the ammunition for the main weapon, but also a potential target for enemy forces able to get around the vehicle's rear quarter. The Mega Caliber 6 cannon and the reactor take up the majority of the internal space, with enough room left for an auxiliary compartment capable of being swapped out with a number of mission modules depending on the walker's deployment. For the Battle of Crate, this compartment was utilized as an auxiliary troop bay, carrying 12 passengers into battle. It's possible this compartment could also be used as a dedicated command and control center for ground forces, or as an engineering space, maybe even a communications node during operations. Now, of course, bringing 12 troops into battle was hardly significant next to those carried on the smaller First Order AT-AT, or what could be deployed through assault landers and armed shuttles, and it is incapable of deploying its troops through an assault drop through the belly, which is the ultimate sign of a departure from the troop transport role. Maybe all those guys on board are just meant to make sure it isn't captured. Its rear legs are mostly the same, but the front pair are considerably modified. It bears massive armored forelegs terminating in mech carpal foot structures similar to a simian. These redesigned frontal legs bear more of the ATM-6's considerable weight, but also are meant to brace the walker during the firing of the Mega Caliber 6 main cannon, ensuring it is a stable firing platform. A complicated system of heavy hydraulic pistons and overlapping gears that all drive the forelegs require their own ventilation gates, which were cleverly designed to work as cable cutters, severing any slim chance of these behemoths being taken down in the fashion of its predecessors. The entire vehicle is clad in hyper-advanced armor, developed in secret foundries in the unknown regions, even denser and tougher than those of the AT-ATs. But like the Standard, the command cabin is equipped with a system of sensor screens, providing the pair of pilots with up-to-date targeting, tactical, and terrain data, all from the onboard sensors from the JAL rangefinders to the footpad terrain sensors. A vehicle commander stands behind and above the pilots, typically with his own command dais, in the typically domineering first-order fashion. In summary, the ATM-6 amps up the psychological terror and overwhelming firepower classic to the AT-AT line, providing first-order officers a nearly unstoppable siege engine to finally snuff out any sparks of the New Republic. My question to you is, of all those variants, which is your favorite, and if you had to choose between the ATM-6 and AT-AHT, which of these supersized armored titans would you prefer to use on the battlefield? And could one of them defeat the other in a 1v1 match? Let me know in the comments down below. Now for a couple cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff, the ATM-6 would be roughly equal in height to the massive redwood trees in California, the tallest trees on the planet, or a whopping 1/5 the height of the Space Needle in Toronto. Lengthwise, it's as long as 2 bowling lanes laid end-to-end, or longer than 12 74Z speeder bikes. Now, like some of the wonkiest vehicles in Star Wars, the Shadow and AT-IC were developed originally just as toys. The AT-IC in particular being discontinued by Kenner after being kit bashed together, but still happily making it into the Legends continuity as a very rare variant. I haven't seen if there's any mods for Empire at War or similar strategy games that have the giant AT-AHT or M6, but if you know of one, definitely comment down below. Please hit that like button, it really is the best way to help me out. Comment your thoughts and suggestions, but most important of all, remember, I hope General Veers is getting royalty checks from all these variants, and the Force will be with you, always.